You once named a mountain Spirit Mountain. And later a monk came to the mountain and built a temple called Great Thundersound Temple. You also told a story to a group of people, in which an old man rode west on a cow, leaving behind a volume of the Tao Te Ching. Some people also joined forces to establish an organization, gradually revered by the world as the Heavenly Court. And thinking back to when you first arrived in this mysterious world, you felt like only your soul had come over. Yet, this world was filled with warriors, sorcerers, scholars, and various other systems of cultivation. When you wandered in the city at first, you were almost discovered by sorcerers several times. In the end, feeling helpless, you had to run to the deep mountains and old forests to hide, becoming a wild ghost in the mountains. In the scorching sun of the day, Guemo dared not go out and could only hide in the cave. It was only at night that he dared to go out and relax. Days passed like this, and he didn't know what to do. Suddenly, he went from being a person to a ghost, and found himself in such a strange world. He was truly lost. In the ruined temple, Guemo stood by the mountain god statue for a long time. He smiled helplessly. Perhaps there are gods in this world, but perhaps there are not. At least there is definitely no god in this mountain temple. Otherwise how could he, a lonely soul, deserve to enter this temple? Guemo drifted at the entrance of the mountain temple, looking at the pouring rain outside, feeling full of helplessness and confusion in his heart. At some point, amidst the heavy rain in the forest, a series of noisy sounds echoed. A group of mountain people emerged from the dense woods, all drenched like drowned rats, covered in mud. Some held wooden sticks, others carried machetes, but they didn't seem dressed for a hunting expedition. Without spotting Guemo, they passed right by him and entered the mountain temple. A few young individuals gathered some firewood and lit a fire in the only spot sheltered from the rain. Soon enough, in the dark and dilapidated temple, coincidentally, the only sheltered spot from the rain happened to be right in front of the stone statue of the mountain god. The fire illuminated the majestic mountain god, standing in the rain, overlooking the few mountain people below warming themselves by the fire. Rainwater trickled down the stone statue's face, somewhat comical. Clearly, no one here believed in the god. A few mountain folks gathered around a bonfire, chatting animatedly. Guemo stood at a distance, listening in. He didn't dare to get too close because these people were all in their prime, their flames burning fiercely. In Gumo's eyes, each of them had a flame burning on top of their heads and on both shoulders. If he got any closer, he would be scorched beyond endurance. Before long, Guemo roughly understood the situation. These few people were villagers from the foot of the mountain. They had come up the mountain on this rainy day to search for someone. A child from the village had gone missing, and groups of villagers had gathered to help with the search. The group taking shelter from the rain in this dilapidated temple was feeling disheartened. The mountain was vast, with many wild animals inside. Even seasoned hunters would hesitate to spend a night alone in the mountains. Moreover, with the sudden heavy rain, their movements were further restricted. Everyone knew deep down that a 4 or 5-year-old child spending a night in these mountains would most likely not survive. How come Ironhead was fine at home, but suddenly ran into the mountains? Yeah, Tai too is usually very obedient. Several people were discussing in surprise. It wasn't until a middle-aged man who had been keeping his head down lifted it and said, "It must be the work of a ghost." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a sudden thunderclap resounded outside, accompanied by a bright flash of lightning that made everyone's hair stand on end. The man continued, "At noon today, Ironhead's parents were working in the fields, while Ironhead was at home with his grandmother. According to his grandmother, Ironhead suddenly claimed someone was calling for him, so he ran out. At first, his grandmother didn't pay much attention, considering there were many children in the village. However, after a while, she became restless, feeling that something was amiss. They were in the same room, yet she didn't hear anyone calling for Ironhead. She went out to look for him and saw Ironhead running up the mountain alone, chatting and laughing as if conversing with someone. His hand was outstretched as if being led by someone. No matter how hard his grandmother tried to catch up, shouting until hoarse, Ironhead didn't respond. Others in the village heard the commotion and came to inquire, but they couldn't see Ironhead. Only Ironhead's grandmother could see him running on the path. The middle-aged man paused, and the abandoned temple fell into a deep silence. Upon closer inspection, several young men appeared visibly tense, and everyone involuntarily drew closer together. A young man said, "Uncle San, I heard that there are ghosts blocking our sight, so others can't see Ironhead because they are blocked by ghosts." The middle-aged man replied in a deep voice, "I don't know either. Perhaps it's possible that with so many of us searching, we have all encountered Ironhead, but we just can't see it." The atmosphere grew even more tense. At that moment, another young man spoke up. "What's there to be afraid of? With so many of us here, our presence is strong. Even ghosts would be scared if they saw us." Gumo stood at the entrance of the mountain god temple with a puzzled expression. The man was right, with such a large group of people gathered together, even ghosts would be scared. They were almost driving him, a ghost, out of the mountain god temple. Gumo recalled that he had indeed heard children's voices before. However, as a lonely wandering spirit, he had no interest in people and did not investigate further. Now thinking about it, perhaps the child these people were looking for was where he had heard the child's voice. But he couldn't do anything about it, these people couldn't see him or hear him speak, so he couldn't tell them. Nevertheless, Gumo thought about checking if that child was still alive. With that thought, Gumo left the mountain god temple. Before long, Gumo arrived in a dense forest. He drifted around in the forest for a while until he finally heard a faint child's cry. With a thought, Gumo hurried over and saw a 4 or 5-year-old child crying loudly. The child was being dragged forward by a tall, thin old man, who was harshly scolding. "I won't go. There are tigers over there. I won't go. Be good. Don't be afraid with Grandpa here. Come with Grandpa. Grandpa has lots of candies at home." Gumore's heart was shocked. He saw that the old man had his feet off the ground, just like him, and listening to that conversation. It was kind of like the legendary ghost of a devourer, a tiger's accomplice. That's what we call a ghost. Those who were eaten by tigers and turned into ghosts to be enslaved by the tigers and go around helping the tigers to trick people into eating them are the ghosts of the devils. Watching the kid being dragged away by the devils, Gumore hesitated for a moment, remembering that in his previous life, he heard the old man say that when he encountered a devourer, he could take refuge by pretending to be drunk, because tigers don't like to eat drunken people. At that moment, he shouted across the air, "That devourer! You and don't look! You cheated a drunken child!" 392888395. Chapter 2, A Vision in the Temple of the Mountain God. Gumore was just trying it out. This world is very wonderful. And he couldn't tell if that ghost was really a ghost, if it was really like the rumors he had heard in his previous life, so he didn't dare to get close enough to save that child. If it could be saved, even if it went up in smoke in a few days, at least it had left more or less a trace in the world. If what I heard in my past life is true, then this ghost is not enough to fear. In his previous life, he had heard that most of the ghosts in the world, unless they were severe ghosts, didn't actually have any powerful abilities and couldn't do any direct harm. And even, a lot of ghosts had very low spiritual intelligence. For example, the ghost of a tiger is a typical example. Originally a human being, after being eaten by the tiger, it will leave a soul and a spirit to become a ghost. The IQ is not high, and those burned paper people are almost the same. That is why it will be for the tiger. And even, if the tiger is killed, the ghost will not feel relieved. Instead, it will still be for the tiger to cry for the tiger, and finally don't know where to go. Wandering to the end of the last little bit of sanity is worn out and the soul is dispersed. At this point, Gumore was a little apprehensive. He was now watching the devourer's reaction from a distance. When that devourer heard Gumore shout, he actually became really puzzled, turning his head to look at Gumore, and then turning his head to look at the child. That kid's got a good head on his shoulders. After all, he also reacted, and immediately began to stagger up, pretending to be drunk. Only, after all, he was young, and his acting skills were not too over the top. But, even so, it also fooled the ghost of the devourer. The ghost of the devourer said with an obscure face, "Such a child is actually a wine jar. What bad luck," muttered something. The devourer then let go of the child's hand and headed deeper into the mountains alone. The kid was lying motionless in the mud. After a long time, he slowly climbed up, looked around, and then ran towards Gumore in the dark. As the kid ran closer, it was only then that Gumore realized that the child's flame was ridiculously low. However, the most amazing thing was that the child's pair of eyes looked clear as day in Gumore's eyes. No wonder. In my previous life, I always heard that children with a pure mind and a strand of innate chi not yet extinguished can see things that normal people cannot see. It is surprisingly true. The darkness is dim. The kid stumbled all the way. Gumore, in the spirit of goodwill, led the way for the kid in front. Perhaps it was because the child was simple-minded, or perhaps it was because Gumore had just saved him with that voice, and that child had trust in him. And surprisingly, he really did follow Gumore all the way forward. After a long time, Gumore was back in the mountain god's temple again. At this moment, there were many more people in that temple, making a lot of noise. "Dad!" When that child came outside the mountain temple, he saw those people inside and cried out. For a moment, everyone in the temple was quiet, and when they saw the child outside the door, everyone all ran out. A dark-skinned man with red eyes was so excited that he even fell twice, and bawled as he hugged the child, and a group of people surrounded him. Gumore saw that there were too many people, and the flames were scorching hot. He then went back into the mountain god's temple and watched quietly, with a wisp of a smile on his face. which was quite satisfying. Soon it stopped raining and the group then discussed informing the others to hurry down the mountain. Just as he was about to leave, someone suddenly asked, "Ironhead, where did you run off to? How did you find this place?" Ironhead was held in his father's arms, has calmed the mood, stammered, "I was brought to the mountains by an old grandfather. He pulled me to go to the tiger cave over there. I don't go. He pulled me hard. I can't break free. I have to see the three uncles. Brave brother you guys just passed by me, but I called out to you, and you ignored me. I heard you calling out to me, and I said yes." In the dark, everyone's creeped out and, immediately afterward, someone asked, "So how did you get away?" Tai Tu pointed at the mountain god temple and said, "It was that big brother who saved me and showed me the way here." All of a sudden, everyone looked over at the temple of the mountain god and, in the empty mountain god temple, only the light of the firewood burning fire was still flickering, illuminating the majestic face of the stone statue of the mountain god. Looking down on everyone, everyone's hearts were beating wildly at this moment. Father Ironhead swallowed and said softly, "Ironhead, don't talk nonsense." Ironhead shouted, "Big brother is right there, and he's looking right at us." Chills down my back, hairs on my back. At this moment, in the cold of spring, each one was wet from the rain, but in this moment, they were all sweating. Ironhead father took a deep breath, slowly put down the Ironhead in his arms, looked at the mountain god temple, plop kneel down, kowtowed fiercely, shouted, "Thank you, for the god of the mountain does not blame us for the crime of rushing to save my son. Tomorrow, Iron Qingshan will definitely come to make offerings. Thank the god of the mountain great grace." Seeing Tai Qingshan in this manner, those other guys are kind of freaking out inside, looking at the stone statue of the mountain god in the temple. Their hearts were fuming. After all, they ran to the temple to hide from the rain, but none of them had asked for permission, and they all took offense. The frightened crowd also fell to their knees and kowtowed. Gumor looked at a group of people kneeling in front of him and was speechless for a while, but, right then and there, he was surprised to see a faint wisp of light emerging from the bodies of those mountain people, as if they were fireflies. All of them flew into the mountain god's temple, and then all of them landed on the mountain god's stone statue. When those points of light landed on that stone statue, the stone statue suddenly emitted a faint glow that, however, it seemed that only Gumor could see it, and those people outside didn't even notice. Gumor wasn't in the mood to care about those people, for he felt a warm breath that, it's a weird feeling. This warmth, unlike the scorching heat of those living people's flames, gave Gumor the kind of warmth he felt when he felt the sun's rays as a human being. It's been a long time coming. Ever since he crossed over and became a ghost, he had been getting colder and colder as his body continued to fade, and sometimes, even just a breeze was able to give him a chilling sensation. And at the moment, the warmth on the stone statue, for Gumor, it was as if a ragged and starving person saw a bonfire with a piece of meat roasting on it. In a cold winter, that attraction, it made it impossible for him to refuse. Gumor couldn't help but walk over to the statue, and at the end of the day, he was able to touch the stone statue, and when he put his hand on the idol, the consciousness suddenly became clearer than ever before. And, these days, he wanders among the mountains. The more time passed, he became more and more vain, even to the point where he could see his body becoming more and more transparent himself, and his consciousness was gradually becoming chaotic and more exhausted. However, now that the chaos in his mind continued to dissipate, his consciousness gradually cleared up, and that feeling of constant passing in his body came to an abrupt end. Could it be that the mountain gods have manifested themselves? Gumor was a bit puzzled, but seeing that he wasn't rejected, he simply sat down right next to the idol. I don't know how long it took, but Gumor seemed to have fallen asleep. Trance. Gumor actually seemed to hear a wisp of vast immortal sound, pulling his consciousness gradually floating, higher and higher, and when he looked clearly, he had already reached the clouds, overlooking the vastness of the earth. 39288540. Chapter 3, Brilliant Divine Might Takes in the Ghosts. That is a piece of mountains, lakes and seas. That is a big river. See the earth's territory of 10,000 miles. See the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn and winter mountains and rivers. There is like celadone sky, silk-like clouds, warm sunshine. The years are flowing. There are buckets of, and all of this is transformed into a single line, either entangled, parallel, boundless, or between dimensions. All that exists. At that moment, it was as if he had transformed into a wisp of wind, wandering between those lines, and when he gently ruffled those lines, he would find mountains and rivers moving, the sea and the earth changing, or spring and summer turning upside down, whether it is mist and fog, or mountains and rivers undulating, or wind and rain, all will be pulled by that one karmic thread under the stars, or the mountains and the sea pouring, or the wind and the rain turning into sunshine. At some point, his consciousness suddenly and rapidly declining. He had a feeling that he had fallen from the sky, and those confused mountains, lakes and seas came closer and closer, and then a mountain peak, a river became clear, an earthly city, and all the beings, but all of them were made up of a single line. He kept descending. The sights he could see in front of his eyes became fewer and fewer, but they were becoming clearer and clearer, and finally, he realized that he had landed on top of a large mountain, and then he quickly landed before realizing that it was actually the Great Green Mountain, and there was only one of the densely packed lines left. In the fall, that one line appeared, surprisingly connecting to the stone statue of the mountain god. In a trance, it seemed as if miles and miles of shooting mountains and rivers were calling to him, and 10,000 wisps of fresh air were informing him that the cycle of heaven's destiny, the cycle of karma, the great Tao can be realized. Heaven's destiny has a fixed number, and if you want to achieve the great Tao, you need to pay off the karma you owe. And those lines, those are the lines of cause and effect. One of them is the mountain god in the mountain temple. When did I owe karma to the mountain gods? As Gumor recited it in a low voice, his divine sense went into a trance and the scene in front of him disappeared. Found himself still in the temple of the mountain god, still sitting next to the stone statue of the mountain god. The broken temple is still the same broken temple. The night wind is still blowing. In the dark mountain forest night with lonesome, that line connecting the stone statue of the mountain god is gone, too. It seemed that just now, it was just a dream Gumor had. A ghost dreaming? Seems a little funny. Gumor was sure that it wasn't a dream just now. That feeling was too real. And, having been a ghost for so long, he knew very well that ghosts don't sleep, much less dream. I owe the mountain god a share of karma, so it is predestined that I come to this mountain god's temple, and I need to come to repay the mountain god's karma? Gumor was at a loss in his mind. How could he owe the mountain god karma? He was just a traveler, and he had only traveled over for 10 days, and today was the first time he came to the mountain god temple. Just as Gumor was puzzled, there's a clamor coming from outside the temple. Quickly, quickly, run, there's a temple up ahead, go in and hide. He turned around and saw 4 mountain people running in a very sorry state. Looking at the clothes and dress of these people, they were similar to those who had come here to escape the rain before, and most likely they were also the mountain people who had come up the mountain together to look for someone. However, at this moment, these few people all looked pale and panicked. The bottom line is this: these people were all young and strong, but the flames on their bodies were very low, not much stronger than the kid named Ironhead from before. It's very out of character. What was also abnormal was that by all rights, these few people should be able to see him with their flames so low, but at this moment, these few people couldn't see him, and he was sitting right next to the idol. But the few people were oblivious. Gumor looked up at the idol whose light had dissipated but was still warm, speculating whether it could be because he was sitting next to the idol that caused these people to not see him. There's still a fire here? A youth said in surprise. It should be the one Uncle Ching Shan and the others burned here earlier. We ran out. Another youth swallowed his mouth and said, this is the mountain god temple. That woman ghost doesn't dare to chase in, right? If there really is a god, would this mountain temple be in such a state of disrepair? What then? Keep running? It's dark and it's raining. It might even attract wild beasts. Several people were silent. A moment later, someone else said, that female ghost why to haunt us? We also did not mean to collapse her grave. The big deal. We will come tomorrow to help her fix it. You're going to reason with a ghost? She didn't come after us, did she? Just then, there was a sudden gust of cloudy wind and the leaves outside the temple rustled as they blew, and the scattered sparks in the temple were much brighter. Several of the hillbillies were alarmed and a slightly older mountain man shouted, all come closer. We have flames on our living people. Gather together. The flames are strong. The ghosts won't dare to come closer. By the stone statue. Gumor shook his head slightly when he heard that mountain man's words. If these few people had converged together when their flames were all very high, they would still be a real deterrent to ordinary ghosts. But now these few people didn't know what had happened to them, and their flames were incredibly low, according to those legends that Care Stranger had heard in his previous life. Ghosts, now that I think about it, in all those horror movies I've seen in the past, ghosts like to scatter people and maim them one by one, not necessarily just to enhance the horror atmosphere, but there really is some truth to it. Outside the temple, a gusty wind, tap 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 tap. There came the sound of a crisp footstep that a few mountain people huddled together. One by one, they all tightly gripped the wood knives and other weapons in their hands. Although they all knew that these things were of no use to the ghosts, they still gripped them tightly, to be able to bring a little sense of security to the fearful hearts. Gumor also looked curiously in the stone statue. He came to this world for half a month. Although he understands the background of this world, knows that this world has demons and ghosts, but he has not really encountered a few ghosts. Before encountering a few are muddled wandering souls. IQ are not the only one decent ghost, or tonight encountered that ghost. He hadn't really seen any severe ghosts that could really harm people directly. Tap tap. The footsteps are getting closer. Soon, a cloaked female ghost appeared outside the door of the mountain temple, and that female ghost's hair was so long that it hung down all the way to the ground, with her hair completely covering her face. That female ghost surprisingly did not float on the ground, but walked step by step on the ground. Each step left a bloody footprint, and between that head of lush hair, there was a long tongue vaguely flicking out. I'm sorry, we shouldn't have offended you. We'll fix your grave tomorrow, just leave us alone. We have no grudges in the past, but today we accidentally destroyed your grave in order to find talent. We really didn't mean it. The hillbillies were begging for mercy with sobs and, however, the female ghost turned a deaf ear and continued to walk forward on her own, constantly emitting bizarre sounds that, upon careful listening, could be distinguished as shouting. Where are you, Brother Young? Where are you, Brother Young? It's just that the sound. Gumor was barely able to distinguish them. The few mountain people could not. All they heard was a burst of ghostly cries and howls of terror. Several people were shivering, their hearts in their throats. However, just as the female ghost reached the doorway and raised her foot to enter the temple, a golden light suddenly appeared at the doorway to stop the female ghost. The female ghost froze for a moment and slowly raised her head, revealing a horrifying face, full of rotten flesh. Both eyeballs had protruded out, covered in a layer of blood mist. Her gaze unexpectedly and instantly locked onto Guemo, who was hiding next to the stone statue. Gumor froze slightly, sensing the female ghost's unkindness. The ghostly woman let out a mournful growl and that already long tongue turned out to be even longer, and it flung up all at once, as if it were a long snake stabbing toward Gumor. The tongue was foul-smelling, with a layer of sticky liquid of unknown origin, frightening Gumor to get up from the ground in a hurry. But as soon as he stood up, and there's a rush of confusion in his head, he had to stay close to the stone statue for his consciousness to remain absolutely clear. Looking at the tongue that shot out, Gumor panicked. He did not expect to somehow suffer a hopeless disaster. Immediately ready to run. However, just for a moment, a thunderbolt suddenly exploded in the middle of the dark night, and a terrifyingly majestic and incomparable voice came out from the stone statue. Lone soul, how dare you offend the face of God? This bellowing, taking Gumor by surprise, he looked at the stone statue with a bewildered look on his face. There really is a mountain god, isn't there? And at the same time, a golden light flew out from the stone statue, instantly knocking the female ghost out of the room, letting out a mournful scream, instantly withdrawing that long tongue, and then quickly rising from the ground. At this time, the female ghost's eyeballs on the layer of blood mist actually dissipated, eyes became clear, and then plop, kneeling in the doorway, crying, please forgive the mountain god, my daughter has a wrongdoing, was blinded by hatred, and only then bumped into the mountain god. To the ears of those few hillbillies, it still sounded like a ghostly cry. Chapter 4, There is a mountain god in the temple. See that the female ghost suddenly kneeling in the doorway issued a ghost cry. The temple that a few mountain people are scared to pee their pants. They did not hear the mountain god rage, also cannot see the golden light, only see that the female ghost kneeling on the ground ghost cry. But, at this time, Gumor, although he had heard the wrath of the mountain god, and also saw that a golden light repelled the female ghost, he was even more panicked in his heart. Because he's a ghost, too. He was worried that all of a sudden the mountain god would give him another shot as well. He wasn't trying to get out, though, after all, that female ghost had just struck out at him, and in this temple, the mountain god hadn't made a move against him for so long, so it looked like he was quite kind to him, and it was safer for him to be here. And at this time, outside the temple that female ghost kneeled on the ground and cried loudly, mountain god adults forgive I do not dare to offend. I in this mountain more than 10 years, have not had the honor to see the true face of the mountain god. I do not know that there is a true god in the mountain. And, the daughter was wronged by hatred. Delirious, just now rushed to the face of the god, but also asked the god of the mountain god to forgive me. The mountain god didn't reply back. The female ghost raised her hands, then did the 5-body salute, knelt on the ground, and cried out, Lord mountain god, my daughter has been wronged, please be a lord. This female ghost cries out for justice. The wind is blowing and the ghosts are crying. Those trees outside the door blew and rustled, and the mournful sound echoed through the mountains. The few mountain people kneeling in the broken temple could not understand the words of the female ghost at all. They could only hear a sulking cry, which made people panic and fear in their hearts. My daughter's name is Lin Xionyang. Originally a young lady of the Lin family under the Great Green Mountain, waiting for the words in the boudoir, not familiar with the world. 15 years ago, I met Yang Ming, the village scholar, and was deceived by his flowery words, and adored him, but the parents at home did not agree. But how do I know that Yang Ming has never been in love with me? All I want is my Lin family money. See, can't marry me, can't get my Lin family money, then up to mischief, lured me to steal home money and elope with him. I listened to Yang Ming deception, stole home money, left in the middle of the night and eloped with Yang Ming. After coming to this big green mountain, Yang Ming strangled me to death while I was asleep, and worrying that I was not dead, he used a mountain stone to swing and hit my head, and afterward, Yang Ming threw me into a pit and buried me, and took the money and left. Gumor heard and understood. Just the story of a silly white sweet rich lady and a scummy man who cheats her out of her money. The female ghost continued. My daughter doesn't dare to ask Lord Mountain God to redress my grievances. I only ask Lord to let me go. I want to go back to see my parents. If I can redress my grievances, then please redress them. If not, then I will go and seek revenge on that heartless man. The female ghost cried, Mountain God Lord Mingjian, although I have been a ghost for more than 10 years, but I have never harmed anyone's life, only because I was strangled by that negative person's rope, has been set on my bones, resulting in I can't even get out of the grave, both can't reincarnate, and can't leave. All these years, I want to find someone to help me, but no one has ever stepped on the place where I'm trapped. This night by chance, a few of them trampled on my tonight. By chance, a few of them stepped on my grave and loosened the noose around my neck, so I was able to come out and ask for help, but they don't understand the ghost language, and by my now this abominable face scared to flee. Only beg the Mountain God Lord, descend to mercy, show divine power, help me untie the rope set, let me leave, dare not and have other requests. When my daughter get out of the trap, will surely cast a dream of her parents, ask them to repair the temple for the Lord, and day by day to offer worship. Looking at that female ghost outside, constantly kowtowing and crying out in a pious manner, Gumor, however, was secretly relieved in his heart. After all, looking at the situation, that female ghost shouldn't be able to get into this temple, and as the mountain god was slow to react, he should have no intention of banishing him either, and was allowed to hide here, all night long. The girl ghosts are out there crying and wailing, but the mountain god never reacted again. The female ghost was also persistent enough to kneel outside and cry out her grievances for the whole night until the sun was about to rise before she had to leave. The hillbillies have been scared all night, too. A couple of guys all huddled together, listening to the ghosts cry all night long, waiting until the sun rose. A few people kneeled in front of the mountain god statue of 3 kneeling 9 kowtow before leaving in a panic. And the men, as they bowed in worship, Gumor saw spots of light emerging from those people again. This time, however, he didn't see the strange line of fog. Gumor watched those people leave and shook his head slightly. According to the legends he had heard, those 4 mountain people, whose flames had been pressed so low, were afraid that they would be very sick, and under this era of poor medical care, they might die after a single illness. As the sun rises, Gumor found a corner to hide in that wasn't exposed to the sun. Noon. The sun was scorching hot, and although it was covered by leaves, there was still sunlight falling, but fortunately the mountain temple was big enough that the sun couldn't shine in the innermost corners. Hurry, 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 there's the mountain god's temple up ahead. Everyone be respectful, don't impinge on Lord Mountain God. Outside the temple, there was a sudden clamor. Soon, a large group of mountain people appeared. Men and women, young and old, must have 70 or 80, many of whom were carrying tools such as hammers, wooden dings, ladders, and so on, while others were carrying fruits, pork, incense and candles, and so on. This is, come to worship the mountain god? Gumor muttered. Soon, a group of people quickly cleaned up the broken temple floor and, then they all began to kneel down and burn incense to worship God, and set up fruits and pastries and other things to offer. Gumor was surprised to find that another wisp of light emerged from those people and flew towards the idol. The scent of the pig's head now, especially when those joss sticks burned up, there would be a wisp of unique gas wafting towards the stone statue of the mountain god, as if the statue was absorbing it. The power of incense? Gumor guessed in his mind, but he didn't dare to touch those things with abandon. As last night proved, there should really be a mountain god in this temple. A lone soul hiding here by himself is already an offense. If he still dares to touch the mountain god's tribute, then he is simply looking for death. When the worship is over, those mountain people then began to build and repair the temple of the mountain god. There's a lot of people. Things get done fast. As the sun was going down, the original dilapidated mountain god temple actually has been repaired almost. Inside is also cleaned up, placed a variety of tributes, incense and candles a lot. All those mountain people came to kneel and worship. It was like a temple with a lot of incense. Just as the hillbillies were about to leave. Looking at those mountain people have left. He looked outside again. The sun has already set. He was ready to leave. This is after all the mountain god's territory. Yesterday the mountain god didn't expel himself. It doesn't mean that he won't expel today. At that moment, Gumor was ready to leave. Just then, he suddenly heard a soft call. Mr. Gu, please stay. When Gumor turned around, he saw that the stone statue of the mountain god appeared to change, and an old man walked out of it. When Gumor saw the other party's appearance clearly, his heart was shocked, because that person's appearance was exactly the same as that of the stone statue of the mountain god. The god of the mountain. Present. 39288687. Chapter 5, Not Knowing I'm Me. Gumor's heart was shocked, and he hurriedly bowed and arched his hand. Lone souls and wild ghosts. I have no intention to offend the Lord God of the mountain. It is just a mistake. Mr. Gu has discounted the old man. What surprised Gumor was that this mountain god was so polite to him that he also bent down to hold his arm and said, if it wasn't for Mr. Gu's help, the old man wouldn't have been able to get through this calamity, and I'm afraid he would have already disappeared in smoke. Gumor froze, and then, hurriedly said, Lord Mountain God may have misunderstood. I'm just a lone spirit. How can I be qualified to help you, Lord Mountain God? The mountain god hurriedly said, I don't dare to claim respect in front of Mr. Gu. I know that Mr. Gu may have doubts in his heart, so it may be good to listen to the details of the old man's words. Gumor arched his hand and said, then I'd like to trouble Lord Mountain God for guidance. The mountain god gently waved his sleeve, and a table and 2 stools unexpectedly appeared in the temple hall, and the mountain god pulled Gumor to sit down. To Gumor's surprise, he was actually able to sit on a chair, and with the mountain gods greeting him with tea and fruit, he was able to act like a normal person. The mountain god poured another cup of tea for Gumor and said, 400 years ago, I was originally a merchant in Ningyuan County named Wang Changshan, because there was a great famine that year, and I couldn't bear to see the people starving, so I opened the barn and released the grain to help the victims, but I did not want to lead to murder. Was a group of horse bandits targeted, was killed by the whole family, with hatred and died. A mouth of grievances do not dissipate into a ghost wandering the earth, but, by chance, the people will be buried in the mountains. The people will be buried in the mountains. The people will be buried in the mountains, and for me to repair the temple, enshrined in this, by the people incense, shelter mountain people. After the court remembered my merits, then officially enthroned me as a mountain god, become a real mountain god, will be in this mountain for the god for 100 years. But, 300 years ago, the world is in turmoil, the change of dynasties. I am the old god of the former dynasty. The former dynasty was overthrown. The country's fortune collapsed. I will naturally also encounter the calamity. I did not survive. Encountered all kinds of accidental calamities. And finally only a wisp of God's thought was left hidden in the statue. But the God has no incense. It is withering away day by day. Yesterday, it should have been the day of my great limit, thanks to the appearance of Mr. with great magic power to remake the golden body for me, and also attracted the wishes of the people of the mountain to tide over this calamity. Gumor was a bit confused. In the front, Gumor heard and understood. This Wang Changshan is the god of the former dynasty, enthroned by the national fortune, became a god, but it also means that he is bound to the national fortune of the former dynasty. And then the former dynasty was overthrown. He suffered a calamity, did not survive. A wisp of the divine mind hiding in the temple, because there is no incense offering, he continues to weaken. Yesterday is the time of the end of the big day, but Gumor couldn't understand what came after that. If Wang Changshan is saying that because he unintentionally saved the child named Taiho, which led the people to misunderstand that it was the mountain god who saved him, and thus attracted the incense and faith to save Wang Changshan, then Gumor could understand. But on the contrary, Wang Changshan added a great divine power. Where does he have any great powers? He immediately guessed that it should be that this mountain god misunderstood. He was clear about how many pounds he had, and he didn't dare to pretend. He didn't know anything and still pretended, and it was easy to be dismantled. Therefore, Gumor said sincerely, Lord Mountain God, you must have misunderstood. I'm just a lone soul without great magical powers. It's hard for me to protect myself, and by careful mistake, I saved a child. So those mountain people mistook it as you manifesting your spirit, and so they made offerings of wishing power for you. If that's the reason, it's possible that I helped you unintentionally, but if it's someone who used great magical powers to remake your golden body for you, then you have definitely recognized the wrong person. Wang Changshan smiled and said, Mr. Gu, if I was mistaken, how would I know that your surname is Gu? Gumor froze. He hadn't realized it just then, Yes, this mountain god called him Mr. Gu as soon as he appeared, but no one in this world should know that his last name was Gu. How do you know me, Lord Mountain God? Wang Changshan smiled slightly and said, I met you sir 50 years ago. Gumor's heart was in shock. That's just not possible. It's only been half a month since he crossed over. Also, he was only in his 20s before he crossed over. Wang Changshan continued, Sir, there is no need to be surprised. I know that you are now in a state of out-of-body immortal soul, and can't remember your past, but it doesn't matter. You are an immortal on Earth, and everything has its own wonderful method. 50 years ago, you came to the great green mountain enlightenment of the way of heaven. Sit forgotten to the critical moment. There is a vicious tiger in the mountain attempt to eat you. At that time, I still have plenty of God's mind left. Cannot bear that the evil tiger bad your way? Will help. After you woke up, you claimed that you owed me a great karma, promising that when the time is right, you will help me to overcome the tribulation and rebuild my golden body. Today, if it were not for your great magical power, sir, and I have not been enshrined by the current imperial court, not to mention the faith of only a dozen or so mountain people, even if it is a dozen or so million people, I do not see how it can be possible for me to rebuild my golden body. There is a sequence here. It was you who used great magical powers to remake my golden body for me, and then only then did you draw those mountain people to offer their wishes. I know that you may not be able to figure it out nowadays, but it doesn't matter. Everything was arranged by you in the underworld. Gumor was silent. What else could he say? This mountain god said everything. In short, in the opinion of the mountain god Wang Changshan, he is the earthly immortal. As to why he has now become a lonely soul who cannot know or understand anything, it is arranged in the underworld. Seeing Gumor's silence, Wang Changshan continued, now that my golden body has been remodeled, but my calamity has not yet passed. I'm afraid I still need to trouble you sir to help me. Gumor said, Lord Mountain God, there must be some misunderstanding here. I definitely won't be the high achiever of the way that you speak of. I don't understand and won't be able to remake my golden body. And I don't understand even more about assisting you to cross the tribulation. I don't even understand what a tribulation is. Wang Changshan laughed softly. Sir will definitely be able to. Gumor. Continuing, he said, the calamity, natural and man-made disasters, heavenly punishment and earthly punishment. It is impossible to say. For example, 300 years ago, the destruction of the former dynasty and the shattering of the country's fortunes was the beginning of my calamity. But, in the end, in what form the calamity will come, I am not sure. I have gone through a lot. The heavenly punishment, the great mountains collapsed, the living souls were devastated, the people destroyed my temple and so on are all my calamities. I would not have been able to get through it, but now that I have got the help of Mr. who has rebuilt my golden body for me, I still have the last calamity left. But, as for what is the last calamity, I am not clear about it either. However, since Mr. promised that he would help me to cross the tribulation, he must be able to do so. You are an immortal on earth, and although you are now assisting me in the form of an immortal soul, that is bound to be your arrangement. Gumor asked, what do you need me to do? Wang Changshan said, my golden body has just been restored to complexity, and I have very little divine power, so I can't even maintain my manifestation for long. So I'm afraid I still need you to help me extradite the incense for the time being. Gumor queried, aren't you afraid that I'll bring you calamity because of what I've done? Wang Changshan shook his head and said, that would have been my calamity. It won't be brought about because of what Mr. does. At most, it will only be materialized because of Mr. S actions. 39288239. Chapter 6, Temporary Residence at the Mountain God Temple. For Wang Changshan's proposal, Gumor was in favor of it with both hands. He was very happy to stay in the Mountain God's temple because he was sheltered by the Mountain God here, and most crucially, the divine power in Wang Changshan's body could nourish his current state of soul, so that it wouldn't dissipate one day if he didn't pay attention. I have 2 more questions. Gumor said, there's no harm in Mr. Gu speaking up. Wang Changshan said cheerfully. Gumor asked, since Lord Mountain God has decided that I'm the high person you speak of, then since I become a ghost now, doesn't that mean I'm already dead? So why do you still think I can help you? Wang Changshan smiled slightly and said, Mr. is definitely not dead, because Mr. is not a ghost now, but a living soul. This situation is very common. Many people will be due to some accidents, and cause the soul to leave the body, and become a wandering soul. There is not much consciousness, and a lot of things cannot be remembered. In that state, the physical body is not dead, and if you can get the help of a warlock, it is possible to summon the soul back in time, but if time passes and the soul dissipates then there's no way. Gumor said in a deep voice, so if you can't find a physical body, you're dead? Gumor was a bit helpless. It was impossible for him to find his physical body, unless he somehow traveled back again. Wang Changshan said, not necessarily. For example, sir, right now, as long as you stay in the mountain god temple, with my divine power nourishing you, you won't dissipate. Gumor said, after a long time, the flesh will die? Wang Changshan nodded his head and said, ordinary people will definitely die. But sir is not an ordinary person, so how could he die? Gumor didn't want to argue, and he couldn't. Wang Changshan had already decided that he was a master of the way, so he asked the second question. Lord Mountain God said that I'm a master of the way, and I'm in seclusion at Dacheng Mountain. So that means that my current physical body is at Dacheng Mountain? Wang Changshan nodded. Gumor asked, then where is my physical body? Wang Changshan shook his head and said, I don't know. Back then when you were in seclusion, I was already dormant, and I won't be able to find your physical body until I get through the tribulation and regain my reign as the mountain god and can sense the great green mountain. Okay. Gumor nodded and said, I still have to say, Lord Mountain God, you are most likely mistaken, but it is very grateful to be able to give me a lonely soul, a place to stay, with a meaningful smile on his face. Wang Changshan arched his hand towards Gumor, and his body slowly began to fade, and in a short while, it completely disappeared. Gumor smiled indifferently. Anyway, what's to be said? He's already said. If, in the future, Wang Changshan realized that he had recognized the wrong person, he could not be blamed. Come to think of it, Gumor then walked to the stone statue at ease and sat down. The closer he got to the stone statue of the mountain god, the more he could feel the divine charm emanating from the stone statue, allowing Gumor to feel a warmth, and his body no longer had that feeling of floating uncertainty of nothingness. After a long time, Gumor felt the solidity of his body becoming clearer and clearer. He found himself surprisingly solid, able to vaguely touch other things, and able to put his feet on the ground. Only, it didn't last very long and the touch wasn't very strong. But, it was already a delight for Gumor. In the long run, it might be possible for the body to coalesce into a solid body. Just as Gumor was rejoicing, outside the mountain god temple there was a sudden gust of gloomy wind. A mournful cry of ghosts and wolves came, the leaves rustled, and the female ghost Lin Xuanyang appeared. The scene is really a bit scary with all the ghosts. The gusts of wind and the cries of ghosts and wolves were so unsettling that the birds flew about and the insects were silenced. It wasn't that this Lin Xuanyang deliberately did this, but because she was too strong in her resentment. It was not under her control at all. When he saw Lin Xuanyang yesterday, Gumor still had some fear in his heart, but after meeting with the mountain god today, he wasn't afraid of the stern ghost at all. Just sit by the idol and watch quietly. That Lin Xuanyang went to the door of the mountain god temple and fell on her knees, crying out for justice as she did yesterday. The cries of the wailing and the agony of the, it's almost as if it makes people cry to hear it. Gumor couldn't help but ask the idol, Lord Mountain God, is this Lin Xuanyang's cry of injustice true? Is Mr. Gu moved to compassion? Wang Changshan's voice came from the idol. Guemo laughed mockingly and said, it's funny, I've been living in a state of ignorance myself, and I can't stand to see the suffering of others. Mr. Gu has great compassion. Wang Changshan said, that Lin Xuanyang said is true. Indeed died in vain trapped. According to reason, she died in vain in my jurisdiction. The grievances of the heavens, should I deal with? Only, now I even manifested are difficult. There is no spare capacity to help her dissolve the grievances, although she was transformed into a ghost of the grievances, but also especially have a conscience, has not mutilated human life. That is, yesterday, I do not know what good to Mr. Shot at you, but also did not start to kill, only thought that it is the Mr. I was not a good person, but only thought that it was Mr. I was a bad person, and expelled her. So it is. Gumor slowly walked to the door and looked at Lin Xuanyang outside, and at this moment, Lin Xuanyang also raised her head to look at Gumor, and hurriedly said, Lord God Envoy, yesterday, my daughter was ignorant, thought you were a mountain ghost. Before rashly rushing, please forgive me, have mercy on my daughter. Please relay my daughter's grievances to Lord Mountain God, and when my daughter gets out of the trap, she will definitely throw herself into her dream parents, and set up a tablet of longevity for the Lord, and make offerings day by day. Please have mercy on me. Please have mercy on me. Please have mercy on me. My daughter will definitely keep this in mind. Lin Xuanyang said. Gumor waved his hand and said, you and go back. After you get out of the trap, you don't need to set up a longevity tablet for me, but you remember to have your parents come here to offer incense to Lord Mountain God. My daughter knows. Lin Xuanyang cowed out a few times and slowly left. The next day, early morning, there are many more mountain people came to continue to repair the mountain god temple. Then yesterday came a little more people. Incense wishes also more abundant. and as the initiator of the Iron Qingshan still brought his son Ironhead. When Gumor came down from beside the stone statue, Ironhead really did see Gumo again, staring at him with big, curious eyes. Gumor smiled, pointed to the tribute on the tribute table, and said, "Ironhead, do you want to eat?" Ironhead nodded. Gumor said, "But go tell your father to organize a trip to the Great Rock Cave. There is a withered bone in there. Tell them to untie the rope that is attached to the withered bone. As long as you go and do this, you can eat whatever you want from the tribute here." "Really? Really?" Ironhead ran out the door right then and there. Not long after, there were cries of alarm from outside. "The mountain god has manifested himself. The mountain god has manifested himself." Soon, a large group of people put down the work at hand and ran in to kneel at the stone statue of the mountain god. None of these people suspected the truth, because in addition to the rescue of Tai Tu, the incident of the 4 mountain people being saved by the mountain god had also spread in the village. That's why more people came running to make offerings to the mountain god today. After all, a child's word isn't always believed. However, the words of 4 adults would be believed by many people. Not to mention, this was a world with demons and monsters, and it was really easy to make people believe in God. Under the organization of the Iron Green Mountain, a large gang then trooped off to the big cavern. 392888141. Chapter 7, Nightly Ghosts Casting Dreams. Dakingshan, a famous mountain in Ningyuan County. Under the mountain there is a town called Big Elm Town. Named after the town has an elm tree, said to have hundreds of years. From time to time there is a manifestation of the spirit, sheltering the people of the town, for the people to drive away the evil spirits and blessings. The local people feel grateful for this. Will be the town name for the Big Elm Town. In this town, there is a scholarly family. The master, surnamed Lin, is the only one in the last 100 years in the town of Danyu. The family capital is rich, known as Lin, in the town to build a large mansion. This Lin is a man of goodwill, from time to time to help the poor people in the township, repair bridges and pave the way, but also specializes in building a private school, employing Mr. Teaching, as long as the township's children are willing to study can be free of charge enrollment. However, this Mr. Lin is over the age of old, but he has no children by his side. Lin originally had a daughter, named Lin Xionyang. Just, in 16 years ago, Lin Xionyang and the village of Yangming Shoumen eloped. So many years has not been back. This thing, but also the Lin this life is the biggest stain. Over the years, Mr. Lin had also figured out that he had searched everywhere to inquire about the whereabouts of Lin Xionyang, but he had never gotten any news. Late this evening, the forest house, Lin outside his wife Mrs. Lin had a fight. A person ran to the study to sleep, but tossing and turning, cannot sleep. The heart is very difficult. Tonight, the reason why the Lin clerk had quarreled with Mrs. Lin was not for any other reason, but for that daughter who had been away from home for 16 years. Mrs. Lin misses her daughter and blames Mr. Lin for not stopping her daughter, Lin Xionyang, from marrying that scholar, Yang Ming, because of the gateway view. If not for that, her daughter wouldn't have left home for more than 10 years without coming back. In his heart, Mr. Lin had already regretted it, too. Only, back then, he was not the gateway to prevent his daughter from being with Yang Ming. He was because he found that Yang Ming's heart was not right, not a good person. So he did not want his daughter to marry Yang Ming, but he did not expect his daughter to do something like elope. Thinking about it, Mr. Lin then sighed. The heart is also very regrettable. Even if that Yang Ming is not a good man, if he is not bent on blocking, even if his daughter married to the Yang family is not good, he can also pick up his daughter back, but only to repent a little reputation. Not as bad as today. More than 10 years cannot see his daughter one side. The whereabouts of the unknown. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he became, and he even covered up and sobbed under the covers. I don't know how much time has passed. Officer Lin suddenly heard a cry coming from the courtyard, which was so sad and sulky that it made people feel sad to hear it. When Mr. Lin was puzzled in his mind, he got up and went out. As soon as she went out, she saw Mrs. Lin coming out of the compartment as well. Both of them curiously walked out into the courtyard and saw a woman with long, loose hair sitting in a gazebo, crying bitterly. Mr. Lin was puzzled, secretly saying that the maids in the house were not bullied. He was at once filled with righteous indignation. The maids in the house are all innocent girls from those poor families in the town, only because their families are poor, so they come to the Lin family to work as laborers, and on weekdays, even the couple outside the Lin family take care of those little girls quite well, and never allow others to bully them. Mr. Lin immediately asked, "Which girl are you? But you are being bullied. You and tell me, if it is reasonable, I will do it for you." The woman slowly turned her head at the sound of the voice. When they saw the woman's face clearly, the two of them, Elder Lin and Mrs. Lin were greatly shocked. Embroiderer, my daughter, you finally come back to see your mother. Mrs. Lin cried out in sorrow, so she ran to hug Lin Xionyang. Lin, member of the outside, took a deep breath, but is more calm than Mrs. Lin, but is also the eyes red, forced to hold back tears, walked over, put down the father's frame, softened and said, come back is good. Father, not stop you and Yang Ming together, as long as you are willing to come back. Father, everything is according to you. But unexpectedly, when Lin Xionyang heard this, she let out a cry of pain. Father, mother, my daughter is unfilial. I regret that I should not listen to you. Listen to that young Ming coaxing. That day I eloped with him. Immediately, Lin Xionyang told the story of her being killed by Yang Ming and how she was able to get out of the trap yesterday with the help of the mountain god. It ended up causing the three of them to hug and cry and grieve. Just then, a loud shout suddenly came from the Lin family's residence. What a stern ghost! How dare you come to the Lin family to haunt them? Do you know that this Lin family is a family of good deeds? How can you allow this evil spirit of yours to come and do whatever it wants? The three looked away. It was actually a white-bearded old man on crutches, who came from nowhere but had a strong gait, ran to the gazebo in a few steps, raised his crutches and struck towards Lin Xionyang. Lin Xionyang exclaimed in shock. A body of grievances was actually half dispersed by this stick. She quickly dodged away, shouted, Old gentleman Ningjin, I am the daughter of this Lin family, by the traitor, turned into a ghost trapped in the Great Green Mountain for more than 10 years. Today, the mountain god's gift, only to be freed to go home to meet my parents and parents. The old man said angrily, cultivate nonsense. The Great Green Mountain several hundred years ago there is no mountain god. You evil spirit, still want to cheat me, looking for a fight. As that old man spoke, he raised his cane towards Lin Xionyang and struck her. The agility of this movement was completely unlike an old man. While this is going on, Officer Lin hurriedly shouted, Old sir, have mercy, but the embroiderer is my daughter. The old man stopped moving, but did not put it down, and said in a deep voice, Elder Lin, do you know that evil spirits are cunning? You must not be deceived. Definitely not. Mr. Lin said with certainty, this daughter of mine had a hard life, and was victimized by a traitor, before she was transformed into a severe ghost, and was trapped for more than 10 years before she was able to get out of the trap and return today. The old man said in a deep voice, what is the reason? Again, the old man heard, burst into a rage, said, that young family showman, I also know, young often in my side to play, after a serious illness, or I blessed him to save his life, did not think, is this kind of wolf-hearted things? After saying that, the old man looked at Lin Xionyang and said, since this is such a matter, I will not beat you to death. However, you must remember that there is a head for the grievances and a head for the debts, and you must not harm the lives of others. If I know that you dare to harm others, then I will not be blamed for being unsympathetic. Lin Xionyang hurriedly responded. The old man asked again, what was that mountain god you were talking about? Lin Xionyang said doubtfully, it is the mountain god. The mountain god in the mountain god temple in Daqing Mountain. I want to find someone to help, but they see my face is horrible, and do not understand my words. In a panic, they broke into the mountain god temple, and got the mountain god to protect me. I have seen the god's face, and got a chance to get out of the trap, and I came back today. One is to see my parents, and ask them to clean up my bones, and to report to the government to redress the grievances, and the other is to pay back the heavenly grace for me. Today, I came back to see my parents, to ask them to clean up my bones and avenge my wrongs, and secondly, to return the mountain god's heavenly grace to the mountain god for me, and to offer incense to him. Is it not a joke? The old man said in a deep voice, Daqing Mountain has not had a mountain god for hundreds of years, and I have never heard of the recent imperial court has enthroned the mountain god. I'm afraid of what the mountain spirit wild monster bold, posing as a mountain god to steal incense, the old man said as he turned around and walked away. Officer Lin hurriedly chased after him and shouted, can the old gentleman keep his name? But where else could the figure of the old man be seen? Lin sighed, should have asked this old gentleman for his name, not for anything else, but for guidance. What should the embroiderer do? At this time, Mrs. Lin said, you old man is also confused. Can we have anyone else in this great elm town who will exorcise evil spirits and bestow blessings on the people? It dawned on Officer Lin, saying, Elder Elm. Just then, a rooster's crow came out of nowhere. That Lin Xionyang cried out, Father, Mother, don't forget to return the favor for me. Mrs. Lin exclaimed, Embroiderer, where are you going? But where was Lin Xionyang's figure in front of her? 39288774. Chapter 8, The Elm Spirit. Embroiderer. Early in the morning, in the compartment of the Lin residence, Mrs. Lin woke up in a dream, her mouth still shouting the name of her daughter, Lin Xianyang. In the courtyard, some of the maids and maids-in-law heard it and all sighed slightly, all lamenting that this old madam is getting older and is also missing her daughter more and more. At this time, Mrs. Lin was not even able to put on her shoes, so she hurriedly ran out and ran towards the study, and just after arriving outside the study, she saw that Officer Lin also came out of the study in a panic. Mrs. Lin hurriedly said, "I dreamed of the embroidery lady." "I dreamed it too," Officer Lin said. The two men then told the story of their dream, and realized that they had the exact same dream. At once, Mrs. Lin was so sad that she almost fell to the ground, but fortunately she was assisted by Mr. Lin, who cried out in pain, "Go to the Tiejia village to see if there are really bones in the corpse." Both of them had heard Lin Xianyang say in their dreams that the mountain god had sent someone to dig up her bones and now they had been brought to the Tiejia village. Mr. Lin immediately called on a few family members to rush to the Tiejia village. All the way there, he prayed in his heart that it was just a dream but, when we got to Tiejia village, we inquired, actually really learned that yesterday the Iron family village people by the mountain god instructions, in the big green mountain dug up a body. Now, has gone to the county to report the case. Hearing that, Officer Lin immediately let out a cry of sorrow and fainted. In the Daqing mountain, in the morning, there were 20 or so Tiejia village's young men and women who came to the mountain god temple to continue repairing the mountain god temple. It's just that it's a bit sparse compared to the 70 or so people who came to pay their respects yesterday. However, Gumor also knew that those mountain people can't have so many people come to worship the mountain god every day. Who is not busy? These are ordinary people, running around for 3 meals a day, able to arrange for more than 20 young and strong to repair the mountain god temple, is already enough to pay attention to the mountain god. From the conversations of those mountain people, Gumor also learned that Lin Xianyang's body had been brought back by her family. Why is it suddenly so foggy? The sun is out and it's actually fogging up again. How weird is that? Don't talk nonsense. This is the temple of the mountain god, with Lord Mountain God here. What can be strange? Gumor suddenly heard a clamor. He put down the fruit in his hands, looked at the door, actually really saw a particularly dense fog. Appeared really is a bit strange. Gumor's pupils shrunk, and he was instantly on guard. And at this point, at the entrance of the mountain god temple, an old man with a walking stick was walking in the mist. He looked at the mountain god temple in front of him, with golden light and incense, very majestic. He suddenly snorted coldly, and said, "Good mountain spirits and wild monsters, the guts are really big. How dare you dare to pretend to be a god so brightly and openly? Not afraid of the imperial court or heaven's punishment?" The old man ignored the wisps of golden light at the doorway and, straight away, he walked into the temple of the mountain god. And at the moment, Gumor was sitting in the stone statue of the mountain god looking at the old man who walked in. Gumor could tell at a glance that this old man was no ordinary person, because as the old man approached, he surprisingly realized that the old man had turned into an elm tree. Demons? Tree spirits? Gumor's heart was in shock. One should know that Lin Xianyang's so heavy resentment was blocked by the divine light outside the temple. But this old tree spirit was completely unaffected. The old man stood in front of the stone statue of the mountain god and said in a deep voice, "Since your excellency knows that you steal incense to cultivate, don't you know that if you do so, you will be suppressed by the imperial court and punished by heaven?" Gumor's heart was frozen. He couldn't guess what this tree spirit wanted to do, but he wasn't afraid. After all, the mountain god was at the side. Immediately, Gumor stepped out, and when he wasn't next to the stone statue of the mountain god, the light on his body dissipated. That old tree spirit man saw Gumor's appearance clearly at this time, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes, and just as Gumor was about to open his mouth to speak, that old tree spirit man directly knelt down on the ground. "Greetings, Mr. Gu." The old man did not know that it was Mr. Gu here, and took the liberty of rushing in. "Please forgive Mr. Gu." Tree spirit old man lowered his head, a look of doing something wrong. Continued, "Last night, met the spiteful ghost Lin Xianyang. From her mouth to learn that on the great green mountain actually appeared a mountain god. The heart felt strange, because since 300 years ago, this great green mountain god disappeared. The great green mountain has not been a mountain god, and have not heard of the imperial court to have a new enthronement. I also heard that now the people of Tiejia village here to repair the temple dedicated to the mountain gods, worried that there will be evil spirits compel the people, to the detriment of the people, and listen to the people of Tiejia village that you sheltered the people. It is guessed that it is not a generation of evil, suspected that the mountain monsters are the firstborn of the spirit of wisdom, do not know the importance of the theft of incense, and in the end the opposite of the harm to their own. I'm also a spirit of the mountain monsters and wild beasts into the spirit. Know that it is not easy to cultivate in the heart, so I came to check out the idea. thinking that if I can persuade them to return, it is also a great merit, but I never thought that I had bumped into you, Mr. Gu. Gumor looked at the old tree spirit man who was kneeling on the ground and was dumbfounded. This old tree spirit man actually knew him too. You know me? Gumor was puzzled. The tree spirit old man raised his head and said, Mr. Gu has forgotten the little old man? I am the big elm town of the old elm tree, born of hundreds of years of spiritual wisdom but always afraid. Until 50 years ago, thanks to your enlightenment to see the way forward. You told me to do good deeds, said that in the future, when I have enough merit, I will find a priesthood for me. These 50 years, I do not dare to forget a moment of Mr. Your teachings, has been reserved to shelter the people. Mr. I now have enough merit? Mistakenly recognized. Mr. Gu, don't make fun of little old me, said the old tree spirit. It's impossible for little old me to be mistaken. Gu more. Just then, Wang Changshan's voice came from the stone statue of the mountain god. Old elm, what's in front of you is Mr. Gu's living soul, and his spiritual awareness is not complete. So how could he remember you, old bastard? The elm tree spirit trembled and hurriedly bowed to the stone statue of the mountain god, saying, Greetings, Lord Mountain God. Wang Changshan laughed. You old bastard is strange, imposing to come. How come at this moment, but do not doubt the authenticity of this seat? The elm spirit said, Since Mr. Gu is here, then surely no mountain spirit or wild monster will dare to impersonate Lord Mountain God. Wang Changshan said, Go back to your town of Daiyu. What kind of person is Mr. Gu? Since he promised to give you a priesthood appointment if you have enough merit, he will definitely give it to you. And if he doesn't give it to you now, that means you don't have enough merit. Little old me understands. Little old me understands. I'll leave now. The elm tree spirit bowed to Gumor, then to the stone statue of the mountain god, and respectfully exited the mountain god temple. When the elm spirit leaves, in the idol, Wang Changshan ejaculated. Strange, this old elm tree did not arrive at the time of the calamity. How come the calamity gas on the body is so heavy? 392-8894. Chapter 9, The Death of the Mountain God. Upon hearing this, Gumor was puzzled. Lord Mountain God, what do you mean by this? Wang Changshan said. Mr. Gu, don't call him that. I dare not answer. Gumor pondered for a moment and said, Then how did I address you before? Wang Changshan said, Back then, sir called me Lord Shan. Then I'll call you Lord Shan. Gumor asked, What did you just say about that elm tree spirits robbing chi? Wang Changshan said, I am the mountain god, although now the divine power has not been restored. With not much mountain god authority, can hold the fate of all the spirits in the mountain. But, after all, that old elm tree is a living creature in the great green mountain. To my near, or can see its destiny. Under my authority, see that the fate of the old elm tree and 100 years will cross a calamity. But the strange is strange, 100 years after the calamity. Now, that the old elm tree on the body is full of the calamity gas, and the richness of the calamity gas, I'm afraid that not more than half a month, it will have to cross the life and death of the calamity. It's really strange. This old elm tree is full of merits and virtues, and since Mr. Gu had promised to find a priesthood errand for him, he shouldn't have suffered a disaster. As Gumor listened, he felt that this Wang Changshan was too much of a myth about that Mr. Gu, so he said, Without Mr. Gu's promise, how does Lord Shan think this robbing chi should be explained? Wang Changshan said, If there is no Mr. Gu's promise, then the old elm tree's calamity is advanced by 100 years. That is, this old bastard has done something harmful to heaven, and should be punished by heaven. Wouldn't that be normal? Gumor said. It's not normal, said Wang Changshan, since he was enlightened by Mr. Gu. This old elm tree is not stupid and ignorant. Would he still think that he can deceive Mr. Gu? This old elm's destiny is average. Without Mr. Gu's enlightenment, all his life will only be muddled through. How could he be so ignorant? Mr. Gu's promise of a priesthood is a great blessing for him. He won't do anything wrong. But this is a strange calamity. Gumor didn't say anything more. He's a little confused in his mind now. 2. Wang Changshan, as the mountain god, had mistaken him for that mysterious Mr. Gu, and now, that old elm spirit had even mistaken him for that mysterious Mr. Gu as well. One is a god, the other a demon. They both decided one thing. And could he, just a lone soul, really have a higher cognizance than these two? But, he himself had obviously just crossed over a little over half a month ago. How could you have sought immortality in this world for 50 years? It's only been 20 years since he was even born. Early the following morning, there were two richly dressed old couples with a few household servants and a couple of craftsmen who came outside the mountain god's temple. Those mountain people who were repairing the mountain god temple greeted the old couple warmly when they saw them. Those two people are the parents of that female ghost Lin Xianyang. Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin. Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin came to the temple to kowtow and worship, burning incense and lighting candles. Mr. Lin reverently knelt on the ground and said, "Thank you for the blessing of the Lord God of the mountain, letting my daughter's corpse and bones see the light of day. Yesterday, my husband and wife have already invited a counselor to go to the yamen to sue, so please bless the Lord God of the mountain, so that my bitter daughter can be cleared of the wrongs." Mr. and Mrs. Lin were both in their prime, but they kowtowed on the ground with great sincerity. I and other countryside mountain people, I do not know that there is a true God in the mountains. Over the years much neglect, adults do not care about the former suspicion, to help my bitter daughter out of trouble. Today, my husband and wife came to return the wish, specially invited craftsmen to repair the temple for the mountain god adults, crossing the golden body, so that in the future the people to come to offer worship. Mr. Lin said. As Mr. Lin finished speaking, a stonemason stepped forward and knelt before the idol, with an inkwell in his hand, and said, "Please order and ask the god, if the Lord God of the mountain permits the grass people and others to start the work in an unauthorized manner, then please send down a decree." With that, the stonemason's mouth perked up, to Gumor's surprise. As he listened, the stonemason's murmuring voice even seemed to have a trace of Taoist rhythm lingering around it, which was transmitted into the stone statue. Gumor was a bit surprised in his heart. In his previous life, he had seen many ancient professions, such as stonemasons, carpenters, feng shui masters, and so on, have a step of asking the gods before doing something, and he used to only think that it was to look professional. Now it seems to me that I was the one who was ignorant. There really are some rules to this. In a few moments, Gumor then heard Wang Changshan in the stone statue make a sound. Granted, the voice, which only he could hear, Officer Lin's husband and wife and that stonemason couldn't hear it, but it was relayed in a different way. That stonemason pulled out the ink bucket thread and gently flicked it to the ground, and surprisingly, two lines appeared, the same length, but one lighter and one darker in color. "Thank you, Lord Mountain God." The stonemason kowtowed and rose, saying, "Lord Mountain God has agreed." For the next little while, the changes at the mountain temple would be very significant. Lin is, after all, famous big money. He participated in the repair. Naturally, not those ordinary mountain people can compare. Just a few days, the mountain god temple is new, become very atmospheric and solemn. Do not see that before the dilapidated and fallen scene. And because of Mr. Lin's reputation, these days, there is an endless stream of people coming from all villages and towns to worship the mountain god every day. In the past few days, I also learned about the situation of Mr. Lin's family from the gossip of the people who came to worship the gods. Lin's family sued Yang Ming to the county court. The second in command at the county office, the county minister, married a famous local lady from a prestigious family. Yang Ming refused to admit that he killed Lin Xianyang, nor did he admit that he lured Lin Xianyang to elope, but bit back and sued Lin for falsely accusing a court official. But in the case of Lin, there are some contacts in the county, and the two sides fought a lawsuit. A stalemate. This matter is getting bigger and bigger in Ningyuan County. Instead, it somehow made the incense of the mountain god temple in Dacheng Mountain more prosperous. And many people have heard that the Lin family has been reporting crimes for more than 10 years because of the manifestation of the mountain god. For a time, in the temple of the mountain god, the incense burns heavily, all day long. Gumor clearly felt that Wang Changshan's divine power was becoming more and more vigorous. However, Wang Changshan was becoming nervous. It's been hiding in the stone statue and not moving, not even talking for the past 2 days. At noon on this day, the sky was originally clear, but it became cloudy all of a sudden. This weather, it changes on a dime. Gumor stood at the entrance of the mountain god temple, looking at the dark clouds, and said, "These people who come up the mountain to worship the god are going to be in trouble. It's not easy to walk the mountain road when it rains." Just as Gumor was sighing, Wang Changshan, who had not spoken for 2 days, suddenly appeared beside Gumo, looked very nervous, his body even shivered a little, and said, "Mr. Gu, my final calamity has arrived. It is a death calamity." 39288790. Chapter 10, The Elm Tree Spirit Saves the Day. Gumor was shocked and said, "What should we do then?" Wang Changshan shook his head and said, "I don't know what to do. A few days ago, the incense was in full bloom and I had a premonition. As the saying goes, when the tide is high, the tide will fall. Just like the return of light before the death of a mortal. I hid in the stone statue in the hope that I could avoid the calamity. But after all, I can't hide anymore. I already have a premonition that this is my death calamity. The death calamity from 300 years ago has not yet ended. Today is the last calamity. Please save me, Sir, Gumor said helplessly. How can I save you? I don't know. Wang Changshan said nervously. I don't know exactly what form this death calamity will take. Perhaps a mountain collapsing with living souls in ruins. Perhaps direct heavenly punishment descending. Perhaps temples destroyed. Idols pushed and so on are all possible. Gumor said. Lord Shan, I am really a lonely ghost. These days, or thanks to your divine power to nourish the smoke has not gone up in smoke. Even you do not know how to avoid the robbery. I am the heart is also powerless. Wang Changshan said. Mr. Gu, you promised to return my karma and help me cross over. Now, I can only rely on you. Gumor. The wind is howling in the town of Great Elm. The sky suddenly dimmed, and many people rushed to their yards to collect clothes and food in a rush. Under a big elm tree in the middle of town, a large group of children are still playing, regardless of the rain, until the elders of the family with a wooden stick to banish home, one by one in a panic to scatter and flee. A white-bearded old man under the tree looked at the scene and laughed his ass off. However, people came and went, but it was as if no one could see this old man. This old man is none other than the elm tree spirit enshrined in the town and honored by the people as Old Man Elm. To be those children were brought home. The elm old man only slowly raised his head, looking at the sky dark clouds, frowned, said, how the heart is a little blocked it. Should not be my old elm tree Gu Mr. Montgomery enlightenment. Decades of sheltering aside of the people, although not the merits of immense merit, but there are merits in the body. Is raining and thundering always will not splitting me right? Eunuch Elm. Eunuch Elm. Suddenly, Elder Elm heard a sharp cry of. He immediately heard that it wasn't a human voice, and as he turned his head to look, he saw the Lin family's daughter, Lin Xionyang, who had died in vain, stumbling and running towards him. Elder Elm's mind was reeling. Some days ago, he had seen Lin Xionyang. A ghost gas is very rich. He has been worried about this Lin Xionyang which day a thought of the people's scourge, that all the grievances if the outbreak, even if he cannot be suppressed for a moment. But this moment, this Lin Xionyang is ghostly thin, a body of grievances has been scattered, and also in the rapid flow, afraid that it will not be a while, will be soul flying away. Embroiderous Lin, what's wrong with you? Elder Elm rushed over and asked. At this time, Lin Xionyang, whose soul body was on the verge of breaking apart, knelt on the ground and cried, Eunuch you, please save my parents. Today, I learned that Yang Ming that bribed the county magistrate with the intention of forcibly convicting my parents. I have no choice but to come up with the next strategy, ready to go to kill Yang Ming, but I do not want to Yang Ming's home there is a person. Taoist practice is profound, means amazing. I am entangled in the middle of the fight with him. Even in the dark there is a person, accidentally by its sneak attack. Now, I'm about to lose my soul. I don't want to be reincarnated. I only ask Eunuch you to save my parents. That Yang Ming is cunning and vicious. He has already brought someone to arrest my parents, intending to beat them to death. If my parents are really captured, then it's really hopeless. I beg Eunuch you to think of my parents for the sake of their many years of good deeds and to save them. Before the words were spoken, the Lin embroidery lady then screamed miserably as countless cracks appeared in her body, then instantly exploded and her soul flew away. Eunuch you suddenly burst into fury, said, good a treacherous villain. Also blame me for that year's soft heart, if I did not save that vicious villain, not to cause the Lin embroidery fell a life in vain death after the soul also flew out of the end of the world. This Lin outside of the husband and wife widely do good deeds. I cannot let them also fall into the end of the death of a vain death. Muttering twice, Elder Elm then quickly rushed towards the Lin family. Tap 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 tap. A burst of rapid hoofbeats startled the town's residents to look sideways, and they saw dozens of Yamen constables rushing towards the Lin family. And at the forefront, there was a wealthy middle-aged man around 40 years old. Some people with good eyesight recognized that person as Yang Ming, who had disappeared for more than a decade. This Yang Ming is going to the Lin family? Elder Lin is afraid that he's in trouble. Who would have guessed that Yang Ming, that wolf-hearted thing, would be the county minister now? Be careful, don't you want to die? I heard a few days ago that the officials of the government office are protecting each other, and that Elder Lin is in big trouble. Alas, poor Mr. Lin, such a good man, his daughter died in vain, cannot redress the wrongs, and now, I'm afraid that he must be hitched up, soon. Yang Ming then led a group of constables to the outside of the Lin family. However, at this time, the door of the Lin family was tightly closed. Yang Ming shouted, smash the door, rush in and arrest them, and whoever dares to stop them will be killed. Immediately, a group of constables then rushed to smash down the gate of the Lin family and rushed in with a swarm. However, those constables just went in not long, one by one crying out, all are terrified, and even some began to vomit and diarrhea up. There's a ghost, there's a ghost, there's a ghost in the Lin family. My lord! The constables all stumbled and ran out. No matter how Yang Ming rebuked them, they were unwilling to go in and arrest people again. Lord Yang, said one of the constables, there really are ghosts in the Lin family mansion. As soon as the brothers went in, they encountered ghosts hitting the wall. No matter how they ran, they always saw a group of ghosts floating around. Some had no head, some only had half a head, and some only had half of a body. Lord, this Lin family is a ghost mansion. Yang Ming snorted coldly and turned his head to look at the two old Taoist priests beside him. An old Taoist priest said, it's not that Lin Xianyang. That Lin Xianyang was struck by my senior brother's money sword before, and now she must have lost her soul. Before, wasn't it rumored that Lin Xianyang was saved by the mountain god? Yang Ming was shocked and said, is there really a mountain god? Hey, said the old Taoist priest, where is the mountain god in Ningyuan County? The imperial court has never enshrined it here. So it must be an ungrateful mountain spirit posing as a mountain god, singing with that Lin Xianyang and stealing incense, waiting for the poor Taoist to go and collect it. Immediately, the two Taoist priests both rolled over and dismounted, one holding a money sword and the other a compass, and quickly walked in. However, it was only a few moments before the two Taoist priests went in aggressively. Then he was thrown out with a bruised nose and smashed on the ground in a good way. Yang Ming was shocked when he saw this, and just then, fog rose from the flat earth, very thick. So thick that you couldn't see out of the corner of your hand. Yang Ming heart fear. He shouted those constables, no one responded. He rode the horse how to run cannot run out. He swallowed his mouth and loudly rebuked. What are you, a demon? How dare you block the court officials? Not afraid of the national luck suppression? Just then, Yang Ming saw a small, stooped old man with white hair and white beard appear in front of him, and as the old man approached, Yang Ming was shocked, recalling a time when he was seriously ill as a child. His family was poor and had no money for medical treatment, and when he was dying, an old man entered his dream to bestow blessings, and when he woke up, he recovered from his illness. Later, it was said that it was a manifestation of Old Man Elm, who was enshrined in the town, and that old man, is this old man in front of me at this time? 39288726. Chapter 11, Burning Elm Spirit. Looking at the old man you walked over, Yang Ming's body instantly tensed up, although he as a court official boasts that he has official luck to add. Not afraid of ghosts and gods, but, really facing the legendary ghosts and gods, the heart is still unconsciously will be afraid. Yang Ming, Elder Elm walked over slowly and said, people are doing it. The heavens are watching. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens for being so perverse? Yang Ming rolled over and dismounted, arched his hand and said, Yang Ming has met Lord Yu. Humph. Elder Elm snorted coldly. Yang Ming said, Lord Yu, I am an official of the court, and I am practicing the laws of the court. You're old man, are you not trying to fight against the court? Elder Elm rebuked. Don't hold the court against me. You're perverse and wolfish. You won't be an official for long. Long is not long is my thing. Yang Ming said, but, I advise you old one. You are old tree into a spirit. Cultivation is not easy. This official national luck plus body. The name of all the people to protect the body. You do not want to be impulsive. If it is to this official shot, I am afraid that your hundreds of years of cultivation will be destroyed. Elm old man said angrily, you also do not want to scare me. You have official luck to protect the body. My old man is not able to harm you. However, I have hundreds of years of cultivation is not for nothing. I am also subjected to the people's incense and offerings. Killing you I cannot afford, but I also have the means to depreciate your lifespan. That a bit of chi oppression. I can still withstand it. Why bother? Yang Ming said, Lord Yu, this official was also indebted to you when I was young to save your life. You and I are not in such a state. The next day I will report to the court, counting your many years of achievements, and request that the court for you to seal the right. Elm old man heart is born a few points of intention. He did his best to shelter the people, enjoy the incense on earth. All he asked for is to be able to have the opportunity to get the court to be enthroned, even if it cannot be directly enthroned as a god. To be able to get into the temple to get an official position is also a great chance. However, the Elm old man remembered the enlightenment of Mr. Gu 50 years ago, immediately pressed down the palpitations of the heart, said, it is not necessary for you, Lord Yang, to ask for a seal for me. Today I only ask for one thing. If Lord Yang admits that the old man saved your life back then, today let the Lin couple a way out of life. The Lin couple is afar and near the well-known great benefactor. Even if you are Yang Ming, when I was a child, I was able to have books to read. I have to be grateful to Mr. and Mrs. Lin. They are both of great merit. They should not be subjected to this disaster. Do you agree? Yang Ming hurriedly said. What are you talking about? Lord Yu, since you opened your mouth, how can I not follow? Lord Yu, don't worry. I'll immediately bring people to leave Great Elm Town. Humph. Then go away. Old Man Elm grunted and turned around, then walked towards the fog. And soon, his figure disappeared. Yang Ming looked at the direction where the Old Man Elm left. His heart was slightly relieved. Just at this moment, he was in a trance of consciousness. His eyes were hazy, and in the next moment, he suddenly realized that he was riding his horse and standing at the entrance of the Lin family's mansion. The gate of the Lin family's mansion wasn't smashed, either. All those surrounding constables were also still waiting for his order, and none of them had ever entered the Lin family's mansion, much less encountered a ghost beating on the wall at the Lin family's house. It seemed as if everything that had just happened was just a dream he had had. However, the two Taoist priests beside him, had stony expressions. An old Taoist priest hurriedly asked, "Lord Yang, you have just..." Yang Ming didn't say much, but just turned his horse around and ordered, amidst the puzzlement of the crowd of constables, "Retreat." The constables are confused, completely unable to understand what this young county minister is doing, obviously a raging run to seek revenge. As a result, as soon as the door to the Lin family, as if asleep, riding on horseback dementedly looking at the door of the Lin family, how to shout are not responding to, and now finally back to the spirit, but do not say anything, and directly withdrawn. Only, although those constables were puzzled, no one dared to ask. They all honestly followed and left, until we get out of the town of Big Elm. It was only then that those two old Taoist priests breathed a sigh of relief, and one of them whispered, "Lord Yang, did you just encounter some evil spirits?" Yang Ming nodded slightly. The old Taoist monk said in a deep voice, "I'm really sorry, Lord Yang, we masters and brothers don't dare to do this wade. Just now at the entrance of the Lin family, my masters and brothers were suppressed. They were powerless to fight back. The two of us don't have enough Taoist skills to help." Yang Ming's face grimly said, "It's that old elm tree spirit in Big Elm Town. That old bastard is so good that he doesn't know the sky and the earth. And even the court officials dare to block it. Two Taoist masters. I know that you guys are Taoist masters. Can you have a way to help me cure that old elm tree?" The two Taoist priests looked at each other and asked, "Is Lord Yang sure it's that old elm tree?" "Of course," Yang Ming said. That Taoist priest laughed coldly and said, "Mountain spirits and wild monsters all have weaknesses, especially this kind of flowers, plants and trees that have become spirits. No matter how deep the Taoist skill is, as long as they know where the main body is, they are all very easy to deal with. Lord Not Lack of the county's garrison army borrowed. The army convergence is the most vigorous flame, and the army travels, bring their own kill. Mountain spirit wild monster dare not mess with. Unusual spells also useless to the army. You arrange the army to surround that old elm tree spirit of the body. At that time, just a fire can easily accept that elm tree spirit." Yang Ming's eyes lit up and he said, "Taoist, are you sure?" Of course. Those means of the mountain spirits and wild monsters seem to be marvelous, but in reality, they are just that. Flowers, plants and trees have become spirits, and what they are most afraid of is fire. Over the town of Great Elm, still dark and cloudy, but strangely enough, there was no thunder or rain, just dark clouds and a dark sky. Tap 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 tap. Suddenly, another clatter of hoofbeats startled the townspeople. The pounding and dense sound of hoofbeats made the hearts of many people panic, and dozens of war horses were seen entering the town, followed by 500 or 600 heavily armed soldiers, fishtailing straight into the town. In the midst of the panic of those people in Great Elm, that army directly surrounded the town's elm tree, which had been hundreds of years old, and the leader, a general-like man, held up an official letter from the county government office and said aloud, "Great Elm Town, the elm tree has become a spirit, and is a scourge to the people, and its crime should be put to death. Burn!" With the general's command, suddenly the wind rose from the flat ground, and a fierce gust of wind blew out all those torches, and at the same time, a burst of dense fog appeared strangely, directly enveloping all directions. "Humph!" the general shouted. "Brilliant heavenly day! How dare the demons still haunt? All generals, draw your swords and put the evils to death." As the general bellowed, hundreds of soldiers drew their swords in unison and yelled, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The neat and majestic shouts of killing shook the four fields with murderous intent, and for that one moment, the fog instantly dispersed, and the blowing gale came to an abrupt end at that moment. Burn! Many soldiers threw out the altar filled with kerosene and smashed it on the big elm tree, crackling a burst of crunching, and then dozens of torches were thrown out, and in an instant, the fire blazed up. In the midst of the fire, everyone heard a mournful scream that made people's hearts flutter, and vaguely, they were able to see an old man running around in the midst of the fire, appearing and disappearing. 392888964. Chapter 12, Stealing the Sky. Rumble. The dark clouds that had been dense in the sky for so long suddenly stirred and, A thunderbolt exploded and lightning filled the clouds, instantly illuminating the dimly lit sky and earth. In front of the temple of the mountain god King Changshan trembled. He had been standing here for a long time and had always been tense, because he had already had a premonition that today was the day of his final calamity, and he had always waited with fear and trembling, not knowing what form the calamity would take. Now, suddenly a thunderclap is heard and, unable to help it, he tensed up, actually trembling with fear, and reached out his hand to grab Gumor's arm, as if attempting to get a bit of security from him. Rumble, rumble, thunder continued to explode, and from a distance, the clouds were terrifyingly abnormal. Gumor sensed Wang Changshan's nervousness and comforted. Lord Shan should not be too nervous. Wang Changshan said in a deep voice, Mr. Gu, the most feared thing about death robberies is heavenly punishment, and if this death robberies of mine comes in the form of heavenly punishment, then I will really die today. Eek. Not right. Wang Changshan suddenly froze, his eyes filled with doubt. Gumor was puzzled. What's wrong? Wang Changshan was shocked. My robbing chi is actually fading? Gumor was unable to see any calamity chi, nor could he understand what calamity chi was. He was just able to sense that Wang Changshan seemed to be less tense, and said, Congratulations to Lord Shan. It seems that the heavenly Tao is merciful, and Lord Shan will surely obtain great fortune after this calamity. Something's not right. Wang Changshan was puzzled. It's fading too fast. It's as if I've already crossed the calamity. Immediately, Wang Changshan raised his hand to pinch his fingers and closed his eyes to count. Just then, Gumor was surprised to find that the line of causality had reappeared. Some days ago, the first time he came to the mountain god temple and awakened the idol of Wang Changshan that time, he saw a line of karma between him and the mountain god, and it was that line of karma that guided him to the mountain god temple in the underworld. At that time, he sensed that he owed the mountain god a share of karma. It's just that, at that point, he couldn't understand a thing. I don't understand when I owe karma. Over the past few days, he had heard the name Mr. Gu many times, which made his heart speculate a bit. During this time, however, that karmic thread hasn't been reappearing for a while now. Surprisingly, it reappeared today and the color seems to have changed to gold and is no longer transparent. Still, it was gone in a flash. After a while, Wang Changshan opened his eyes and marveled. Good one, Mr. Gu. Really is a heavenly art. It turns out that he has already counted that my death calamity will be today, and even prepared me to cross the calamity long ago. Good one, Mr. Gu. Good one, stealing heaven and changing the sun, great avatar. Gumor was puzzled. What's wrong? Wang Changshan breathed a long sigh of relief, looked at Gumor and said, 50 years ago, you used great magical means to change the sun through the sky, and transferred my calamity today to that old elm tree in Great Elm Town, and today, it is that old elm tree that has passed through the death calamity for me. No wonder. Back then, Mr. Gu, you would have nudged that old elm tree to allow him to accumulate merit and virtue, promising him a priesthood errand. You are worthy of being an accomplished master. No wonder that when I saw that old elm tree a couple of days ago it was covered in robberies, but it was actually my robberies that had been transferred to it. Gumor was clouded, but probably figured out that the Mr. Gu promised to help Wang Changshan to cross over, and then 50 years ago, he had already planned today, and used the great magical means of stealing the sky to let that old elm tree cross over instead of Wang Changshan. Well, what about the old elm tree? Dead? Wang Changshan shook his head and said, How could it be? You are an unearthly man, and would not do things to save a family to kill a family. That old elm tree by your nudging. These 50 years to accumulate merit, but from the merit of obtaining the priesthood is still far from it. Today, he on behalf of me to cross the tribulation, equivalent to the rescue of the Great Green Mountain, sheltered the Great Green Mountain 10,000 souls, he should be the merit of the completion of. You see, it's raining. Gumor looked away. The clouds were chaotic between them, and all of a sudden there was a torrential downpour of rain, a majestic downpour that is rare, and at the moment, in the town of Great Elm, the big elm tree had been burned almost to the ground, and the blazing fire rolled on, and the whole thing had been burned almost to the ground, leaving just a few leafy branches at the top that had not been burned off yet. However, just then, the downpour of rain suddenly descended, and in an instant, it drenched out the burning blaze, and rainwater soon accumulated on the ground in dense splashes. My lord, the rain is too heavy for the fire to ignite, a soldier shouted. The leading general looked at the old elm tree, which had been burned almost to the ground, and said, I don't care if it doesn't ignite. Go to the Lin family at once and arrest the culprits. Immediately, a group of troops left in a hurry, and at the moment, the rain is pouring down. The big elm tree that had stood in the town of Big Elm for hundreds of years was shaking. The whole trunk had been burned through. It was pitch black. Only a little bit of leaves were left at the top swaying in the heavy rain, and when the gusty wind blew, the trunk shook and was about to break. Amidst the mist and fog, no one can see. The spirit body of the old man of the elm has been illusory, collapsed under the root of the elm tree. His body is a piece of being burned black appearance. He looked at the sky, murmured, Mr. Gu, you once said that I need to cross a catastrophe. Only then can the merits and virtues of the fullness of the, but now, I'm already dying. Suddenly, just then, the sky resounded with another thunder, and the old man of elm saw a burst of golden light filling the sky, and a figure slowly appeared, which was actually the god of the great green mountain, dressed in a black robe, wearing a feathered crown on his head, very majestic, holding a scroll in his hand, and speaking aloud, Ning Yuan County, Great Elm Town, Elm Tree into a spirit, by the high people to enlighten the shelter of the party. Today's merit is complete. I to the name of the mountain god, enthroned its day imperial priesthood, into the temple of the mountain god, to enjoy the incense, to listen to the dispensation, to take charge of the authority of the patrols. As Wang Changshan finished his enthronement, the scroll in his hand emitted a burst of golden light, and in the next moment, it directly turned into streams of light and surged towards Old Man Elm. In a flash, Elder Elm was enveloped by the golden light. His spiritual body quickly resumed as usual, and the scroll slowly transformed into a walking stick and fell into Elder Elm's hands. At this moment, where does Old Man Elm not understand that the priesthood he dreamed of has been obtained at this moment? Hastily kneeling on the ground, he said, Thank you, Lord God of the mountain, for your mercy. Thank Mr. Gu. Wang Changshan walked up to the old man and said, It's all because of Mr. Gu's promise. It's because he used great magical means to steal the sky and change the sun, so that you can cross the calamity for me, which happens to help you to complete your merits today. And I'm also able to restore my divine power due to your substitution for the calamity, and only then I'm able to be enthroned in the divine priesthood. Mr. Gu, a good means ah. Elder Elm was also shocked. It's worthy of Mr. Gu. If it wasn't for Mr. Gu, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to complete my merit even if I waited for a few more 100 years. But demons have demonic robberies. I don't see how I can still live for a few more 100 years. Let's go. You've completed your merit today. Shed your original body. So follow me to the mountain god temple. My lord, I still have one wish left. The Lin family and their husband and wife were good people. They shouldn't have ended up in a horrible death. In the temple of the mountain god, a line appeared in front of Gumor's eyes. The very same karmic line that connected him to the stone statue of the mountain god. However, at this moment, that line had changed from its original transparent color to a golden color. Next moment, that line of karma then fell away from the stone statue of the mountain god. It instantly merged into Gumor's body and, in Gumor's sea of consciousness quickly circling, it swimming out of the shape is actually vaguely like a fist-sized bead, as the legendary Golden Dan. 39288617. Chapter 13, a golden pill swallowed into the belly. Feeling the bead in the sea of consciousness that was suspected to be a Jindan. However, the one bead in his sea of consciousness right now was not a bead in the true sense of the word, but a line circling irregularly, looking like a golden elixir because of its excessive speed. But on closer inspection one could still see that it was just a single line that was circling and swimming around in an orb type of regularity. Gumor recalled a phrase in a trance. A golden elixir is swallowed into the belly. My life is up to me and not up to heaven. Actually, during this time, in the temple of the mountain god, Gumor also sought advice from Wang Changshan. Although this world had demons, monsters, warlocks, martial artists, and other cultivation systems, it didn't have a clear delineation of realms like in the novels he read in his previous life. Earlier, when Gumor inquired, Wang Changshan also laughed that if the world cultivation have realm, then there will not be so many fights, such as mundane Jianghu martial artists will kill for silver money, fame and fortune. If there is really a realm high and low divisions, then the world there is no need to fight. Directly bright realm can be determined winners and losers. Wang Changshan's words made Gumor feel that there was some truth to them. And this world's so-called Jindan, it is also not the cultivation realm in the novels that Gumor read in his previous life. There is no such realm as refining qi, building foundation, Jindan, Yuaning, but there are these sayings. However, refining qi or Jindan, it is just an avenue direction of cultivation. That's why there's the saying, swallow a golden elixir into your belly, and my destiny is mine but not heaven's. This refers to the fact that the great Tao has become a reality, transcending heaven and earth, rather than specifically referring to the realm of practice, the world, whether it is demons or monsters, or earthly martial artists or magicians. There is no realm division, including the gods like Wang Changshan. There is no realm, cultivating the way of incense and fire and gold body, and all the means come from the power and authority, and are not omnipotent to the legend. At this moment, as that one golden elixir in the sea of consciousness turns, Gumor was surprised to find that vaguely, there seemed to be a wisp of chi converging towards, and at that moment, the world in his eyes changed, as if everything had turned into lines, as if the entire world was made up of these lines, following a specific law in operation, and at the moment, the chi, as if it were wind, as if it were rain, as if it were the essence of everything in the world, was following a law that belonged to Jindan. When those chi entered the Jindan, the golden elixir would diffuse a halo of light, spreading out in all directions before entering Gumor's body. Even at this moment, Gumor's body was just a soul, yet it was as if there was blood circulating, all the bones running, and the existence of the 8 strange meridians, the 2 chakras, and the bridge between heaven and earth. The most intuitive feeling for Gumor was that his soul was becoming more solid, and this solidity was different than if he had relied on Wang Changshan's divine power to nourish him. The divine power nourished him, making him feel that it was only superficially maintained, and that if he didn't replenish it for a long period of time it would continue to drain away, and then his soul body would dissipate. But the strange power that was now permeating out of this golden Dan was different, and it was from the essence of it that was making the soul body become solidified. I'm afraid, I'm really related to that Mr. Gu that Wang Changshan and Old Man Elm were talking about. Gumor wouldn't firmly believe that his perception was necessarily right. Before, he was still a firm materialist. But what happened? Crossing over to such a strange and mysterious world. I've seen all the gods, ghosts and demons. He's not quite right in the head if he still insists that what he perceives must be right. Even if he learns one day that crossing over doesn't exist, he'll be honest about it. In the temple of the mountain god, Gumor sat quietly. He had already figured out the rules of operation of the Jindan that was made of the lines hovering in the sea of consciousness. It needed to rely on him to meditate for that line to run into the image of a golden Dan. And once he stopped meditating, it would revert back to a golden line, and that chi from heaven and earth would no longer converge into his body. In the seeming, Gumor just sat in the temple and meditated. I don't know how long it was, but he heard movement coming from outside the temple. It was Wang Changshan and Elder Elm who walked in. As soon as the two came in, they bowed towards Gumor and thanked him. This time, Gumor was quite frank, not accepting the acknowledgement, but also not explaining and shirking as he had done in the past, and just smiled faintly. This caused Wang Changshan to be a bit surprised and asked, Mr. Gu, did you recall something? No, said Gumor. I don't know anything about the past, but it's an epiphany. Perhaps I'm really related to that Mr. Gu that you said. Lord Shan. Wang Changshan laughed and said, Mr. is a strange person like an immortal? What he does is not something we can understand, although I don't know why Mr. will be born with his soul out of his body and still forget the past. But I think that there must be a deeper meaning where Mr. is concerned. Gumor asked, has Lord Shan restored his divine power? Wang Changshan said, after passing through the death calamity, the divine power is still in need of the incense and wish power to slowly restore. However, the mountain god authority has already been re-executed, and can look for the location of the physical body for Mr. Gumor arched his hand in a bow and said, then I'll be grateful to Lord Shan. You're welcome, sir. Wang Changshan spread out his palm and a divine seal emerged. He closed his eyes and recited under his breath, and a ray of luster emerged from the divine seal. Not long after, Wang Changshan opened his eyes and said, I've found it. Now, sir's physical body is meditating in a cave. Well, then, please ask the mountain lord to take me there, as it should be. Wang Changshan is a god. Gumor is a ghost. Both of them were able to move easily in the mountains without much hindrance, and in a short while, the two of them came to a cliff face. This cliff is very high, hundreds of meters. The only other path is one that is barely walkable. In the middle of the county office, there is a small cave. Wang Changshan led Gumor to the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, Gumor smelled a fragrance. It was a strange fragrance, a bit like the faint scent released when orchids were in full bloom. But, again, the fragrance was a few points lighter than that of an orchid. It's just that the cave is deep and secluded. It doesn't look like the orchid will grow. And, the cave is not small. How many orchids would it take for the scent to spread so far? I don't know why. As soon as he entered the cave, Gumor suddenly became nervous. He still couldn't quite believe in his heart that his physical body would be in this hole. It's unexplainable. It's only been a month since he crossed over. However, the Mr. Gu that Wang Changshan and the others were talking about had already arrived at this Dacheng mountain more than 50 years ago. If this is really his own flesh in here, he simply didn't know how to explain it. As it slowly deepens, Gumor's mood just got more and more tense. Soon enough, at the bottom of the cave, from a distance, they saw a long-haired man in white clothes sitting cross-legged on a rock with his back to them. Gumor quickly walked over to. The moment he saw the face, Gumor was shocked. Surprisingly, it was really himself. 392888961. Chapter 14, A Guest in a Dream. Exactly the same face. Exactly the same eyebrows. Gumor looked at the man sitting quietly in front of him. For a moment, in a trance. How can there be two flowers in the world that look exactly alike? At this moment, Gumor was in a daze. Before he came here, he still harbored expectations in his heart. Expectations that both Wang Chanshan and Elder Elm had misidentified the wrong person. Expectations that there was just some resemblance or, perhaps, some connection. But, on seeing this body of flesh, he knows. That's yourself. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling in the dark that this was definitely not coincidentally identical to himself. But, rather, this was himself. He felt a marvelous calling that. Surprisingly, it really was himself. There seemed to be a voice in the underworld telling him that none of this was a coincidence. He would come to the Great Green Mountain. He would awaken the mountain god Wang Changshan. None of it was an accident. Everything was destined. He was supposed to be here. Trance. Gumor reached out his hand and touched the flesh in front of him. At that moment, his body emitted a glow that slowly began to fade, slowly beginning to actively integrate into this body. In a trance. It was as if Gumor had dreamed a dream. He returned to Earth, to a familiar world. He returned to the night before he crossed over. He saw the night he crossed over. He drank with his co-workers. He came home drunk, fell asleep, and disappeared in his bed. It's not the soul that crosses over. It's the physical body that disappears along with it. Trance. It seems like time is turning back. He saw his spirited self when he first joined the company. He saw his days of working and studying in college. 3 years in high school. Afraid to confess to a girl I had a crush on. I've secretly volunteered for the same thing. Junior high school. Elementary school. Infants. Eventually, everything returned to the mother's womb. And then he became an old man lying in a hospital bed about to pass away. With a room full of loved ones weeping and wailing as they mourned his death. He became a depressed, middle-aged man who lived numbly every day while dragging his family. He became a young, prosperous businessman. He became the man who went to jail for the rest of his life. One life, two lives. His life, it seems, is constantly resetting, and he's had all sorts of different lives, and experienced all sorts of landscapes of life. And, finally, everything comes back to everything. It's this cave. A man who pursues the immortal path is in this cave, sensing the great Tao of heaven and earth. Great Yu Kingdom, Jianzhou Province, an ordinary merchant family. A young man named Gumor, who grew up with great talent and unforgettable eyes, was placed great expectations by his parents. Guemo became famous at a young age. At the age of 12, he obtained the title of Shiokai, but also the head of a county case, and became a household name in Jianzhou prodigy. Everyone thought that he was bound to be able to have a great deal of work in the future. At the age of 15, Guemo participated in the township exams. Not surprisingly, the examination obtained the merit, and is still the liberation of the Yuan. The name of the prodigy. Even the emperor has heard of it. But what no one expected was that, 3 years later, when he was about to take the imperial examination, Guemo suddenly left home, leaving only a letter to his family, informing them that he had been enlightened by an immortal and had already broken through the red dust, and was going to seek immortality. Since then, there has been no news at all. In the first few years, there were still occasional rumors about Gumor, and from time to time, people would see him in some famous mountains and rivers, but there was no way to tell if it was true or not. Later, the story of the child prodigy asking for immortality was written by a book writer in a novel of fantasy, turning it into a curiosity, or a laughing matter. Just, what no one knows is that fairy-seeking prodigy, who was treated as a joke, actually realized the way among the mountains and the red dust. After Gumor left from his home, for decades, traveling between mountains, lakes, and seas, searching for the traces of the immortal in his dreams, and sensing the rules between heaven and earth. Time rushes by, and decades go by. The young man at the beginning has also become an old man, still happily visiting the immortal mountain and asking about the great Tao. Suddenly, one day, on a whim, he returned to Jiangzhou, but while passing through Ningyuan County, he sensed the great Tao. In an instant, it turned out that he returned to his old age, and his appearance actually returned to the time when he was a young man and abandoned his pen to ask for help. He stayed in the middle of the Great Green Mountain, when he met the evil tiger and was helped by the mountain god, who, at that time, had already informed him of the Great Way. He promised the mountain god that he would remake his golden body for the mountain god and tide over his death. He happened to come down once, When he met a tree spirit that had a spirit and did many good deeds, he enlightened the tree spirit and guided it to accumulate merits. After another day, he senses that the way has arrived. Then he entered a cave to realize the great Tao. However, just as he was about to enter the Tao, he realized that there was a deficiency in his Tao heart, and that the great Tao was in front of him, but he could not comprehend it. A thought that drifted into a dream, dreaming of being a guest. In a trance, Gumor woke up but he could no longer tell whether he was that 21st century social animal from Earth or that strange man who had abandoned everything to seek immortality at the age of 18 when he occasionally sensed the fate of heaven. Or maybe it's one of the many people in that dream of 1,000 years. However, though confused about the past, unknown about the future, Gumor, however, only felt as if he had just watched a few movies. He was still him, and that feeling remained unchanged. Butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou or Zhuangzhou dreaming of butterfly? This is an interesting philosophical question. Did the Guemo who seeks immortality dream of the Guemo who is a social animal? Or did the Guemo who is a social animal dream of the Guemo who seeks immortality? Did the Gumor of the immortal seeker cross over to the earth? Or did the Gumor of the earth cross over to this place? The Gumor who seeks immortality can dream for 1,000 years, and the Gumor who is a social animal can dream for a few decades. Which one is true and which one is false seems to be meaningless, and whether or not I'm crossing over seems to be indescribable. Just then, Gumor felt something in his heart and turned around to see mountain god Wang Chanshan sizing him up. Congratulations, Mr. Gu, for certifying the great Tao of heaven and earth. From now on, you are an immortal. Wang Chanshan congratulated Gumor, however, shook his head. He should have failed in his quest. He did seize the great Tao at that time, but when he comprehended it, he realized that there was a deficiency in the heart of the Tao, and that the karmic consequences of the red dust had not been repaid. And only then did he drift off into a dream. Nowadays, he didn't know if he had woken up from a dream or not, but he couldn't feel any changes in himself, and remained just like an ordinary person. But let's say it's a failure. 50 years ago, he did catch the great way, before the butterfly dream Zhuangzhou or Zhuangzhou dream butterfly problem. And he did return to his old age. It seems like I still have some karma left to return, Gumor said. Wang Chanshan asked, Mr. Gu, Xian, what exactly is it like? Gumor shook his head and said, I don't know. I'm confused myself right now. Perhaps, when I repay the karma I owe, I'll know what immortal. And, having said that, he also thinks he's a little out of touch with this cultivation and asking for help. Because of the so-called immortal into the dream, they left everything to seek the immortal way, wandering for decades. Nothing to learn, even a little martial arts have not learned. But somehow, return to old age, really see the heaven and earth avenue. 392888935. Chapter 15, May there be an everlasting immortal. There are three kinds of cultivation in the human world: Confucianism, martial arts, and warlocks. But these three are all belong to the mundane. Confucian reading, read a mouthful of literary gas, sold in the imperial family, to communicate the national fate of the literary gas. Confucian demon to exterminate the evil. Martial arts strong body, chi and blood, making the popularity of the flame become strong can be warding off the evil. The warlock, mastering a number of techniques to deal with the demonic and demonic spirits. But these people, all of them, are still mortal. After all, the final destination, too, is dust to dust and earth to earth. At most, it was that if one had great merits, perhaps one would be ordained as a party deity after death, just as Wang Chanshan. However, even if they become gods, they cannot see the great way, but they are just relying on incense and wishes to exist in the form of a spirit. God is the honorific title, and the spirit is the essence. If people do not believe in God, then God will disappear, and the world's demons and devils are pretty much the same, all of them sinking in the red dust. The only immortal is the immortal, who seeks immortality, who asks for the immortal way, and who is free in heaven and earth. But, what exactly is a fairy? Gumor couldn't say it clearly, and he couldn't understand it for the time being. This world, there is no heaven and earth, the so-called heaven and earth, just the world's imagination, or dynasty in order to consolidate the power of the emperor, in order to unify the ideological and deliberately implement the legend of heaven and earth. After a person's death, generally speaking, he will automatically return to heaven and earth after a period of time, waiting for the opportunity to be reincarnated. A small portion of the Yin souls do not exist and turn into ghosts, and if they are found to be harming people by the city god temple, they will be punished, and the highest penalty is that their souls will fly away and be dispersed. And if they have not mutilated the lives of other people, there will be an extradition from the Yin messenger to return to heaven and earth and be reincarnated as soon as the time arrives. There is no such thing as the 18 layers of hell, or the 18 hells. It is to return to heaven and earth and become an unconscious spirit similar to a gas. If there really is such a thing as hell or reincarnation, there would not be so many corrupt officials or so much injustice on earth, and no one would dare to do anything bad. And the legendary immortal, that is, they are already transcendent and can live a long life at large. Mr. Gu, can you achieve longevity? Wang Changshan asked expectantly. I don't know. Then, may I obtain the great divine means? No. Then, what has Mr. Gu gained from his decades of seclusion? I may know when I have paid back the karma I owe. Wang Changshan did not suspect that Gu Mor was lying, because there is no need. This kind of high person, there is no need to lie to him, a small mountain god. Willing to say it, not willing to say it, there is no need to lie at all. Wang Changshan was silent for a while and asked, then, Mr. But he is leaving? Gu Mor nodded. Where is Mr. planning to go? Wang Changshan asked. Gu Mor thought for a moment and said, I don't know. But he didn't finish his sentence. For a moment he was in a trance, and once more he saw a line of causality that, his vision gradually cleared and, it was as if he were standing on a cloud overlooking the earth, and then following the line of causation as it continued to descend, seeing less and less of the, finally, it landed in a city. River City. Gu Mor murmured and said, I have a karma owed in Jiangzhou City, and I'm going to go to Jiangzhou City to repay this karma. In fact, although Gu Mor didn't know exactly who this karma fell on for the time being, he probably understood that. He left from Jiangzhou to seek immortality back then, leaving his parents without saying goodbye, and then he hadn't returned home for decades, and the probability was that the karma he owed was his parents. Hearing Gu Mor say that he was going to Jiangzhou, Wang Changshan hurriedly said, Mr. Gu, if you're going to Jiangzhou City, there's no need to depart in a hurry. Gu Mor asked, please also ask for guidance from the Mountain Lord. Wang Changshan sighed and said, Mr. Gu still remembers that female ghost Lin Xianyang, right? Immediately after that, Wang Changshan relayed the matter, sighed, and said, now, Mr. and Mrs. Lin have been arrested and imprisoned, and I'm afraid that they will end up dying in vain. But Mr. and Mrs. Lin have been doing a lot of good deeds, and have been quite meritorious over the years. It's just that, Yang Ming is an imperial official, even I can't do anything about him. Moreover, they are now locked up in the county office prison. With the suppression of the national fortune, there is no way for me to go directly to save them. The affairs of the earth have to be dealt with by the earth. Gu Mor queried. Then, what is Lord Shan going to do? Wang Changshan said, I heard that there is a general judge in Jiangzhou Prefecture, called Lu Yuanzhao. This person is cynical, two-sleeve clean, and has a good reputation. And as it happens, he has the power to inspect and supervise the county offices all over Jiangzhou. I am going to look for this person's help. This Ningyuan County, there is a city god, named Qin Wenba, back in the day when the landlord in a certain place, and at that time is still a magistrate of Lu Yuanzhao friendship. You can ask Qin Wenba to intervene. Please Lu Yuanzhao to come for the couple of Mr. and Mrs. Lin to clear up the wrongs. Gu Mor was a bit curious. Qin Wenba is a city god and Lu Yuanzhao is a human being. They can still have friendship? Wang Changshan laughed. This is very normal. The gods and spirits are not without 7 feelings and 6 desires. For example, I was in the Great Green Mountain for the mountain gods those years, but also made a few people as friends. Get along, like-minded, people, ghosts, gods, goblins, what can not become friends? Gu Mor smiled and said, that's true. Wang Changshan said, Mr. Gu, since you want to go to Jiangzhou, may as well go first to get to know the Lu Tongjian. The future went to Jiangzhou, if there is any need to help, but also be able to have a place to look for. Although, Mr. Gu, you are the Taoist master, the mundane world cannot really bring you any trouble, but the earth has the rules of the earth, and sometimes inevitably, there are some things that need to be talent can be ended. Gu Mor nodded. Although Wang Changshan had decided that he was a master of the way, and he himself was a bit confused and also felt that he might be a master of the way, but, at least for the time being, it seemed as if he didn't have any powerful means, and being able to get acquainted with the big officials in Jiangzhou might save him some trouble. Soon, Wang Changshan then led Gu Mor back to the mountain god temple. Gu Mor felt the sense of solidity brought by his long-lost body, and his heart couldn't stop feeling joyful, after being a ghost for so long, finally back to normal. At this time, only he and Wang Changshan were left in the mountain god temple. An elder elm, who had just obtained the priesthood, was arranged by Wang Changshan to go handing out invitations of worship to the city god temple in the city of Ningyuan County. Gu Mor moved around in the mountain god temple for a while, suddenly thought that now that he had regained his human body, he could actually try to cultivate some means. Although, he seemed to be a high-ranking person, but that was only as if, at least, for the time being, It seemed that there was no earth-shattering ability. Does Lord Shan have a cultivation method that he can show me? Gumor asked. Wang Changshan said, I am a golden body cultivated by faith-wishing power, and I have no need for the method of cultivation. Of course, I am just a mountain god in the district, and I am not a mountain god of any famous mountains and rivers, and I am not qualified to obtain the method of true cultivation, and I have some mundane martial arts methods, which are not useful to you, sir. No harm. I want to see it. 39288811, Chapter 16, The Great Achievement of the Martial Way. Since Mr. Gu wants to see it, there's naturally nothing wrong with that. Wang Changshan smiled and said, Mr. Gu, please wait a moment. I'll look for it in the mountains. Wang Changshan went out of the mountain god temple. Within a short time, he returned with several piles of bamboo slips and some yellowed tomes. Wang Changshan said, the art is rare. Only 2 books. However, there are quite a lot of mundane martial arts. The mortal Jianghu martial artists fight endlessly. Some people are seriously injured and dying. Escape to the Great Green Mountain. Will be the secret books hidden. Some are buried in the mountain after death with the secret books to accompany the burial. And there are also some other reasons. So there are quite a lot of left behind in the mountain of the secret books of the martial arts. But they are all very rough. After all, Ningyuan County is just Ningyuan County is just a small remote county. It is difficult to have any martial arts masters. And arts are even more rare. These 2 books of arts, or more than 300 years ago, there is a Taoist monk to the mountains to get rid of the demon. Taoist line is not enough to be hit hard by the demon, hiding in a cave untreated death. I see that the Taoist monk has a few goodwill, so he collected a little bit of the bones for him, to see that he has 2 books of arts and techniques of the secret books in the body, so just buried in the side of his grave. Just went to look for a little bit, and actually also has not been damaged a lot. Gumor took a rough look at it. These secret books, most of them had been damaged. Not many of them were complete. However, the overall number was large. There were 50 to 60 martial arts secrets, swordsmanship, gun techniques, light skills, palm techniques, dark weapons and so on, covering a wide range. As for the 2 arts, one was called the Full Book of Runes and Spells, and the other was called the Art of Passing Through the Ghosts. This entire book of rune spells contains 13 types of rune spells, which are the 5 Thunders Mantra, Heavenly Thunder Breaking, Green Underworld Mantra, Song Ling Mantra, Burning Sky Mantra, Meditation Mantra, Holy Spirit Mantra, Vajra Mantra, Devil Subduing Mantra, Demon Suppressing Mantra, Wind Sentry Mantra, and Degradation of Souls Mantra. As for that Tony technique, it included 8 techniques that could communicate with ghosts and gods. Gumor immediately began to study it. Only, Gumor didn't know if these martial arts techniques given to him by Wang Changshan were too inferior, or if his comprehension was too strong. He was surprisingly surprised to find that he only needed to browse through all these martial arts and techniques once before he was able to know them all by heart. He navigates very quickly. Reading through the dozens of secret martial arts books had only taken less than an hour before and after. He lapsed into silence and, because it's so simple that it's like he's a college student who actually came to learn the kindergarten material. It was so simple that he wondered a little if he had misunderstood, because he's only superficially skimmed through a few dozen secret martial arts books. There was a feeling that he had completely understood all of the martial arts. In his view, regardless of how these martial arts variations, attributed to 2 points. One is the internal energy method to boil the body, mastering the skills of condensation of blood, and the second is the fighting style. There is no skill in this regard. The only hand is familiar with it. So, in summary, Wudo is to build up a strong body, master the method of catalyzing the qi and blood in the body, and with skillful stances, explode beyond the combat power of ordinary people, including lightweights. 2. Prompting qi and blood in conjunction with stance techniques could make the body lighter, and then the qi and blood were prompted in the body, just like the burning of fuel in a flying machine for a reason, and at this point, a person would be able to briefly vacate the air and increase their speed. Mr. Gu, is there anything wrong with these secret books? Seeing Gumor's puzzled expression, Wang Changshan said, although I am unable to cultivate these, and do not need to cultivate mundane martial arts, I have once studied these martial arts, and I do have some insights, so if Mr. Gu has any unanswered questions, you can discuss them with me. Immediately thereafter, Gumor then spoke his understanding. After hearing this, Wang Changshan laughed. Mr. Gu is worthy of being a high achiever. In just a few words, he broke through the essence of martial arts, the so-called martial arts. In fact, it is just as you understand it. The hard part is the use of techniques, how to accurately activate the qi and blood, and how to use the moves to the point of pure perfection. Many people spend their entire lives, but also fail to grasp a martial arts discipline to complete precision. Gumor's heart was even more astonished when he heard that. It was because he felt that these techniques were very easy to master, and he didn't need to practice at all. He was able to master them just by looking at them. Could it be that the eyes have learned and the body still can't? Gumor heart guess. After all, the previous life when reading, many times will feel that the teacher said the question I already know. But, on the hands of the do it to find that the eyes are will, the brain is still not. Immediately, Gumor then decided to give it a try. He stood up with the point of his foot, and in a split second, his body shot out like an arrow off the string, instantly flying to a large tree outside the temple, and steadily stepping on a branch that was no more than the thickness of a small thumb. The branch sank just slightly and bounced back as if it were just a bird landing on it. Immediately thereafter, Gumor fell back, but did not smash down like a heavy object, but like a wild goose flying diagonally, landed lightly on the branches below. Then, Gumor raised a breath. His hand grasped a branch and gently pulled it, and even took advantage of the strength of the rebound of the branch to once again take off, and slowly drifted down to the top of the tree, stepping on the tip of the tree, with his back and hands on his back, and as the tip of the tree swung from side to side, his whole body followed and swayed from side to side, but neither lost his center of gravity and fell, nor stepped off the tip of the tree. Next moment, a leaf appeared in Gumor's hand. He caught the leaf in his fingers and threw it into the distance, and that piece of leaf was actually like a flying knife, instantly cutting several branches and finally plunging directly into the trunk of a large tree. Flying flowers and picking leaves can hurt people. This is one of the expressions often mentioned in those secret books of martial arts to express that martial arts have reached the top of a high realm. Gumor is just getting into martial arts. BR are still just skimming through those secret martial arts books. Gumor's feet gently pointed and slowly floated and flew back to the mountain god's temple. Wang Changshan looked shocked and said, Mr. Gu, is this really your first contact with martial arts? Gumor nodded slightly. Wang Changshan took a deep breath, but, slowly, a wisp of a smile appeared on his face again, and said, that's normal. Mr. Gu is an immortal on earth. Just as if a great scholar of the hall came to learn from a child's primer. Naturally, he is able to understand everything at a glance. Gumor didn't say anything, because, although he felt surprised, he had to admit that it was really like what Wang Changshan said. He felt that these secret martial arts books, which seemed to be complicated, were actually very shallow and simple, and he could use them flexibly without even deliberately trying to figure them out. As for the internal force that catalyzes the chi in blood as stated in the martial arts secret book, he didn't. However, there was a karmic thread in his body that would hover as if it were a golden elixir whenever he meditated, gathering the aura of heaven and earth. Although I don't understand. However, Gumor understood how the converging heaven and earth aura was more advanced than internal force. Martial secrets are shallow and easy to understand. They can be comprehended. After all, they are only mundane. Then, the arts are different. It shouldn't be that simple. Gumor picked up the 2 books of arts and began to study them. As expected, this technique was much more profound than the martial arts secrets, and it was actually comparable to having him take a first grade course. 39288656. Chapter 17, Entering the City Temple at Night. These 2 arts were indeed much more profound than those martial arts secrets. Only, the degree of profoundness was limited. If those previous secret martial arts books took Gumor 1 second to digest and understand after browsing through them, then these arts, which took 2 seconds, were indeed much more difficult. The 13 talismans, and the 8 Tongyi techniques, Gumor knew them all with a single glance. Comparing martial arts secrets is a different direction. These charms, seemingly cumbersome, but in the final analysis, it's really about utilizing some of the laws that exist between heaven and earth. Outline the runes with vermilion sand, rune paper, and other items that naturally have some restraining effect on ghosts and spirits. And runes are also a kind of natural law. Just like solving a math problem, runes are formulas summarized by previous generations, and the user uses the formulas to solve the problem. Runes are also the same reason. The user uses runes to restrain ghosts and monsters. As with problem solving, some people are flexible in their use of formulas, breaking them down and then transforming them to use them according to changes in the question type, while others will just copy and paste the formula, and will not be able to solve the slightly more complicated questions. The same goes for warlocks. The same items, the same incantations. A warlock with high moral skill can flexibly use the charms to deal with different ghosts and monsters under various conditions, but a warlock with low moral skill will be at a loss. The art of charms and spells, which is divided into 2 aspects. Charms and spells. Only the talisman, without the spell will not work, because the spell is equivalent to the key that awakens the talisman. Just as when solving a math problem, no matter how profound the formula, it can't leave the basic addition, subtraction, multiplication and division in the end. The mantra is the foundation. Mantras are also part of a law, and charms need to be accompanied by a mantra in order to add the law to the rune. Cultivators with a high level of Taoism will have a high degree of perfection in the functioning of the incantation, and the degree of invocation to the laws of heaven and earth to add to it will also be high. Therefore, the same talisman will have different power when used by different people. Different people will specialize in different types of questions, and different warlocks will specialize in different charms. Warlocks. There is also a chi invocation method, and the martial artist's internal power has the same wonder. However, the martial artist is the internal practice of a breath, added on top of their own body, while the warlocks are the invocation of sensing the aura of heaven and earth, and the earth and the world is more affinity, from the invocation of the law to add a greater power, mainly the sense of the world's laws. So counting, the warlock is more through the road. No wonder it can't become the mainstream of the Jianghu. After all, it's much more difficult. Moreover, it's also not intuitively stronger than a martial artist to make themselves stronger. Those spells of the warlock, the restraining effect on the human being is not very big. Gumor finished browsing through both arts. The 8 Gates of Tongue Inspector is again much shallower in comparison to those 13 spells. Rather than being a jutsu, this Tomi jutsu is more like 8 methods that can be used to communicate with ghosts and gods, recording 8 conventional methods of seeing ghosts, such as applying cow tears to the eyes, such as rubbing the eyes with willow leaves, inviting ghosts with corpse oil, and so on. However, it is simply useless for ordinary people to use the same method and see ghosts. It needs to be combined with a warlock's incantation. These things, for Gumor, there was no reference value. He could have seen and communicated with the ghosts and gods. And the laws required for this 8 doors of Tomi method were very simple, a bit simpler than those martial arts secret books. After looking at the 2 arts, Gumor then tried it. He didn't have a chi attraction technique. However, the Jindan in his body directly gathered heaven and earth's aura, which was obviously not on the same level as a warlock going to sense heaven and earth's aura. Just as he didn't need to deliberately cultivate internal gong techniques, he didn't need a chi attraction technique either. Gumor's mind moved. Straight away, he raised his hand, and with a wisp of spiritual energy drawn from his fingers, he sketched out runes in the air. In the next moment, according to the secret guide, hand strangled the spell, mouth chanting incantations, electricity mother thunder duke, quickly descending divine power, with me to get rid of the disease. Just for a moment, the rune instantly dissipated, and with a loud bang, in the temple of the mountain god, a thunderbolt exploded out of nowhere. Alarmed, Wang Changshan hurriedly ran out from the idol and shouted, Mr. Gu, don't come again. My small temple can't withstand the tossing and turning. You've collected your divine powers. Gumor was a bit embarrassed and hurriedly said, I'm sorry, Lord Shan, I was just trying. Wang Changshan said helplessly, Mr. Gu, you are a master of the way. Even if it is just an ordinary spell, and then your hands are not a small county mountain gods can withstand. You cannot try again. Just now this thunder almost did not shake my soul or scattered piles. Gumor hurriedly said, I'm sorry, Lord Shan. A moment of curiosity, never try again. Wang Changshan smiled and said, with a status like yours, sir, these mundane means are not worth your time. Gumor shook his head and said, Lord Shan, although you've decided that I'm a master of the way, I'll be honest, I really don't have any means. I'm not much different from an ordinary person. Wang Changshan laughed. The great way is simple. Back to the basics. Mr. Gu's realm. I can't understand it. Gumor knew that it was useless for him to say anything. It was impossible to change Wang Changshan's perception of him, so he stopped talking and pointed to the pile of secret books on the ground, saying, Lord Shan, these things, you and put them away. I've finished reading them. Good. With a gentle wave of his hand, Wang Changshan melted all those secret books into the stone statue of the mountain god, and inside that stone statue of the mountain god, there was a unique space in which Wang Changshan lived on weekdays. The temple outside was for the incense. That space inside the stone statue was what the mountain god lived in, and during this time, Gumor was also living in it. Just as evening night was approaching, the old man returned. He walked into the temple and bowed. Greetings, Mr. Gu. He then looked at Wang Changshan and bowed. Your Excellency, Qin City God has promised to help invite General Judge Liu, so please come over to the house and let us speak to General Judge Liu ourselves. Well, there's no time to lose, said Wang Changshan. We'll go to the city temple now. Immediately, a few people then rushed towards the city of Ningyuan County. There was no such thing as the legendary divine means of stepping into the air and tearing through the void. A few people were riding horses, or a couple of paper horses. These paper horses were burned by Mr. and Mrs. Lin when they came to the mountain god temple to burn incense and pay respect to the god. Gumor was now a human being and would not have been able to ride this horse, but with Wang Changshan using his divine power, Gumor was also able to ride the horse forward. Several of them were in a marvelous state of, people are coming and going, but it's all clear. No one can see them. Toward evening, shortly after dark, several people then came to the city god temple outside, just off the horse. The city god temple came out too, dressed in a black and white robes, head wearing a foot-high officer of the two ghosts. The shape is very much like the legend of the black and white invincible. Greetings, Lord Mountain God. The two ghosts were polite to a few people and said, Lord City God has been waiting for a long time. 39288749. Chapter 18, The Vastness of Official Authority. Actually, the city god's temple is not that big. Located in the central section of the county town of Ningyuan County, the location of an inch of land, the county is not likely to build a temple in a big way. In Gumor's eyes, the mountain temple is about the size of an ordinary house. But, as they followed the two shady men into the temple, the surrounding environment has changed, as if entering another world. Inside is actually a very magnificent huge manor. There are many servants and maids coming and going, fake mountains and water, pavilions and pavilions, very expansive. Wang Changshan said with some emotion, back then, my temple was even more glorious than this, but times have changed. Gumor was puzzled. This is related to incense? Wang Changshan nodded. The more exuberant the incense, the stronger the deity's divine power. The same corresponding to all the rows will be the bigger. After all, the incense is strong. Come to worship more people. Rich people are also more. Spend money to make a paper room. Burn some maids and servants, what is also normal. It was only then that Gumor noticed that the maids and servants coming and going were indeed not ghosts. For a moment, Gumor recalled that in his previous life, he saw a lot of people joking on the internet, saying that they must let their families remember to burn some star paper people for themselves before they die. Aha! It still seems to be pretty screwed up now. Soon, Gumor's few people were then welcomed into a large hall. As soon as he entered, he saw a serious-looking old man. Gumor immediately guessed that it was this Ningyuan County city god Qin Bowen. Rumor has it that Qin Bowen was a clean official in his lifetime. Because of the people to redress the grievances of the people provoked, the big man in the court was killed and died. The local people remembered his benevolence. They will be his statue to establish a temple. And later, many years later, by chance, he was vindicated. The imperial court will be enthroned him as land. When he was a land, he sheltered the people, and his merits and virtues were immense. And when the city god of the state capital of Jiangzhou found out about it, he promoted him to become the city god of this Ningyuan County, and he jumped to become a county deity from a village and townland god. Greetings to city god Qin. Wang Changshan arched his hand in salute. Gumor and Elder Elm followed suit and saluted. Qin Bowen returned the salute and invited a few people to take their seats, then looked at Gumor with some confusion and asked, I wonder who this is. Wang Changshan said, hidden immortal Mr. Gu, in the great green mountain seclusion for decades, has just come out of the closure soon. I do not hide from the Qin city god. I was able to get through the death of the disaster, remodeling the golden body to return to the temple of the mountain god. It is fortunate to have the mercy of Mr. Gu to rescue. Otherwise, I would have already been soul flying apart. Hearing Wang Changshan say this, Qin Bowen was immediately shocked. In fact, as the city god of Ningyuan County, it was impossible for him not to know about the fact that the great green mountain god had failed to cross the threshold and was suspected to be dead as early as 300 years ago. And today, when he suddenly heard that Wang Changshan had appeared again, his heart was very puzzled as well. Also, as a deity, he knew how unlikely it was for a former dynasty deity to survive the calamity of a shattered national fortune. Now when he heard Wang Changshan say this, he immediately understood that he had eyes but did not recognize him Tai-shan, and hurriedly bowed towards Gumor, saying, Ningyuan County city god Qin Wenba, a countryside deity with no insights, did not recognize the immortal in person. Much slowness, and I beg Mr. Gu's forgiveness. Gumor got up and arched his hand. Qin's city god is polite. I'm just a mere mortal. I can't take the word immortal. Please bear with me for coming here today and bothering me a lot. I dare not. Qin Wenba was very polite. Before, when there was no Wang Changshan pointing out his identity, he just saw that Gumor was a human being, thought that it was a mortal who got Wang Changshan's appreciation to see the world, didn't care too much about it. At this moment, the mentality was different. The more he looked at Gumor, the more he was shocked, and the more he felt that the temperament that Gumor was exuding was extraordinary and absolutely unimaginable, and his attitude was also more and more humble. Even more, Qin Wenba even took the teapot from the maid and personally poured tea for Gumor. Soon, after a few sentences of conversation, Wang Changshan went straight to the point and told about the matter of Mr. Lin's husband and wife. Qin Wenba said, Wang Shanshun. Today I first heard of this matter. I was furious, but also specifically sent people to inquire. The situation is indeed true, that the Ningyuan County Minister Yang Ming is indeed a treacherous villain. But, although I am the city god, but can only manage the netherworld things, that is, in the resentment of that treacherous traitors can only be the resentment of the heart. However, Lu Tongjian sighed. I have already arranged for my subordinates to go and invite them during the daytime. And it's a coincidence that Lu Tongjian is now patrolling next door in Datong County, not far away from here, and I know him well, so he will surely come to the appointment. Chase County, County Office. Today it is a brightly lit day, with many officials trembling with fear. Just because the Jiangzhou Prefecture famous Iron Face and selfless Lu Tongjian Lu Yuanzhao this period of time happens to patrol to this Datong County, this time, has been dismounted 4 or 5 officials. The noise is a piece of the wind in the grass, but this night was a false alarm. Lu Tongjian summoned a group of officials to come as to make a summary and lecture. He has finished this tour of Chase County. It's been most of the night. It was only then that a group of officials were able to leave. Sent those officials to leave. Lu Yuanzhao stretched a lazy waist and continued to read the dossier. Only, he is very tired these days, has not slept well for many days, even looked at the table, fell asleep. I just fell asleep a little while ago. Lu Yuanzhao suddenly heard someone calling out to him. Commander Lu, my lord has an invitation. Generalissimo Lu, Generalissimo Lu. The carriages and horses are ready for departure. Lu Yuanzhao was a bit puzzled, so he listened to the voice and walked out of the county office. At the mouth, he saw a gorgeous carriage parked outside, and 2 boys standing respectfully at the door waiting. Lu Yuanzhao was very surprised. Who came to invite him so late at night? Just as he was wondering, his mind suddenly cleared. He has a large number of attendants in the county office, always close protection inches. How could he come out alone this night? A companion or not? This must be haunted by a little ghost. Immediately, Lu Yuanzhao shouted, where is the brat? Do not look at where this is. Who is this official? How dare you do this kind of ghostly tricks to this official? How dare you? Lu Yuanzhao's shout was like heavenly thunder rolling, and that body of official luck was so vast that it led to the turbulence of the county government office's righteousness. The 2 little ghosts were so scared that they knelt down on the ground, shivering, and hastily begged for mercy. Lu Tongjian, spare your life. Lu Tongjian, spare your life, and listen to my explanation. We are the Ningyuan County City God Temple in difficulties. In the name of the Qin City God came to invite you to the banquet. There are tokens as proof, but also please the Lord collected the heavenly power. Forgive me and other small life. When Lu Yuanzhao saw the token taken out by the Yin man, he said in a deep voice, since Qin City God invited him, why do you need to do this kind of ghostly trick? Just go directly to the county and say it explicitly. That Yin messenger cried out in vain. Said, not the little ghosts do not understand the etiquette, only because although we are Yin messenger, but also cannot be separated from the word ghosts. Fear of the majesty of the Yamen. Micro how to get into the county office. Lu Yuanzhao thought about it and said, even so, then no blame. This official will follow you and others. 39288464. Chapter 19, Luck in the Air. Dingyuan County. In the City God Temple, Gumor and the others didn't have to wait long before Lu Yuanzhao arrived. As soon as Lu Yuanzhao entered the main hall, an idiom called Hong Luk Dang Tu came to Gumor's mind. In fact, Gumor didn't know the art of qi looking, only, his body was washed by the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and his pair of eyes were extraordinary, able to see what ordinary people couldn't see. As soon as this Lu Yuanzhao appeared, Gumor saw that Lu Yuanzhao's body was surrounded by majestic qi, which was so powerful that it was vaguely about to coalesce and take shape. Gumor has heard many legends about qi in his previous life. The most typical is about ancient emperors. It is said that the emperor's qi is the one that will coalesce into the dragon of qi, and once it is molded, it means that it is coalescing into the true dragon destiny. And there are 3, 6, 9 classes of qi for ordinary people. Some people are born with bad luck. Bad luck, no matter how hard they try, do things will always fail, and some people are born with strong luck, and they can be very successful with their hands. However, now that Gumor saw Lu Yuanzhao's qi, his mind instantly realized that the laws of qi operation were not set in stone. There are so many junctures in a person's life. If you make the right choice, your qi will soar and change your destiny against the heavens, while if you make the wrong choice, your qi will fall even if you are a true dragon destiny. At this moment, Lu Yuanzhao's qi was very huge, and it was vaguely poised to coalesce and take shape. Gumor predicts that this Lu Yuanzhao is afraid that in the near future will usher in a life of great opportunity, can also be said to be the calamity. If the fairy, will be a great rise in luck, cohesion molding, from then on up, step by step. If you choose to fail, I'm afraid that the official luck will be the end of the end, and may even begin to go downhill. City god Qin Bowen and Lu Yuanzhao were old friends, and as soon as they met, the two of them couldn't wait to exchange pleasantries. However, Qin Bowen didn't exchange too many pleasantries before he began to introduce the three Gumor people to Lu Yuanzhao. Lu Yuanzhao, after all, is very human, is a character who has been friends with the city god for many years, and does not have much reverence for ghosts and gods, and when he learns of the identities of Wang Changshan and the old man of the elm, he is only courteous and polite, and does not act like an ordinary person, who worships the gods and goddesses. Instead, when Qin Bowen introduced Gu Mo, Lu Yuanzhao showed respect and deliberately inquired, I wonder where Mr. Gu's immortal residence is? Is he a person from my great Yu? Gumor was a bit puzzled by Lu Yuanzhao's attitude, but he didn't hide it and said, I'm not ashamed to tell you, General Judge Lu, I've been wandering around the four seas for a long time, but I'm also indeed a native of Daiyu, and my ancestry is the capital city of Zhengzhou. I left home when I was young, and I haven't been back to my hometown for many years now. I see, Lu Yuanzhao asked hurriedly, I don't know if you have any plans to enter the world? May be willing to serve the court. If Mr. Interested, Lu Mao would like to sponsor Mr. Into the Qin Tian's supervision. It dawned on Gumor that, no wonder this Lu Yuanzhao was not interested in a few deities, but instead treated him differently, but he actually had this in mind. But it's normal, after all, no matter what. Wang Changshan, Elm old man is impossible to go to the court to serve, and Gu he is not the same, to be able to sit in this city god temple with the city god, mountain god, enough to show that it is not one of those pitfalls in the rivers and lakes of those fake magicians. As for the Qintian supervisor, Gumor was aware of. It is a special institution in Daiyu, specializing in recruiting strange men and women from the rivers and lakes to eliminate demons for the imperial court. However, Gumor was of little interest, arching his hand and saying, I'm grateful for the good intentions of General Judge Lu. However, I'm used to idle clouds and wild cranes, and I don't like constraints. That's really a pity, Lu Yuanzhao said with a disappointed look. Mr. Might as well give it more consideration. The Qin Tian supervisor gathers the world's top people and has the resources of the imperial court, which is very helpful for cultivation. Gumor smiled slightly and said no more. Lu Yuanzhao still wanted to persuade, but Qin Bowen interrupted in time and said, Brother Lu, Mr. Gu is a true unearthly master, different from those Jianghu practitioners you know. You don't need to say more. Sit down and have a glass of wine first. My brother has invited you over today. There are important things to discuss. Qin Bowen hard tugged Lu Yuanzhao to sit aside. Lu Yuanzhao for the court to recruit Gumor for the first time. Qin Bowen did not stop. That is because he also do not know the attitude of Gumor. Because the hermit character of the high people are elusive, it is difficult to guarantee that Gumor will not have the heart into the court. However, after hearing Gumor's clear refusal, he didn't allow Lu Yuanzhao to persuade him any further. He understood that the gold content of a person who could help a deity to cross the death curse and remake its golden body was by no means comparable to the streams of those mortal warlocks, not to mention such a high-ranking person. Even many martial arts experts in the Jianghu are scornful of the imperial court, and if someone is invited to join the court as an official, they will find it insulting. Qin Bowen worried that Lu Yuanzhao said more offended will Gumor will be strong. Lu Yuanzhao pressed to the stool, looking at the face of Lu Yuanzhao. His heart is also a little helpless. He is a good brother. For many years for the official, but do not know how to change. Always straight, dead brain. To be able to go to today's position in the officialdom is simply a miracle. Immediately thereafter, Qin Bowen then didn't give Lu Yuanzhao a chance to open his mouth, and directly recounted the matter in Ningyuan County regarding Yang Ming's persecution of Lin Wenwei. When Lu Yuanzhao heard this, he was furious and slammed the table, saying angrily, Good traitor! How dare he do such a thing that harms heaven and earth? And this Ningyuan County Yamen is also good. How dare the officials protect each other and turn black and white upside down? You can rest assured that I will immediately come to Ningyuan County tomorrow, as long as the situation is ascertained and really true. I will definitely seek justice for that Lin's husband and wife, and this Ningyuan County Yamen should be dismounted, and the one who should be arrested will be arrested, and will not be tolerated. Wang Changshan got up and arched his hand. I have written on behalf of Officer Lin's husband and wife to pass on to Generalissimo Lu. Zhao put down the cup in his hand, got up and said, Brother Bowen, meal will not eat, Yuan immediately send me back to the Chase County. I want to overnight gallop to Ningyuan County. Too bad, too dark, that Lin outside still quite a family capital connections have fallen into such a fate. I really cannot imagine. The ordinary people of this Ningyuan County should be how the water is deep and hot. How many of the wrongdoing of Ningyuan County? Said, that Lu Yuanzhao on the wind and fire out the door, just to the door. and then suddenly turned back to Gumor said, Mr. Gu, I just proposed you can really consider. Since ancient times there is the old saying, learn the text and martial arts, goods and the emperor's family, not for the emperor, but also for the people of the world to make a contribution. You can really think about it. With that, Lu Yuanzhao left in a hurry. In the hall, Qin Bowen had an embarrassed look on his face as he looked at Gumor and said, Mr. Gu, I'm sorry, my virtuous brother is quick-tempered. Don't take it personally. Gumor smiled slightly and said, Tong Jianlu is dedicated to public service and deserves respect, and should be a model for officials in the world. Afterwards, a few people said a few more words, and then excused themselves and left. 39288520. Chapter 20, Rather Fateful. After leaving City Hall, Elder Elm's hanging heart finally let go and said, this calamity of Officer Lin's couple should be over. If you say that the most worried about the couple outside Lin, it is also this Elm old man. He has been in the Great Elm Town for hundreds of years. He has deep feelings for the Great Elm Town, and outside Lin for many years to do a wide range of good deeds. Elm old man is also in the eyes. Wang Changshan nodded and said, if performing good deeds and accumulating virtue can't get a good result, then in this world, who else is willing to do good deeds? Along the way, a few people chatted idly, and only in the latter part of the night were they able to return to the mountain god temple. Wang Changshan knew that Gumor would be leaving soon. He then pulled Gumor to discuss the Tao, and didn't finish until noon of the next day before he couldn't get enough of it. Let's be honest, Gumor felt that Wang Changshan was overly cerebral, and although Gumor would offer some insights of his own during the two men's discussion, he didn't feel that he would have more insights than Wang Changshan, the centuries-old mountain god. Therefore, he is more with the attitude of asking Wang Changshan to teach and discuss with him. But Wang Changshan is recognized that he is a master of the way think that his words and actions have a deep meaning, and can always associate a lot. So, one night passed. Wang Changshan couldn't get enough of it and felt that he had been sublimated. I know that Mr. is about to enter the world of cultivation, even though there are 10,000 reluctance in my heart, but I am afraid that it will delay Mr. Avenue. Therefore, I do not dare to stay too much, especially for Mr. Prepared some of the things needed in the world of the red dust. Please Mr. Do not excuse. Wang Changshan sent Gumor to the door of the mountain god temple, took out a package and a sword to Gumor, said, Mr. Since the world, inevitably inseparable from the mortals to deal with, which I prepared some silver money. Mr. Do not worry, these silver are left in the mountains of the unclaimed, can be used at will. As for the sword, is more than 200 years ago, there are two Jianghu guests dueling here, the lost here, although it is not a magic weapon, but the ordinary use or can be. As for this sword, it was lost here more than 200 years ago, when two swordsmen had a duel here, although it is not a sharp weapon, it can still be used for ordinary purposes. Gumor also did not excuse himself and took the bag and the long sword. When the bag was in his hand, he felt that it was a bit heavy inside. The silver money was definitely quite a lot, and the long sword, although Wang Changshan said that it was an ordinary thing, but he looked at it with the eyes of an ordinary person. It should be extraordinary in the Jianghu. Of course, with Wang Changshan's vision as a mountain god, I'm afraid that, in the martial arts Jianghu, there were not many that could make him feel that they were divine weapons. Many thanks to Lord Shan. Gumor arched his hand. Wang Changshan said, Mr. is too polite. I hope that you can find what you want in your heart on this trip, and I hope that in the future, after achieving the great Tao, you can come back to drink 2 cups of tea with the old man. Definitely, Gumor said. Immediately thereafter, Wang Changshan then sent Gumor all the way to the bottom of the mountain, and spoke with Gumor for a while before the two parted ways. Gumo carried his bag and longsword towards the main road, and when he reached the corner, he turned around and saw Wang Changshan still standing in the same place, so he waved his hand and entered the corner. It took about an incense stick of time to walk to the official road. However, this countryside official road is not spacious, and the limited background of the era, the road surface is not good, all the way is also potholes. But, in this era, to be able to open such a big road is already not easy. Gumor had been to the county last night and knew the direction. His destination was Jiangzhou Prefecture, but the transportation in this era was very backward and closed. Many people had never even been to the county in their life. He could only go to that pier in the county to take a boat if he wanted to go to Jiangzhou, and he would also go around and around a lot of roads in the middle of the journey. However, he wasn't in a hurry, walking slowly without using his light power. In his previous life, after living for more than 20 years, he had always been busy, doing everything as if he didn't have enough time. To this life, when a period of time as a lonely ghost, in turn, will be a lot of things are to see through. Not to say that the great enlightenment, but the state of mind does have a lot of changes, especially this period of time experience, but also let the Gumor think. Living in the world, unnecessarily so impatient, there is always a landscape along the way is worth stopping to watch. This era, unlike the high-speed technological era of his previous life, was free of pollution, and the fields and streams along the way, even the euphoric gestures of a single blade of grass and a single tree, were rare to see in his previous life. Along the way, occasionally encountered hurried passers-by, occasionally see the busy farmers between the fields, or playful and ignorant children, will let Gumor feel can stop to appreciate. Yamagami-sama, Yamagami-sama. Suddenly, Gumor heard a tender child's voice from behind. Gumor turned around to see that it was the child named Tai-Tu that he had saved from the ghosts of the devils when he was a lone spirit before. At this time, Ironhead was sitting on an ox cart, and the one who drove the cart was his father, Iron Ching-shan. Tai Ching-shan was greeting Ironhead to refrain from talking nonsense. However, Ironhead was excitedly shouting towards Gumor, Lord Mountain God, Lord Mountain God, do you still remember me? I'm Ironhead. The ox cart stopped beside Gumor. Tai Ching-shan hurriedly got out of the car and said to Gumor with great trepidation, this gentleman, I'm really sorry, children don't know any better. Nonsense, please don't take it personally. I'm sorry. Tai Ching-shan's attitude was very humble, bending over to apologize, almost bending his waist at a right angle, obviously fearful. Gumor understood that he was dressed in brocade clothes and had a sword in his hand. In the eyes of an ordinary peasant like Tai Ching-shan, he was either a big clan son or a rumored Jianghu man, neither of which could be messed with by someone like Tai Ching-shan, for fear that he would blame him. Seeing Tai Ching-shan's gesture, Tai-Tu also seemed to realize that he might have caused trouble for his father. It's just that he doesn't understand that, because he remembers clearly that it was Gumor who saved him in the first place, and later on everyone said that he was saved by the mountain god, so he now sees the mountain god lord save warmly greeted. And Gumor held Tai Ching-shan's arm, knowing that the simple mountain man was fearful in his heart. Regardless of the era, the lowest of the low will always be filled with awe. This old brother, is this going to the county town? Gumor asked. Yes. Tai Ching-shan hurriedly said, there's a bit of grain at home, so I'm going to drag it to the city and sell it to buy medicine for the child. Gumor took out a few coins and handed them to Tai Ching-shan, saying, give me a ride, I'm also going to the county town. No need to pay. Tai Ching-shan hurriedly said. Tai Ching-shan hurriedly excused himself, then wiped the wooden boards of the ox cart clean with his sleeve and said, as long as the gentleman doesn't mind the dirtiness, it's fine, take it. Gumo shoved the copper plate hard to Tai Ching-shan and said, you all said you'd buy medicine for the child. I quite like this child of yours, tiger-headed and cute. Tai Ching-shan saw Gumo's resolute attitude, already sitting on the ox cart, so he didn't excuse himself anymore, collected the money, and his heart was solid, understanding that Gumo wouldn't look for trouble, so he also sat on the ox cart and drove the ox forward. What kind of sickness? Gumor asked. Tai Ching-shan sighed and said, being pulled into the river by a water ghost looking for a double and choked on the water. Alas, this child of mine has a bitter fate, always inviting those unclean things. Gumor was puzzled. What makes you say that? Tai Ching-shan said, I do not know how things. I'm this child, always hit the ghost, when I was a child whole night crying, please Mr. View, said that the home is not clean, remediation has been many times, and then a little bit bigger, go out to play, often brought to the cemetery mountain to go, always see some of our normal people cannot see the things, we do not dare to let him go out alone on weekdays. As a result, some time ago in the house are being led away by ghosts, fortunately blessed by the Lord God of the mountains. 2 days ago in the middle of the night suddenly disappeared, the village people to help look everywhere, finally found in the river, almost drowned. He said it was a child to take him out of the house, and once he said it, but it was the child who drowned in the river last year. Alas, Tai Ching-shan sighed with a saddened look on his face, and then immediately worried that Gumor didn't believe in all this. He explained, my lord, these are the foolish sayings of our countryside mountain folk, so don't take them too seriously. Gumor smiled and didn't say much. He actually realized the problem of the Ironhead. Under normal circumstances, small children are born with a mouthful of innate chi. However, as they slowly grow up, eat earthly food, eat grains and cereals, that innate chi will be slowly dispersed, the long 1 or 2 years, the short 3 or 5 days, to be able to like Ironhead like 4 or 5 years old. That mouth of innate gas is still not extinct is rare. Perhaps this is considered a kind of gifted, but for ordinary people, it is indeed a disaster. Innate gas it means that the flame is low, not only can see those evil things, but also easy to attract evil spirits. Such children are prone to early death. At this time, Ironhead looked at Gumor with a curious face. still not understanding in his heart. Obviously it is the Lord Mountain God. Why does father not let shout? However, because Iron Green Mountain's reaction was so big before. Therefore, even though Ironhead had doubts in his heart, he had been holding his tongue and did not dare to speak. Along the way, Tai Qingshan and Gumor had a chat. It took an hour before they finally arrived at the county town, and Tai Qingshan learned that Gumor was going to the pier, and was eager to send Gumor to the pier. However, the oxcart could only go outside the pier and was not allowed to enter inside. Tai Qingshan apologized. "My lord, I can only send you here." Gumor nodded and took out a copper coin, saying, "Let Tai Tu wear it with him, and don't take it off until he reaches adulthood. And in the future, when you have time, go to the Deqingshan Mountain God Temple more often to worship. It will ensure that he grows up safely." With that, Gumor gently threw the copper coin onto the back of the cow. Tai Qingshan looked doubtfully, and when he turned his head again, but where was Gumor's figure? He was shocked and immediately realized that he might have met a high-ranking person, and hurriedly tried to look for Gumo's figure, but when he looked again, he found that Gumo was actually standing on the bow of a ship that had already departed. His heart was appalled. Where could he not understand that he had really met a high person? This marina entrance, just off the exit. It's at least 30 to 40 feet. How can an ordinary person be that fast? He hastened to take the copper coin down from Oxback Mountain and held it tightly in his hand, as if it were a treasure. "Father, that big brother just now is really the mountain god lord. I absolutely did not talk nonsense. It was he who drove that ghost away, and then took me to the mountain god temple to look for you." "Really?" Tai Qingshan swallowed, his eyes filled with shock. On the bow, Gumor stood against the wind, looking at the waves. A wisp of a smile appeared on his face. It's fate. The first person he came into contact with when he came to this world was that kid named Ironhead, and everything about this period of time started after he saved Ironhead. I didn't realize that. Today he leaves this place. After all, it was again Ironhead who was the last to see him off, and the last one to make contact. He thought together, then cast a magic spell on that coin. The breath of that magic spell, on the evil spirits, has a natural deterrent. Ironhead to wear, as long as he does not deliberately go to find death. To go with the powerful evil spirits hard, the general small ghosts and evil things, far away from it will be avoided. This, on the contrary, is fate. 39288462. Chapter 21, Night in a Mountain Village. Transportation in this era is really limited and very inconvenient. Gumo took a boat on the river, sat for 5 or 6 days, changed several boats in the middle of the way, around 2 or 3 counties, still not able to reach Jiangzhou, and ran into the boat hit the reef. The boat was forced to stop in the middle of the way. Gumor again had to start traveling by land under the guidance of the ship merchant. He finally understood why in his previous life, when he saw those scholars on TV going to take the imperial examinations, they would depart half a year or even a year in advance. And there would even be a situation where many of them did not have enough money on their plates to make it to the examination hall. It's really hard to get around in this day and age. There is no fixed place to ride. There is no long-distance transportation of the car line. The boat line, very often can only be chance. Wait for 3 or 5 days or 10 days and a half months will have the opportunity to ride to the boat or carriage out of the county. Just out of the county is so difficult, not to mention out of the capital. And because of closed information and poor communications, it's inevitable that we'll encounter robbers on our journey. It is abandoned in the wilderness. The body is eaten clean by jackals, but also do not see any relatives will know. Will only think that it is still on the road, and then even if they reacted, there is no other way. Even if it is reported to the police is also of little use. This era is too restrictive. So, very few people out of the house. The mountains are deserted. Night is coming. It's raining from the sky. Gumor hurriedly ran to a big tree to take shelter from the rain. He took out a noodle cake and ate it. Hanging on his waist was a bamboo cylinder containing water. Human wisdom is infinite. There is no subtle craftsmanship in this era. But this bamboo cylinder was cleverly designed. Filled with water. When the lid was put on, it could be carried freely without leaking out. It cost Gumor 3 pennies. Soon a pie was finished and Gumor drank 2 mouthfuls of water and slowly screwed on the lid. Looking at the rain that was gradually getting heavier and heavier, he decided to brave the rain and see if he could find the village before it got dark. That's the way it is in this day and age. It's not like the latter days when you have navigation and have to take your chances. Just as Gumor was about to leave, he suddenly heard a burst of hoofbeats coming from behind. He turned his head to see that it was a flashy carriage that was galloping to catch up with the road, splashing up a lot of mud along the way. However, that driving people quite educated, and then close to Gumor moment intentionally slowed down the speed. Less splash Gumor all over the mud. Gumor see this, to drive the car slightly arched his hand. In response, Just as the wagon passed by, a cool male voice suddenly came out of the car. "Stop." That driving coachman immediately reined in and stopped. The carriage curtains opened. A young man with a clear appearance handed out an oil paper umbrella, shouted at Gumor, "This brother, it will soon be dark. The rain looks like a moment and a half cannot stop. The front 10 miles or so, there is a village. You can go to borrow a room. You take the umbrella, while the sky is still dark. Hurry to catch up with the road. It is still not too late. Should have invited you to go with? The car has a woman's family. There are inconveniences. Please forgive me." Gumor was a bit surprised. I did not expect this person deliberately stop as to send an umbrella for himself. Speak also so polite. So he arched his hand and said, "Many thanks. This umbrella for the price of geometry. I buy it. No need. When going out, anyone will have a time of inconvenience. This kind brother. I have urgent matters, so I won't make much small talk." After that youth finished speaking, he threw the umbrella to Gumor. Gumor caught the umbrella and arched his hand in thanks. With a wave of his hand, the youth lowered the curtain to allow the driver to drive the car. Eyes on that carriage moving forward. Guemo smiled slightly and said, "This person is not bad, only, the black gas between his eyebrows. I'm afraid that he's going to have bad luck, so I can give him a hand." Gumor hadn't learned the art of looking at chi, but, after all, he had been nourished by aura for a long time to wash his body, and his pair of eyes, which were extraordinary. As much as he was able to see a person's chi, he was also probably able to see some other kinds of chi as well, only, he hadn't studied the relevant arts, and couldn't meticulously distinguish between the various chi, but, roughly, he was able to do so. Just now that youth just showed up. Let Gumor feel surprised. That person's luck is thick, not ordinary people can compare. But, on the other hand, between the eyebrows and dazzled with the black fog and luck entangled, which is typical to be unlucky signs, and is the time is relatively close to, except that, Gumor do not see the specific time, but also cannot see what kind of bad luck. Gumor loaded the bamboo tube and went on his way with his umbrella. At this point, already far away in the carriage, the youth who just gave Gumor the umbrella was holding an urn in his arms, and in front of him there was a 15 or 16-year-old teenager with a dignified temperament, gentle and virtuous, who opened his mouth and asked, "Brother, we just have an umbrella. How can you give it to someone you don't know?" The youth smiled slightly and said, "You forget. Father usually taught us to do more for the convenience of others. That is, with their own convenience. We have a carriage. We can already shelter from the rain. But just that, brother. But there is no shelter from the rain. Now it's getting late. If he doesn't hurry up and get to the village in front of him, I'm afraid that tonight is a problem. If you are hurrying in the rain, it's hard to avoid catching the wind and cold. That is, a serious illness. Our carriage slowing down was something we should have done." But he arched his hand in thanks, showing that this person also knows how to be courteous, and such a person is also worth helping. That young girl laughed and said, "Okay, but brother, you and father are not like each other at all. Father does things in a windy and fiery manner. You read every day, and you have read your temperament to be overly gentle." "Not the same," said the youth. "Father, when he was a county magistrate, his character was also very elegant. These years, he is the general judge of this Jianzhou, inspecting and monitoring the officials all over the world. If there is no thunder, it will not be able to fulfill his responsibility. After a long time, the character will naturally become a little more impatient. I don't know when father will return to Jianzhou on this trip," the young girl said. "After bringing it to Jianzhou, he'll come and arrange all sorts of things for choosing a burial. It's getting dark, and it's raining hard." Gumor just happened to arrive at a village during this time period. This village is quite large. At a glance, there are 50 or 60 families that are afraid to converge together in large and small sizes. After Gumor entered the village, continuously asked several families to borrow a room and board were refused, until the 7th family met a solitary old man. Learned that Gumor is out of the way passing by to borrow a room and board. The old man directly agreed. Said, "I'm a loner, usually do not like to clean. If you do not mind the dirty, feel free to live." The old man's name is Li. According to him, the whole village is surnamed Li. Old man Li took Gumor into the house, and gave Gumor 2 beds of bedding, and also brought Gumor a bucket of urine. Said, "If you have to get up at night, use this bucket to speak. Try not to go out. The village is haunted these days, picking on young people like you." 39288451. Chapter 22, Beauty in the Backyard. In the room, the oil lamp flickered and dimmed. The light was dim, and it looked a bit eerie, and outside the room there was also a fierce wind accompanied by heavy rain, which made the atmosphere a bit more depressing. Gumor didn't know if this old man Li was telling the truth or intentionally trying to scare him, and asked, "Old man, You're not kidding, are you? Old man Lee smiled and said, I knew that a young man like you would not believe it. You listen? Listen to what? Gumor asked. Old man Lee said, did you hear the sound of a gong and drums? Gumor nodded. He had just heard the sound of gongs and drums in the village when he was just outside the village. It should be someone's family having a funeral. Old man Lee smiled and said, this is already the third one this month. 3 are young people in their 20s and 30s, usually fine and lively. As a result, inexplicably began to get sick, and when they die, they are all skin and bones, all said to be sucked by the female ghosts of the young Chi. Gumor raised an eyebrow and said, didn't you report it to the police? Old man Lee shook his head and said, what's there to report to the police? It's not like he was killed. This kind of thing can only be dealt with by asking a mage. Invited? Gumor asked. Please, said Old man Lee, the 3 families are invited. Invited 3 masters, said that the evil spirits, this hole that cure. The result is useless. People are still dead. 2 days ago, the mayor also called everyone to raise money, has gone to the county to ask the real masters to cure it. Gumor nodded and said, I know, then I won't go out at night. The old man laughed, joked, just do not go out are not necessarily line Lu. You this young man, looks white and clean, looks good, do not run into the house to find you female ghosts, you can have to hold Lu. Gumor laughed, knowing that this old man Lee was joking, so he didn't say much. Old man Lee left an oil lamp and a fire folding lamp in the house and walked out. The nights in this era were such that there was no entertainment, and unless there was something important to do, all the families closed their doors and went to bed as soon as it was dark. Even the family in the village where the funeral was held didn't take long to quiet down. After all, in this era, there is no electric light. Night lighting are relying on oil lamps. Want a big light? It needs a lot of tung oil, not the average farmer can afford. So even for funerals, the night will not last long. As soon as it's nighttime, the village became very silent then, except for the sound of the rain, which was the occasional bark or two. Gumor sat cross-legged on the bed and settled down to meditate. The golden Dan in his body rotated, and strands of spiritual chi converged, constantly washing the limbs and bones. Late at night, east of the village, in a small courtyard. This small courtyard, already the most luxurious house in this village, is a landlord's house in this village, also surnamed Lee. The village people all call him as Mr. Lee. Tonight, this Lee came a few guests from far away, said to be from Jiangzhou province. Looks like it is either rich or noble. Gave the landlord family some silver to borrow a night. These people were the same young siblings who had sent Gumor's umbrella earlier and their car driver. When several people ate a snack at the home of Mr. Lee's family and indicated that they wanted to rest, Mr. Lee immediately arranged for several people's rooms and personally escorted them to the compartment. Mr. Lu, Miss Lu, landlord Lee sent the 3 to the west room. Whispered, this night, if you hear any sound, do not go out. The village has not been peaceful recently. Several people died. All said that they were sucked yang chi by the severe ghosts. I do not know whether it is true or not, but, still, we have to pay attention to the point. After Mr. Lee finished speaking, he also left, leaving the 3 of them, Mr. Lu, looking at each other in disbelief. Miss Lu said suspiciously, brother, there won't really be ghosts. I just heard those maids at the Lee family's house all talking about the village being haunted, too, and they're all talking about it. Mr. Lu smiled and said, Father said that when people do things, as long as they have a clear conscience, even if there are ghosts, what is there to fear? Miss Lu tugged on Mr. Lu's sleeve and said, but, brother, I'm afraid, I'm timid. Mr. Lu smiled helplessly and said, you sleep in the middle room. Aki and I live next door on both sides of you. Aki is a martial arts master. He can be the first to know of any wind and grass. He was on the battlefield back in the day, and the ghosts are all afraid of him. Right, Aki? Achi was the very same driver who was in charge of driving the cart. However, his main job was not a driver but a guard, holding a plain sword in his arms. When he heard Duke Lu's words, he hastily nodded and said, ah, yes. Don't worry miss, with me here, no matter what kind of demons and devils they are, they will never dare to come. Miss Lu was still scared in her heart, but she couldn't do anything about it. She was the only woman who could only sleep in a separate room. It wasn't long before several people were asleep and it was almost around the clown hour. When Mr. Lu was sleeping, he suddenly heard someone calling him, Mr. Lu, Mr. Lu, Mr. Lu responded in a daze with a hey. Just for a moment, Mr. Lu suddenly got up and opened the door, walked straight out. The dark night, he did not light a lamp, so touched the black walked out, even, directly to the backyard of Mr. Lee's house. Suddenly, A cold wind came up and Mr. Lu couldn't help but shiver, and snapped out of it, looking from side to side, his heart bursting with shock. And, how did I get here? What is this place? Mr. Lu inexplicably remembered the words of Li said before going to bed, and then the body is a burst of cold, the face of a few points of white. Want to leave, but, this, the night and rain, and dark, can be said to be unable to see the 5 fingers. On a rock, his feet slipped and fell to the ground, already wet from the rain. This time it was as if he had taken a bath, soaked to the skin. It's already cold in this spring rainy season. Mr. Lu was instantly chilled to the point of sneezing. Just then a light suddenly came on in one of the rooms, and a woman, clad in a sable robe, opened the door. She held a lantern in her hand, and poked her head out, saying with some fear, Who is there? When Mr. Lu saw the woman's appearance, he froze in his tracks. And the woman looks, also 17 or 18 years old, born exquisite, not like a mortal, cheeks slightly red, starry eyes such as waves, long hair, shoulders, such as fairies, general skin snow, delicate and incomparable. The appearance of absolute beauty, cannot be forced to see. The woman was very afraid, stuttered and asked again, You, who are you? Why did you come here in the middle of the night? If you don't say a reason, I will call someone. Miss, don't be afraid. Duke Lu hurriedly got up and said, I am really sorry. Girl, I am from Zhengzhou. Today through this place, they borrowed a room from Li. Just got up at night. Ignorant. Mistakenly broke into this place. Alarmed, the girl is really sorry. I'm leaving. You do not need to be afraid. Oh, you are Mr. Lu. Ah, the woman softly said. I just now have listened to the maid at home said that there is a Jiangzhou to come to the land gentleman to borrow the night. Said that Mr. Lu is well read in poetry and books, full of experience. Both is a misunderstanding. Then you quickly leave. Yes, I'm leaving. Now. Mr. Lu stammered, lowered his head, but also fondly quietly looked at the woman a few more times. The heart has secretly planned, tomorrow to Li outside to probe. This girl can have a promised family? If not, it would be good. Just then, there was a sudden barge and yell from outside the small courtyard. Some of the Li family's maids. Miss, but is there something wrong? MS. Listening to the voices getting closer and closer, the woman was so anxious that she ran out and pulled Mr. Lu's hand towards the house. And Mr. Lu was so confused that he said, Miss, why is this? The woman said anxiously, Lu Gongzi, you but harmed me. This middle of the night. If people see you are not fully clothed in my yard, then my innocence of the reputation of the existence of, is not tomorrow will have to throw the well to prove innocence? 39288756. Chapter 23, Female Ghosts. I'm really sorry, girl. Mr. Lu's heart is guilty. Secretly reproach. If because of himself and bad this girl innocence, that is really 100 deaths cannot be blamed. Then followed the girl into the house. The voices in the courtyard were getting closer and closer, and it sounded like there were a lot of people. The girl was anxious, looked around, bit her red lips, and then pushed Mr. Lu onto the bed, saying urgently, Mr. Lu, quickly hide yourself, and I must beg you not to make a sound. Lu Gongzi at this moment is also some 6 God is not in charge. Did not think too much to listen to the girl's advice. They hid into the quilt, followed by the girl also rushed into the quilt. A woman's unique fragrance pounced on the women soft into the arms of the women, so that the Lu Gongzi apoplexy up. The door was pushed open and Duke Lu hid in the quilt, vaguely seeing several silhouettes, but could not see them too clearly, only to hear an old crone's voice, Miss, is there something wrong? The girl hurriedly said, Nothing's wrong, I just had a nightmare. You all go to rest, I'm going to fall asleep. That old crone seemed to have some doubts, looked left and right in the room for a while, and said with a meaningful meaning, Since Miss is going to sleep, we will not disturb. However, Miss should not think that the old body is too talkative. We as a woman, innocence is more important than life. Miss should pay more attention. I know, sister. Within moments, the room was quiet. Only then did Mr. Lu fondly lift the quilt and get up, arching his hand toward the woman. Miss, I'm sorry for what happened today. I'll leave now. Don't worry, Miss, I'll never say anything about what happened today. The woman did not respond. Mr. Lu hesitantly turned around and prepared to leave, and when he reached the door, he heard the sound of the woman sobbing. Mr. Lu said anxiously, Miss, why are you doing this? Could it be that you don't believe me? I can swear to heaven that I will never tell outside. The woman raised her head, looked at Mr. Lu, said, I naturally believe that Mr. Lu's character, but, no outsiders know, but I myself know that, although it is not necessary, but, Mr. Lu, a male body, into my boudoir, and I also, so close, in the future, how can I face my future husband? How can I live my life with a clear conscience? Mr. Lu was struck by lightning, stood in place hesitant to speak, silent for a long time, said, is Lu Mao can't help the girl, bad girl innocence, Lu Mao is willing to be responsible for, I will return tomorrow, to be back to the Jiangzhou, reported to the parents, will certainly come to marry the girl, is what Mr. Lu said true? A promise is a promise. The woman then slowly stood up, towards Lu Gongzi, the night is dark, to be close to the time, a woman's scent into the nose, so that Lu Gongzi cannot help but some of the love, and once again, the heart of a horse, the woman even embraced Mr. Lu at this time, softly saying, since Mr. Lu promised, I also let go of my heart, I also promise Mr. Lu that I will definitely wait for Mr. Lu here again, and I will wait until Mr. Lu marries me even if the sea withers and the stones are rotten, beauty in the bosom, soft as water, Mr. Lu is just the age of blood and vigor, where can still hold on, thinking that, anyway, has decided to marry this girl, even if it does not do what is appropriate, it does not matter. On second thought, Lu Gongzi will still remember the gentleman's way, the book of sages, holding the woman on the kiss up, the woman pushed too, but also by Lu Gongzi cast, back to the edge of the bed, took the initiative to help Lu Gongzi undress. Lu Gongzi is also fast will be the woman's clothes off, after some affection will be impatient straight into the subject, but just then, Mr. Lu suddenly heard a loud shout, Gongzi, don't wake up, this bellowing, sound like a loud bell, in the ears of Lu Gongzi like a thunderbolt, his surge of hot fire as if being doused with a pot of cold water, the mind instantly clear, the heart shocked horror, he made such an unseemly thing, even if it is to marry the girl, but also when the matchmaker is married to the feasible after the affair of the week. However, when he looked down at the woman underneath him, scared almost soul body left, the person underneath him, whereas the softness seems to be the girl of the country, but also a body of rotten ghosts, full of repellent worms in the writhing face, and there has not been that let a person ape's body fragrance, clearly as the stench is intolerable. Ah! Mr. Lu let out a miserable scream and rolled to the ground. Only then did he see that he had been in the backyard of the Li family, clearly in a mass grave, and the person who had just spoken softly with him was clearly a rotting corpse. Duke! Another bellow. Mr. Lu turned his head, only to see that it was his own guard, Shi, who woke him up. However, at this time, Shi's face was pale, and one of his arms was gurgling blood. Archie! Mr. Lu ran to Archie naked and exclaimed, what's going on here? Archie quickly took off his jacket to put it on Mr. Lu, panting, I don't know why, just now in Li's house, suddenly heard the door of your son's room open, and was puzzled in my heart, and chased after you to see you actually galloped all the way to see your son, and even faster than I was with my lightness of being, you ran all the way to this mass grave, from the grave will be that rotten corpse to dig out, on that rotten corpse to do that mischief, no matter how I shouted all to no avail, I want to come to stop, but found that I can't get close to you, no matter how I run are in the same place, has been in the ghost hit the wall. In a hurry, I remembered to listen to a Jianghu practitioner said, martial arts practitioners, blood as a guide, can be restrained on the ghosts and monsters, and I had no choice but to try. I gave myself a knife, blood spilled, really break this ghost hit the wall, and blood sprinkled on you, and only then will you wake up. I had no choice but to try, so I gave myself a knife, spilled blood, really broke the ghost wall, and then spilled blood on you, which woke you up, holding Archie up. He left. But just then, a female voice came, Lu Lang, how could you be so heartless as to leave me here alone? As soon as he heard that voice, Mr. Lu shuddered and, this was exactly the voice of the woman who had spoken with him earlier, and when he turned his head, he saw that the rotting corpse on the ground had actually crawled up, with a large mass of rotten flesh falling off his face, 2 eyeballs falling out, and maggots crawling around. It was clearly in the middle of the night, but he could see it unmistakably. Run, my lord, I'll stop him. Archie held his sword in one hand and rushed towards the carrion. A sword fell and cut directly into the carrion's body. Rotten flesh splattered everywhere. However, the carrion didn't seem to be harmed much. On the contrary, Archie's park sword was embedded in the bones. While Archie was terrified, the rotting corpse lifted his hand and slapped it out with a. Archie hastily abandoned his sword and raised his hand to block. Boom sound, a huge force, directly knocked Archie flying several feet, fell to the ground and could not get up. Lu Lang. Just now you said you swore an oath to the sea, and now you're abandoning me? The rotting corpse actually scratched its head and ran towards Mr. Lu. Early has been scared to death. Soul of Lu Gongzi, on the contrary, is in this moment calmed down. Heart secretly today is already dead. Only blame their own lust, but I'm afraid that will also harm the Chia life. Mr. Lu closed his eyes and waited for death. Just then, a roar like rolling thunder suddenly came from the darkness of the night. Sins, how dare you haunt this place? 392888160. Chapter 24, Beheading Ghosts. This sudden bellowing, like the whistling of thunder. Mr. Lu was shocked and wondered if he was not destined to die. He opened his eyes. A long sword was seen descending from the sky, and on top of that long sword, a wisp of lightning unexpectedly filled the air, bright and abnormal in this night. The sword of thunder, falling swiftly, it plunged straight into the top of the rotting corpse's head, and a crackling burst of lightning filled the air. The rotting corpse let out a scream, and in the next moment, a ghost actually ran out from the body of the rotting corpse and fled towards the mass grave. Sinner, still trying to run. At that moment, that one majestic voice came once again. Mr. Lu then saw in the distant forest, a white-clothed man quickly flying above the tips of the trees. His ethereal figure was like an immortal, but in the blink of an eye, that white-robed man then floated down. Reaching out, the long sword flew into the hand. Immediately after, can hear that white-robed man mouth reciting words? The next moment, we'll see this person's fingers and the long sword gently wipe. The sword appeared on the body of the wisp of golden light, instantly flew out. A sword hit the back of that escaped female ghost's. The female ghost let out another scream and instantly planted herself, hysterically yelling for mercy. Immortal masters, spare your life. Immortal masters, spare your life. Buzz. On the long sword, a golden light permeates the female ghost let out a scream, and her soul was scattered. Until then, Lu Gongzi just breathed a sigh of relief, secretly said that he was considered to have escaped from death. When he was ready to thank, then he was surprised to find that this white-clothed chivalrous man like an immortal, was actually the daytime time on the road to meet by chance. He gifted umbrella of the person. He exclaimed, "Brother Run, it's actually you." This person who suddenly appeared was none other than Gumor. Originally, Gumor had borrowed a room at Old Man Lee's house, but instead of sleeping, he settled into meditation. Suddenly, he heard a shout from outside the village that, obviously a person with deep inner strength can emit a loud bell. It immediately occurred to him that the carter who had been given an umbrella by the roadside today to the young gentleman who had been given the umbrella, was a martial arts expert. Earlier, at the roadside, when the wagon had stopped a little, Gumor could tell that the driver was not bad in terms of internal strength, and in the mundane martial arts world, he should be an extraordinary expert. So, associated with this, Gumor then suspected that he had encountered something. After all, this Lee family village was a small remote village. It was unlikely that a powerful martial arts expert existed. Thinking about the young male's gift of the umbrella, Gumor hurriedly sought the sound and rushed over, just in time to see the scene in the forest where the martial arts expert slashed the rotting corpse with his sword but was seriously injured by a slap. Immediately, he used the Five Thunders incantation, enchanted it on top of his long sword, and threw it. As he expected, that rotting corpse was also an unseasonable brat, not a fraction of a second worse than the ghostly aura of the stern ghost named Lin Xionyang that he had encountered in Deqingshan before. Gumor glanced at Mr. Lu, seeing that he was only wearing a coat of that car driver, and seeing the pile of clothes and pants by that grave not far away, he immediately associated it with many things, looked at Mr. Lu, gave a thumbs up, and teasingly said, "This kind brother, good guts." Duke Lu was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground, smiled sardonically, and arched his hand in thanks. "Thank you, Run, for saving my life, sir." He already understood that the person in front of him was definitely a person of high standing in the world, and it would be inappropriate to address him as Brother Run. Guemo waved his hand and said, "Today you gifted me the umbrella. Why should I save you from this calamity?" Duke Lu quickly thanked him, then he ran in a panic to help the seriously injured Ichi on the ground, and hurriedly asked Guemo, "Sir, could I trouble you to take a look at this brother of mine again?" Gumor walked over to take a look and said, "This brother of yours has a good physique and deep internal strength, so there is no fear for his life. However, with this injury, I'm afraid he'll have to lie down for a few days." After saying that, Guemo reached out and put his hand on Achi's wrist, helping him to stimulate his body's chi and blood in the same way that internal force healing was used in the secret books of martial arts, unblocking the meridians and stagnant veins. Put. Achi immediately spat out a mouthful of bruised blood. His spirit instantly recovered quite a bit, and he arched his hand towards Gumor. "Thank you, senior, for saving me." Gumor waved his hand and retrieved the sword, then turned around and left. "Mr. Lu hurriedly asked, I don't know your name. Where is the immortal mansion? Can you tell me?" In the coming day I will prepare a gift to thank you. There was no response. However, Gumor had already performed a light power and floated away. Duke Lu assisted Aki inside. What a tall man. This kind of demeanor is really mesmerizing. I really didn't expect that today's daytime chance encounter is actually this kind of tall man. So young that he actually has this kind of great power. Achi said softly. My lord, don't look at this senior's youthful appearance. It's possible that he's older than even the old master. Mr. Lu exclaimed. No way? Achi said. Gongzi, you are not a martial arts practitioner. You don't know. Many martial arts masters have the art of keeping their face, although not so old as to rejuvenate, but it is hard to tell the age from the outward appearance. Just now, this senior's light skill is so wonderful. The swordsmanship is so godlike. I've never seen it before, even when my master was alive. As the top masters of the Jianghu Lake, he couldn't do the tactics of that senior just now. I'm afraid that he has already reached that legendary innate realm. Mr. Lu said. Is that actually the case? Are there many experts in the innate realm then? To the innate realm? No more than 10 people. I don't know this senior. Which one is it? If I can get its guidance 1 or 2, then this life are no regrets. Early in the morning, just after dawn, Gumor was then awakened by the sound of a hustle and bustle. He walked out of the room and saw that a large group of people had come to Old Man Li's house, and the doorway was still blocked with many people who could no longer squeeze in. As soon as Gumor appeared, instantly there was silence and everyone looked at him. Old Man Li walked over with a smile on his face, but became a bit restrained, not at all as natural as last night, and said, Master Gu, you're awake. Gumor was a bit puzzled and queried, Old man, what is this? Old Man Li said, Master Gu, everyone knows who you are. Last night you flew through the sky and cut down the evil ghosts with your sword. The village has been spreading the word, and everyone is coming to you to ask if the ghosts have been killed? Gumor froze slightly and said, Who did you hear that from? Last night, someone in the village saw said Old Man Li. Last night, in the mass graveside, there was a loud roar. Many people in the village woke up and ran to see, just in time for someone to see you fly out. The mass graveside of the close people also saw you and the ghosts of the 300 rounds of war. As the gods like a flying sword, heavenly thunder rolls, thunderous Gumor. He seriously suspected that in a few days, this version becomes unrecognizable to himself. Gumor looked at those villagers, waved his hand, and said, Everyone don't rumor too much God. I'm just a little bit of the minutest trick. Last night, indeed killed a ghost, but the village, there are still no ghosts I don't know. For a while, those villagers were all abuzz, coming up to ask Gumo to help drive away evil spirits in their homes. The villagers were all abuzz with excitement. Gumo took a look at the situation. If he stayed, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to leave for 10 days and half a month. So he immediately handed the Old Man Li some copper coins and said, Thanks for lending the old man a place to stay. This amount of money is considered as the cost of the room. Ouch. No. Old Man Li hurriedly wanted to refuse, but Gumor had already taken his bag and left the door, and with a little footwork, he performed a lightweight skill and flew away, causing a gasp of surprise. Although this world's martial arts flourished and there were many martial artists, but in this remote mountain village, many people might not have seen this kind of lightweight means in their lives, and they were kneeling down and shouting for immortals. Not long after Gumor left, Lu Gongzi, who encountered a ghost last night, hurriedly arrived and learned that Gumor had already left, and his heart was filled with a burst of emotion, sighing that he had no connection with the high man. 39288919, Chapter 25, Meeting Again. After traveling for 2 days in the land of mountains and wilds and teasing quite a few circles, Gumor finally arrived at the Great Yu River as indicated on the map. This map is before in the hands of ship merchants to buy. Labeling is not detailed, can only see a rough, resulting in his 2 days to go a lot of detours, if not for his excellent light power, and will be a hand of wind spell. I am afraid that there is still more to go for 10 days and a half months. This Great Yu River, which goes straight to Jiangzhou. However, the place where Gumor arrived was not a pier, not even a ferry, and it was hard to come across passenger boats except for some fishing boats. He inquired for a long time on the shore, and learned that he needed to take his chances, and that there were people willing to send them on short trips, but the journey to Jiangzhou was too far for these fishing boats to be willing to send them. Finally, in the mouth of an old man, I learned that there is a passenger boat downstream, someone specially paid to hire, has been waiting here for several days. The destination is also Jiangzhou. Today seems to wait for the guests, may be about to set off, so that Gumor go to ask if they can take a ride. Gumor immediately rushed downstream and, sure enough, from a distance, he saw a large passenger boat on the river that had already left the shore. He hurriedly used his light energy to swoop over and shouted, Boatman, is it possible to catch a ride? At this point, a brocade-clothed youth on the bow of that boat looked back and was suddenly alarmed, shouting, "Stop the boat and dock! Stop the boat and dock!" That youth was the young man, Mr. Lu, who had almost perished in the encounter with the female ghost in Lee's village 2 days ago. Early that morning, learned that Gumor stayed in the Lee family village. He rushed to visit, but just missed. These 2 days to rush has been in mind. Moncler Jacket's outlet, but even the benefactor's name is not known, and even the last name is from the mouth of that old man Lino. Just now heard Gumor shouting boat, that familiar voice. All let him almost thought it was a hallucination. Did not expect to turn around and really see Gumor standing on the shore. His heart was overjoyed, and immediately ordered to dock, and worried about Gumor to leave, and waved his hand and shouted, "Mr. Gu, wait a moment, I will immediately let the boat dock." Gumor also recognized Mr. Lu, and was instantly a bit impressed. "I can't believe we're meeting again and again." A premonition rose in his mind that, could it be that his strand of Jianzhou karma would be related to this person? He went to Jianzhou to pay back the karma. As before, he drifted around in the body of a wandering soul, and there was a heavenly will in the underworld to guide him to the mountain god temple of Daching Mountain. This time, and again, we met with this man. It's hard not to be a little skeptical. "Martial master," he immediately responded. "Mr. Lu, there is no need to dock. Just agree to me boarding the ship." Mr. Lu hurriedly said, "Not since." Immediately, Gumor's feet, a leap, in an instant, will float down and out of 3 or 4 feet, as a falling leaf as light as the bow of the boat, arched his hand to thank you, Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu hurriedly said, "Mr. Gu is not saying anything. 2 days ago I heard that Mr. stayed at Lee's village. I went to visit early in the morning, but by coincidence I missed it. I never thought that I would have such a good fortune to see Mr. Again, Guemo smiled faintly and said, "If I had to know that Mr. Lu was also heading to Jiangzhou, I should have traveled with Mr. Lu that day." Mr. Lu was pleasantly surprised. "Mr. is also going to Jiangzhou?" Gumor nodded. Mr. Lu said joyfully, "That's great. My family lives in Jiangzhou. I don't know if Mr. Lu is going to play or do something else. I would like to ask you to leave a trail of immortality when you arrive in Jiangzhou, so that I can do my best as a landlord, not daring to seek to return the favor of saving my life, but seeking to be able to do some gratitude to my benefactor." Guemo waved his hand and said, "There is no need for Mr. Lu to be like this. However, when I go to Jiangzhou this time, I will be staying for a while without any surprises. Then I must certainly bother you more." "Sir," Mr. Lu said. Just then, a wonderful woman in the cabin poked her head out and softly said, "Brother, since the benefactor Mr. Gu is here, how can he keep blowing the wind outside, and not quickly invite in for tea?" Duke Lu slapped his head and said, "I was too happy to see you just now. I have been slow to ask you to come inside." Gumor followed Mr. Lu into the cabin, and there were 2 people inside. One was the wonderful woman just now, and the other was that guard of Mr. Lu. When he entered the cabin, Mr. Lu introduced himself and, "Mr. Lu's name is Lu Zhengming. That wonderful woman is his sister called Lu Shiqi, and that guard is called Achi." Several people were very polite to Gumor, especially Achi. Was originally lying on the bed to recuperate from his injuries. When he saw Guemo, he was so surprised that he ignored his injuries and climbed up from the bed to salute. He accidentally pulled his wound and grimaced in pain, but he was afraid of leaving a bad impression on the seniors in front of him. He hardened himself and endured the severe pain without saying a word. It was only after Guemo reminded Chi that when he was seriously injured, holding in his breath would easily bruise the air and aggravate his internal injuries, that Chi took a few big gulps of rough air. Lu Zhengming explained for Achi, "Mr. Gu, Achi is a martial arts nerd, and has immense respect in his heart for a master like you, so he's worried about rushing you." Gumor waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. I'm not much of a high-ranking person." Achi hurriedly said, "Senior is too modest. If I am not mistaken, Senior should be a legendary innate expert, right?" Gumor froze slightly and said, "Innate? Martial realm? I have not heard of it." Chi froze and said, "How could Senior not know about the innate realm?" Gumor's mind was puzzled. His martial arts were learned by spending an hour or 2 in the mountain god's temple, and none of them were profound secrets, and his knowledge of martial arts was learned from the mountain god, Wang Chanshan. It was a few short decades before it turned to dust. Gumor had also asked Wang Chanshan if there were any cultivation realms in the path of martial arts, and Wang Chanshan had also said no, and added if there were realm divisions, then there wouldn't be so many disputes, and everyone would just directly light up the realm. Now, all of a sudden, when he heard Chi talking about the martial realm, Gumor asked curiously. Brother Chi, why don't you tell me about it? What is innate? Chi immediately said. Innate, naturally, is the unity of heaven and man, martial arts to achieve the state of God. Innate, the peak of martial arts. Speaking of which, Chi suddenly stopped, looking at Gumo's expressionless silence, his heart bursting with apprehension. Suddenly, a flash of insight came into his mind. I thought I was a fool. Elder Gu is such a high-ranking person. Could he not know that the peak of martial arts is known as the innate? Would he still need me to explain it to him? Elder Gu is obviously pointing me in the right direction. And yet I'm still showing off my stupidity in front of my seniors. When senior asked me what innate was, naturally it was impossible for him to ask me what the innate realm rumored to be in the Jianghu was, and he was still saying earlier that he had not heard of the martial arts realm. This is to point out to me, do not cling to the Jianghu set martial arts realm. In the Jianghu 100 years ago, the Jianghu was not divided into martial arts realm, but the Jianghu still exists. So, what Elder meant, do not cling to the so-called realm, to stabilize the mind. 2. Naturally, the water will come to, not to, and then cling, even if clinging to the devil cannot be reached. Just like Elder Gu, he didn't know any realm and didn't deliberately pursue the so-called realm, but he was the topmost high achiever in the world. At this point, Guemo looked at Chi's silence and said suspiciously, Brother Chi, why don't you continue? Suddenly, Chi knelt on the ground and kowtowed violently, saying, Many thanks to Senior for pointing out the way. Gumor was full of doubts and said, What did I instruct you on? A 7 hurriedly said, Senior is too profound. A 7 stupid. Understand not much, only a little bit of enlightenment. Do not cling to external things. Martial arts realm is people set. There is no realm, there is still martial arts. So as long as the cultivation to the, everything will be water. Cultivation of martial arts is also the same. Do not cling to the mastery of how much. Put down in order to pick up. Will not be in order to learn. Gumor, 39288208. Chapter 26, The Innate Realm. A 7 kneeling on the ground. Very fearful and sincere, Gu Senior. Senior is really stupid. Senior is unfathomable. Your instructions, I can only understand this for deep meaning, but just now so a moment. Wasted a few years knife law surprisingly more than a trace of enlightenment. Only, I'm stupid. Afraid of wasting Senior a lot of painstakingly. Please Senior forgive me. Gumor was bewildered, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly and said, It's good that you are happy. Chi's eyes lit up, actually fell into contemplation again. After a while, excitedly said, I understand. Senior means, the sword method can't just be skillfully mastered moves. Moves mastered again skillfully. If there is no heart, no one's own intention, then the sword method is still dead, even more subtle. The only way is to let one's own heart melted into the moves. Become like a person who is thirsty will want to drink water, and when one is hungry will want to eat. That's the real great accomplishment. Gumor, the brain monster is truly terrifying. Although Lu Jiangming and Lu Jiqi's siblings on the side were not martial arts practitioners, but, more or less, they had some understanding of martial arts, and when they saw this unspeakable excitement of Chi, their hearts were filled with shock. They all know that. Archie said a few years ago that he couldn't break through when he reached a bottleneck in his swordplay. But now, surprisingly, there was a breakthrough because of Mr. Gu's 3 words. Mr. Gu, truly a tall man, terrifying as he is. And what they don't realize is that Mr. Gu, the high man at the moment, was a bit tired. After a long time, almost an hour before and after it was only then that Gumor finally learned what the so-called martial realm was all about from Chi. Wang Changshan didn't lie to him. Martial arts were originally not divided into realms. However, 100 years ago, there was an astonishingly talented celestial pride named Yin Qingfeng, who made a name for himself as a sword god in the Jianghu and challenged all the famous masters in the world. According to his own understanding, he made a realm division of martial arts, and after synthesizing all aspects of judging, he divided martial arts into unqualified, third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate, and above the first-rate, he set a realm, which he claimed had already comprehended the true meaning of martial arts and reached the realm of unity of heaven and man, known as the innate, and also known as the pinnacle of martial arts. It's such a simple thing. Guemo hard to break with a Chi for an hour to figure it out. I can't help it. Archie's brainpower is too strong. Without paying the slightest bit of attention, infinite thoughts would emanate from Gumor's casual 1 or 2 sentences, pulling out a whole bunch of senses, leaving Gumor helpless. However, Gumor is very interested in the secret books of martial arts. Although he will be a lot of martial arts, but, are some of the grades or very general secret books of martial arts? If according to the division of what Chi just said, he learned those secret books, the most subtle, but also the second-class level, Gumor hesitated for a moment and asked, Chi, can you show me your blade technique? Of course, this is after all a heavy treasure of your master's school. I can understand not being able to freely show it to others. Don't worry about the rest. Senior Gu, I don't have any master. I'm the only disciple in my master's life. Chi decisively took out a book from his baggage and handed it to Gumor, saying, this is the blade technique I practiced, called the shocking blade technique, which my master spent his whole life's effort to create, but he was not able to complete the blade technique even on the day of his death. However, his old man until the day he passed away, also not able to complete the knife law. This is his life's biggest regret. Can get Gu's senior guidance too? Master in heaven will also be pleased. Gumor took the secret book and flipped through it. Just after reading a page or two, he felt that this saber technique was extraordinary, far from the ones he had read before and marveled. Your master is not an ordinary person to be able to create such a saber technique. Chi heard Gumor's evaluation, immediately feel with honor, said, although my master is not like seniors such as the innate Highlander, but, in the Jianghu is also a top expert. Back then in the Jianghu also has a hefty reputation, known as the amazing knife guest, one of the most supreme characters under the innate. Gumor kept flipping through the sword techniques, browsing at a breakneck pace. It took about an incense stick of time to read it, and right after that, it took him almost 3 more seconds to digest it. It's strong. It should be known that the difficulty of magic spells in general was far more difficult than martial arts secrets, but Gumor had previously comprehended those spells, a spell, and it only took at most 2 seconds, and this surprising blade technique, as a martial arts secret, even cost Gumor 3 seconds to comprehend it. It was enough to prove the subtlety of this sword technique. 3 seconds later, Gumor opened his eyes and suddenly pointed a finger towards the window. Just for a moment, above the calm river, suddenly rioted up, in an instant, but also scattered a huge gap, a foot deep, 2 feet long, really like a huge knife, and the river split down. Huge waves that rocked the ship. The heavens and earth all seemed to be still resounding with the sound of swords. Several people were beyond appalled that, and naturally, the one who was most shocked was Archie, who was a martial arts expert. His eyes were wide and full of disbelief. In the martial arts, those with deep inner strength. But it's not surprising that internal chi leaves the body and forms blade chi and sword chi. But Archie just saw it clearly. Gumor didn't use any internal force with this finger. Elder Gu, this is the legendary blade intent? Gumor nodded. Intention is the unity of form, spirit, emotion and reason, the coordination of reality and nothingness, both born in the accident, but also contained in the elephant. The intention is the martial artist's comprehension of martial arts to reach an unprecedented realm, a manifestation from the inside out, a concept that is close to the Tao, the innate realm. In fact, Gumor didn't know much about martial arts. However, he could sense the laws of heaven and earth. This stunning blade method was originally between the so-called innate below, a line of martial arts secrets. Gumor once he comprehended, he based on the laws of heaven and earth, looking for the flaws and shortcomings of the blade method. Just now this finger, it is his finger as a knife. Follow the laws of heaven and earth. Discard the dregs of the stunning blade method, extending its subtleties. This slash goes straight to the innate. This moment, Gumor did understand why that sword god, Yen Qingfeng, had delineated the realm of innate. This realm, for martial artists, indeed, it was a great breakthrough. It was already similar to a warlock cultivating spells, all of which similarly followed the laws of the operation of the aura between heaven and earth. And in a way, martial artists in this realm had a higher affinity with heaven and earth than warlocks, because warlocks are utilizing the laws of aura operation, many of which are step by step, and are not really able to sense the laws of aura operation themselves. Indeed, no Tao can be underestimated, and it's not impossible for a martial artist in this realm to be able to cut down demons and remove devils with a little bit of guidance. Gumor slowly withdrew his fingers. There is some emotion in his heart. This is an innate martial artist. 392888922. Chapter 27, The Appearance of Karma. Gumor has killed evil spirits in Lee's village before. It was then that he used his arts to add to his sword technique and easily killed the evil spirit. If someone else had come along, take Archie for example, if he could see the evil spirits and could have a weapon that could do damage to them, he would also be able to kill them. The reason why martial artists can't fight demons and monsters, it wasn't that the martial artists were weaker. After all, when it came to real fighting, those warlocks couldn't possibly be a match for the martial artists. But the problem with the martial artists was that they couldn't do any damage to the ghosts or monsters. They couldn't even touch them. For example, in the village of Lee, Chi slashed at the rotting corpse, which couldn't dodge at all. But the problem was that no matter how much Chi slashed, he couldn't do any damage to the evil ghost itself. Even if he chopped the rotting corpse into meat paste, the evil ghost wouldn't be hurt even a bit. But everything has its own character. The arts of the warlocks were able to restrain the evil spirits, but they could not deal with the martial artists, because the martial artists were human beings, and the laws of human existence were different from those of the evil spirits, so it's not really possible to say which is better or worse. For this reason, being similar to Wang Changshan and Qin Bowen did not think much of either warlocks or martial artists, and did not give much thought to martial arts secrets and techniques. The only one who has ever held in high esteem the immortal high priests. The reason why he would treat Gu Mor with respect was also because he had decided that Gu Mor was an immortal Dao master. Just, so far, Gu Mor hadn't figured out what an immortal Highlander was really like, either. Ask Wang Changshan. He can't tell you why. The key lies in the word Tao. But this Tao, what it is not clear at all. Gu Mor thought about it for a while. These things are ultimately unthinkable. Take your time. One day you'll be able to understand. For example, if one becomes an innate martial artist today, if one were to think empty thoughts, one would not be able to think of the so-called innate true meaning even if one thought through one's head. Your master is an extraordinary person. This stunning blade technique is only one step away from the innate true meaning. I have just made up for the missing true meaning in it. Gu Mor said. You and go and fetch the pen and ink. I will modify the blade technique. However, whether or not you can achieve innate is up to your own destiny. Ah Chi knelt on the ground, viciously kowtowed a few times, and said in a deep voice, Senior's great kindness is unforgettable. Ah Chi would like to spend his life following Senior as a slave and a servant. In order to return Senior's kindness, Gu Mor waved his hand and said, there is no need to do so. You showed me the blade technique. I also benefited a lot. Now I am helping you to perfect the blade technique. It is only considered as repaying you a favor. Both of them do not owe each other. Get up. By the way, I only know that you are called Ah Chi. What is your real name? Ah Chi got up and said, I'm not hiding it from Senior. Senior is fortunate enough to share the same surname as Senior, which is also Gu. The reason why I'm called Ah Chi is because I was born in the 7th month, and my father, being a spunky man, casually took this name. Gu Mo's heart stirred as he asked, you're from Jianzhou Prefecture, surnamed Gu. Which Gu surname? Ah Chi said doubtfully, my family is not a famous family, just a merchant family, a small family. My ancestry is from Qingshi Town, Jianzhou Prefecture. Gu Mor's mind was enlightened. Before boarding the ship, I felt strange. This trip, but repeatedly encountered Lu Zhangming a few people, and thought that his share of karma is related to Lu Zhangming. Now it seems that he guessed wrong, most likely related to this Achi. Still, Gu Mor confirmed further and asked, have you ever heard of the name Gu Qingpei? Chi was puzzled. It's my great-grandfather. Senior, you know my high ancestor? Gu Mor didn't reply, but sighed softly and, right this minute, he had already seen that the thread of karma that had fallen on Jiangzufu before had now surfaced, and the other end was being connected to Qi. This share of karma was indeed due to Archie. Gu Mo did not remember how old he was, but probably knew that he should be over 100 years old, and that Gu Qingpei, Archie's high ancestor, was his own brother. Back then, when he resolutely left home in search of the immortal path, his younger brother Gu Qingpei was just 5 years old at the time. Now a flash. The person I met was the great-grandson of the snot-nosed man of the year. Gu Mor asked, the Gu family, are there others? Achi shook his head and said, the family tree, from the distant ancestor generation, to my great-grandfather when there are 2 men. It is said that the great-great-grandfather was Jiangzhou Xueyuan. After the search for immortality unknown, only my great-grandfather left. Has been to my generation is a single lineage. 10 years ago, Jiangzhou plague, my parents have all passed away. I am the only one left. Over the years, has been with the master walking the rivers and lakes, have never had a family. Alone. 3 years ago, the master died. I returned to the green stone town, heard that the Jiangzhou government magistrate Lu Yuanzhao Lu Lord cynicism and hatred, 2-sleeve cleanliness, Jianghu, never family, all alone. 3 years ago, my master died. I went back to the green stone town, heard that Jiangzhou governor Lu Yuanzhao Lu adult cynical as vengeance, 2-sleeved clean, do not fear the strong. Is the world rare good officials, the heart respect, then into the land family as a disciple. Oh, Gu Mor looked at Lu Zhangming and Lu Zhiqi's siblings in surprise, and said, you are the young ladies and gentlemen from the home of General Magistrate Lu? Lu Zhangming said in astonishment, is it possible that Mr. knows my father? I have had a chance to meet with you, and the name of General Judge Lu is as cynical as he is hateful. Gu Mo looked at Achi again and asked, is the family's old mansion still well preserved? Archie nodded. It has been repaired from time to time and is well preserved. Gu Mor sighed slightly. After nearly a century of absence, It's just a matter of returning to a place where things are different. The only family in the bloodline. And this is what happens to them. Point you to practice. Ha! Ah Chi was shocked. Then he was ecstatic. Many thanks, senior. Many thanks, senior. Seeing Gumor walk out of the cabin, Faye asked after him, Senior, do you have an old relationship with my family? Gumor didn't say anything and walked outside the cabin to meditate with the river breeze. Karma in the red world. Love in the mundane world. This karma, I'm afraid, is not as good as the karma that was returned to the mountain god before. Cabin. The three of them, Achi and Lu Zhengming as well as Lu Ziqi, looked at Gumo, who had entered into meditation, and their minds were filled with doubt. Lu Zhengming said, Achi, you really can't remember who Mr. Gu is? Mr. Gu is also surnamed Gu. Could he be your relative? Achi shook his head and said, My family has several generations of single transmission. That is, my great-grandfather once had an elder brother. That is, my great-great-grandfather, who is rumored to have gone to seek immortality and ask for help. It is always impossible for Elder Gu to be my great-great-grandfather. Wouldn't he have to be more than 120 years old then? Lu Zhengming said, It's not impossible. Right, didn't you say before that the peak of martial arts can be resided in the face? Achi said, Residing in the face is not a return to old age, but, an innate martial artist, is not immortal, and when you deserve to die, you still have to die. Lu Ziqi on the side laughed softly. Why do you all have to stare at Achi's great-great-ancestor for consideration? Your great-great-great-ancestor went out to seek immortality and ask for help. Can't he have an heir outside? Can't Mr. Gu be the descendant of Achi's great-great-grandfather? This, both Qi and Lu Zhengming froze, and the more they thought about it, the more it made sense. The passenger ship traveled quickly down the river, quickly away from the. What Gumor and the others didn't know was that not long after they left, many Jianghu people swarmed to the place where Gumor had split the river with one finger earlier, that gap in the river, which lasted a little over half an hour before disappearing. Not long after, a message began to spread rapidly through the Jianghu. There are innate masters present in Jiangzhou. Fearing that the Jianghu is about to be in chaos. 392888367. Chapter 28, The Old House in the Old Years. 4 days on the river. Finally arrived at the Jiangzhou capital, after more than 100 years of separation, and then returned to Jiangzhou city. Gumor's heart is quite emotional. Good thing that the development of this era is not too fast. Even after 100 years of separation, you can still see traces of familiarity. Living up to the name of the prefecture city, the city was very lively, far from being comparable to those counties that had passed by before. After disembarking from the pier, Lu Zhengming twice invites Gumor to visit the Lu family, but Gumor refuses, stating that she wants to go to the Gu family's old mansion first. Lu Zhengming and the others also guessed that Gumor should have an old relationship with the Gu family, and seeing Gumor's determined attitude, they did not snatch him away and separated after walking out of the pier. Gumo also knows Lu Zhengming this time to leave Jiangzhou, because the family ancestral tomb problems, deliberately go back to bring the ashes of Jiangzhou to choose another feng shui burial site, outside the marina. After a few polite words, Lu Zhengming and Lu Ziqi's siblings left with the ashes, while Qi led Gumor towards Qingshi town. Although this was a prefectural city, the city was also divided into a number of village and town boundaries. Greenstone Town, on the other hand, was located on the outskirts of the eastern city. Along the way, Gumor followed the memories in his head as he walked, and the roads and buildings along the way hardly changed much. Has Elder come to the Jiangzhou prefecture before? Achi saw that Gumo was very familiar with the routes in the city, and even after arriving at Qingshi town, he was still walking freely. Gumor was silent for a while and said, Lived for nearly 20 years. Achi was very surprised and said, Then Senior has also been to Qingshi town? Gumor nodded without saying much. Archie was starting to wonder in his mind. He had guessed that Gumor should be a descendant of his great-great-grandfather, but now he had some doubts in his heart. If Senior is a descendant of the great-great-ancestor, who once stayed in Jiangzhou city for nearly 20 years and came to Qingshi town, why haven't I heard of him? Could it be that he just took a look and didn't recognize him? Then why come to live in the old mansion now? Chi very much want to ask a question. But, Gumor did not speak interest, hesitated for a moment, did not ask the export. The heart of the senior act, own some rules, ask more, inevitably cause Senior displeased. Senior if willing to say, naturally will say, soon. It came right outside the Gu family's old mansion. Gumor watched from afar, his mind racing with thoughts. This old house, and the memory of a slight discrepancy. That fence is higher, but the location and size of the arrangement did not change. Still can see the courtyard osmanthus tree, pavilion as a cover. Many images came to his mind of climbing up a tree barast as a child, and of lying under a laurel tree in the heat of the summer to cool off. Push the door into the courtyard. Everything's pretty much the same. The house has been renovated, but the structure is still the same. The center of a main hall and a kitchen. The left and right side rooms have a corridor connected to the main hall. The middle of the dam is not big, growing a large osmanthus tree. The loquat tree is much larger than in memory, but after more than 100 years, it's not easy for this laurel tree to survive. Gumor stood in the courtyard with rather mixed emotions. He saw the well in the corner again, and fell down it as a child. Nothing seems to have changed. But, people aren't the same as they were back then. Archie doesn't live here. He's staying at the Luke's. So, although the old mansion was well preserved, the dust was all thick, and there was no furniture or pots or pans whatsoever. She was diligent in cleaning the house together with Gumor. However, after barely cleaning it, it was already late in the evening. Elder, Archie said, it's almost dark. We can only continue cleaning tomorrow. I'll go to the town first to help you buy some bedding and other things. No, Gumor said. I'll just go by myself. Archie quickly said. These small things, how can I let senior you personally do? It's all cultivation. Gumor said with a smile. Archie, remember, things in this world, no matter how big or small, even sweeping and cooking, even walking a path, as long as you have the heart, it's all cultivation. Archie froze, and after a while, he arched his hand and said, many thanks for the guidance, senior. Guillermo waved his hand and said, it's almost dark, so why don't you go back first? I'll go buy what I need myself, and it's also just the right time to take a stroll around this town. Alright then, senior, I'll come back tomorrow. Archie arched his hand and left. After Archie leaves, Gumor wandered around the courtyard for a while longer, recalling many memories deep in his mind, like watching a movie, viewing many images that, he then went out to buy bedding, and, walking through the town, many of the houses were still the same as those in the memories. The construction of the town had changed a bit, but, it was still possible to see a generalization, and occasionally, someone would check out Gumor, a stranger. It made Gumor feel a pang of emotion in his heart. In a trance, it reminds me of a story I read in a previous life called Raggedy Ann, Where You Are Now. It's a bit like the main character in that rotten dream. I woke up from a dream, and there was a sea of change. Looking back, 100 years have passed. Gumor didn't have to go far before he bought bedding and pillows in the town. He hugged his things and returned to the old mansion. When I came back, I saw two old men playing chess in front of the next door. They were always arguing, and from a distance, they could be heard arguing about who had repented first and who had stolen a piece. There's no chess in this world. The two of them play Go. Gumor didn't know Go. However, he had only stopped to watch for a short while, and then he had comprehended the rules of it thoroughly, and might be considered an expert. At least, compared to the chess skills of the two old men in front of him, he was definitely considered an expert now. A dark-skinned old man saw Gumor watching and raised his head to ask, young man knows chess? Gumor smiled and said, not really, no, just know how to play a little. That black old man instantly said, come, since we'll chess, that young man you to be the referee. This stone old man is always cheat. You to adjudicate. I see that he is okay embarrassed to cheat. Gumor glanced at the old man surnamed Sure and smiled slightly. This old man surnamed Stone, a green coat, temperament elegant, very much like a well-read poetry old gentleman. Give a person the feeling is very out of the ordinary. And this black old man full of beard, wearing coarse linen clothes, body reveals a kind of township old man rustic atmosphere. How to look at these two people do not look like a class of people, but it is contrary to come together in a piece. However, it's true that it's not a world away. Gumor just took one look at the old man with the surname Sure and saw that he wasn't a human being, and that there was some faint aura and a subtle scent of incense on his body. However, Gumor didn't intend to say anything, smiled slightly and said, two old gentlemen, I still need to go and make the beds. I can't delay here. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to hit the floor today. Next time, I'll come back to referee the two of you next time I have a chance. The old black man asked, are you a friend of that boy Archie? I just saw you seemingly coming out of his house? Yes. Gumor nodded. Lend a hand for a while. Old man Black revealed a meaningful smile and asked, young man, are you bold? Gumor was puzzled. What does the old gentleman mean? The black old man said with a smile, if you don't have a lot of guts, I advise you not to live in the boy's house of Aki. This kid often does not return home, and occasionally come back but also hurriedly leave. I don't know that his home in the last half a year there are some problems. What's the problem? Haunted. 392888912. Chapter 29, Strange Things in the Well. Gumor was puzzled. Please also tell me more about it. Old sir. That black old man was about to open his mouth, when the old man with the surname of Sure spoke up. You bad old man. You can scare people. The old man with the surname of Shur looked at Gumor and said, "Little friend, don't listen to this black goods to scare you. There is no such thing as ghosts. It's all just blackmail." That old black man immediately retorted, "You old stone man is so unreasonable. I live next door. Can I not be clear? Where do you live? You're not even from our town. What do you know?" Black old man simply chess or not down, came to the interest, picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, said, "Young man, come, you sit, not busy this moment. I will first talk to you carefully. Listen to the end of your own thinking in the end do not live in. If you do not dare to live, it will be temporarily in my home to live on the night can be. My name is Ji, called Ji Hongchuan. A 7 that kid from childhood are called my name. A 7 that kid from childhood are called me a grandpa it. You are his friend. I'm sure not lie to you." Gumor sat down on the stool next to him and said, "Please, please, 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 please." Ji Hongchuan said with a smile, "You look like a reader. Ha ha, readers speak well, know how to be polite. Unlike the stone old man, is also a reader, day after day. Play a chess is still always repenting. Chess is too bad." The old man surname sure spat, "You black bastard. You've repented of your moves more times than I have." Ji Hongchuan also does not argue with the old man surname Stone, slowly opened his mouth and said, "Gu's old house is haunted a thing, but also from half a year ago. At first, it is the town always have something stolen from the family, but not what is valuable, is the eggs, pastries and so on. Everyone at first thought it was a child stealing food, and did not worry too much, but we are ordinary people. No one's family is not more affluent. Over time, always being stolen, who can not stand? So, some people in the town came together to discuss, decided to catch the thief. Everyone counted the time, found that the thief is the night around Ohio. They unified the home food are hidden, only to leave a family outside. After waiting for several days in a row with no catch, until the 5th day, when everyone was about to give up, the thief finally showed up. Seeing a child in green clothes ran into the house, a group of people immediately rushed in, but the child was cunning, actually left and turned and ran away. The big guys chased all the way to this neighborhood, and disappeared. By this time, people didn't think too much about it. They all thought that after they were scared, the kid shouldn't come back, but as a result, it didn't stop for a couple of days, and then some people started to get their stuff stolen again. However, this time, everyone has been prepared, the stolen home to hide things tightly. The thief looked for nothing, but instead of making noise was detected, all the way to the neighborhood again ran away. Later, one after another, several families are chased to this neighborhood cannot find the trail. The big guys a discussion, simply hide at night in this neighborhood directly to catch the present. As a result, it is this blocking, it found a big problem. Speaking of which, Ji Hongchuan paused for a moment, then he looked at Gu more mysteriously and said, "That child even ran directly through the wall into the Gu family's old mansion." At that time, a lot of people saw, that child suddenly appeared. Everyone swarmed, that child directly turned around and went in through the wall. Immediately after that, a diving sound could be heard coming from the Gu family's old mansion. Since then, that child often appear, as long as they are found, will run into the Gu family old mansion, have the courage to hide in advance in the Gu family old mansion, found that child every time to run back to jump into the Gu family old mansion in that water well. Later, I heard that it was the Gu family's well, and that more than 100 years ago, when the Gu family hadn't yet moved here, there had been a child who fell into the water and drowned there, and there hadn't been a replacement found. Said here, Ji Hongchuan carefully measured Gumor, but, Gumor face flat. Ji Hongchuan quite some disappointment, said, "Young man, Gu's old mansion is really a ghost. I'm not going to lie to you. My home and Gu's old house next to the into, often can hear plop 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 diving sound. I'm not going to lie to you." Gumor nodded and asked, "It's just a kid and the sound of diving, nothing else?" Ji Hongchuan shook his head and said, "You're still going to live there?" Gumor laughed and said, "I'm a big sleepy person. I can't even hear thunder when I fall asleep. I'm not afraid." Ji Hongchuan helplessly said, "The said my old man can say, you have to live. That's your business." Night was scared. "Come knocking on my door." "Ha ha ha. Thanks, Gramps. If I'm really spooked, I'll come knocking." Gumor smiled, got up and said, "Master, old sir, you two play chess slowly. I won't bother you anymore. Farewell." "No more. It's getting dark and I should get back." The old man surname sure got up, looked at Ji Hongchuan, and said, "It's going to rain tomorrow, so I can't come. I'll come back to play chess with you in a couple of days." Ji Hongchuan spat. You old crow's mouth. Every time you say it's going to rain it's especially accurate. I see that there's clearly a moon in the sky tonight. So how come it's going to rain tomorrow? It will go down. It will go down. The old man surnamed Sure said a couple of words with a smile before turning to leave. Gumor looked at the departing old man surnamed Sure with interest and smiled slightly. Surnamed Sure. And wearing a green coat. Rather, it complements the name Lime Rock. He remembers the name of the town of Greenstone. Because there is a huge green stone on the side of a road next to the town. And from time to time there are still people who go out of the way to burn incense and worship. In order to travel safely. Back at the old Gu mansion. Gumor hugged the bedding and purposely went to the well in the corner to look around. And didn't see any ghost chi or anything else. It was normal. Gumor guessed that it might really be a blackmail like that old man surnamed Sure said. I don't think that's a good idea. Gumor guessed that the old man with the surname of Sure was probably the big green hill at the entrance of the town that had become a spirit. Just like the old elm tree that was in the town of Great Elm in the beginning. In a way it was considered as the guardian spirit of the town. And if there was really an evil spirit, he wouldn't have let it go. What's more, Gumor himself is no ordinary man. It was also unlikely that any ghosts could actually get past him. Gumor looked at the entrance of the well, then turned around and went into the bedroom, quickly laying out the bedding and sheets before he began to settle down to meditate. In a flash, the auras began to converge. Time passes slowly. In the middle of the night, Gumor suddenly heard a little rattle coming from the yard, from the water well, and he snapped his eyes open. No way. There's really an evil spirit hiding in there? Gumor was a bit surprised, but he had deliberately checked it out and didn't feel the slightest bit of ghostly aura. Immediately, Gumor then took the sword and walked to the door, gently opened the slit to look at the water well, actually saw water from the water well spray out. Slowly, the spray of water flow was getting bigger and bigger, all formed a fountain. Just as Gumor was about to go out to check, something dark flew out through that spray and smashed to the ground. Upon getting a good look at the thing, Gumor some cannot help it, but it is a face basin-sized turtle. Fell to the ground, fell on all fours, for small short legs, crazy struggling to sway. 39288311. Chapter 30, Old Turtle in the River. The turtle struggled desperately for a while, and finally managed to roll over onto its back with its tail supporting it. The turtle stretched out his head and looked around, but slowly transformed into a human form, turned into a 5 or 6-year-old child. However, the illusion of some not quite complete. 2 feet and 2 hands are still the shape of the turtle claw. Turtle shell into a green dress. This was not morphing, but a unique illusionist talent of the demon class. To be able to take shape, are really big demons. That is, when in the town of Big Elm that several hundred years old elm tree, and finally was ordained priesthood is only the soul to get support can barely maintain the person, are far from the degree of shape, so it's a gluttonous turtle. No wonder everyone in town saw it was a kid in green. The turtle spirit was on the ground, and slowly stood up and, as soon as he looked up he saw a figure standing in front of him, frightening the turtle so much that he turned around in a hurry and jumped towards the well in a single leap. But when jumping into the air, however, Gumor grabbed the clothes on his back and, the turtle spirit issued a whimpering sound. Feet and hands struggled hard, but could not break free, hanging in the air. You little thing, you want to go and steal food again don't you? Gumor had just placed the turtle spirit on the ground when that turtle spirit was ready to turn around and jump into the well again. Stand still. Gumor's long sword was slightly sheathed, emitting a sword sound. The turtle spirit that was about to run shivered in fear and hurriedly knelt down on the ground and kept kowtowing to Gumor. The image of this little turtle spirit is a little droll. The head is very small. The body is big. Both hands and feet are very short, but very thick. The fingers didn't materialize. Still turtle claw looks like it is still can't speak human language. Gumor could feel that. This little turtle spirit's spiritual power is very weak. That is, barely able to manifest human form, even if it is encountered by ordinary people, also able to capture the stew, at most, will be a little unimpressive small spells. You little fellow, you're quite bold, said Gumor, going to steal food every day. Aren't you afraid of being caught and stewed for meat? The little turtle raised its head and looked at Guemo, its eyes filled with fear, making a gurgling sound, as if begging Guemo not to stew it. Wait here, Gumor said, then turned around and went inside, quickly fetching some pastries. It was during the day when I was cleaning, I didn't have time to eat, so I just bought it randomly in town to fill my stomach, and I didn't finish it, so I had some left over. Gumor handed it to the little turtle spirit. The little turtle spirit was scared again and hurriedly knelt down to the ground and kept kowtowing. Gumor said, for you to eat. From now on you can come to me if you want to eat, don't go out and steal. If the others catch you, you'll be waiting to be stewed into a big tonic soup. The little turtle spirit looked at Gumor with some hesitation. very apprehensive, but, driven by the attribute of gluttony, swallowed and swallowed, but still could not resist taking the pastry in Gumor's hand, and quickly ate it, a few mouthfuls of which were eaten cleanly. After eating, the little turtle spirit pointed hesitantly to the wellhead end. Gumo nodded and said, "Go back, I heard that you like to eat eggs, I'll buy some eggs for you tomorrow." The little turtle spirit kowtowed, immediately ran to the mouth of the well and jumped into the air, changed back to the shape of a turtle, plop, fell into the well, and soon disappeared. Interesting, Gumor looked at the well and muttered, "It's a rare thing for this well to have raised a spiritual spirit." What Gumor didn't know was that the well was connected to the Chunling River outside of Zhengzhou City. After that little turtle entered the well, it kept sinking, and soon sank to the bottom, but there was even a hole at the bottom, and after it climbed into the small hole, it kept swimming forward, and that hole was even getting wider and wider, and after swimming for several miles, it opened up, and it even went to the middle of the Chunling River. That small turtle swam into a watergrass under the Rocky Mountains, but in a large stone hole lying a 2-foot wide huge old turtle, lazily poking out his head, even spit out human language, said, "Today can have harvest?" The little turtle made a gurgling sound, and quickly recounted what happened when he was caught by Gumo today, and was given a pastry by Gumo. The old turtle nodded after listening, said, "This is your fortune. Our demon race is not easy to cultivate. You have just started the spirit of wisdom. In order to become a spirit, need to eat enough food on earth. But this is also a calamity. Your father, mother, and brother all failed at this step, were robbed and captured. That is, there is nothing left. Now, that human even promised to give you food, then you should go and ask for some every day. And when you have become a spirit in the future, and have magical powers, then you will go and properly pay back this great kindness." The little turtle spirit listened to understand, just nodded, and swam into the stone cave, lying on the back of the old turtle to sleep. The next day, early morning, Gumor got up early to continue cleaning. Just a short while after sweeping, Chi hurriedly ran in and said, Senior, are you alright?" Gumor was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Chi panicked. "I just entered the town and heard someone tell that my old mansion is haunted. I'm sorry, Senior, I haven't been back for most of the year. Moreover, when I came back before, I just hurriedly took a look at the house without any breakage and then left. Therefore, I don't know about the old mansion being haunted." Gumor laughed and said, "There aren't that many ghosts in this world. Haven't you noticed that any place where that house hasn't been inhabited for a long time, there will be local legends of haunting? But they are all just stories made up by good people. If there are really that many ghosts, then is this the earth or the netherworld?" Said, "So, the old mansion isn't haunted?" Gumor shook his head and said, "Even if it's haunted, so what?" Chi froze, suddenly reacted and said, "It's me who overthinks. Senior, what kind of person? If there really is a ghost, the one who should be afraid of it is also a ghost. Have you eaten?" Gumor asked. "Not yet," said Archie. "I rushed over as soon as I woke up, thinking that I'd come today to help clean up, and that I might not have time to come over for the next few days." "What's wrong?" Gumor asked. Archie said, "Lord Lu visited Ningyuan County and learned that Yang Ming, the county magistrate of Ningyuan County, had killed people, and when he investigated, he found out a big case. Not only did he arrest half of the county magistrates of Ningyuan County, but he also lifted up the big families of Ningyuan County, and related them one by one. And this time, he is in big trouble. Lord Lu alone can no longer handle it. He needs to rush back to communicate with the government office today. But, having received word that someone may buy a murder to assassinate Lord Lu on the way, I'm setting out this afternoon to meet it." Gumor narrowed his eyes slightly. He recalled that when he met Lu Yuanzhao at the city god temple before, he saw that his chi was about to take shape, but was entangled by the calamity, guessing that he would soon encounter an important calamity, and that if he passed it, he would be on a level footing to rise to the top, and if he failed, he feared that this would be the interruption of his official fortune. Gumor didn't say anything, but said, Chi, I haven't eaten yet either. Go to the town and buy some food. Oh yeah, buy more eggs, and if there's boiled ones, buy some more boiled ones." 39288455. Chapter 31, Instruction. Archie did things neatly, and it didn't take long for him to arrive with a food box and 2 packages of eggs. "Elder," Archie said, "you try this meal. Is the Townsong family food store meal 100 years old? Back then, it is said that, back then, my great-great-grandfather at the age of 15 years old won the examination for the liberation of the yuan. Back to the first meal is to go to the Song family food store to eat. Evaluation of the Song family's craftsmanship for fear of the imperial chef cannot be compared." Gumor smiled, secretly wondering how he, the person in question, didn't even know about this. This song's food shop. He does have an impression of it. When I was young, I often went to eat. Not because the Song family food store is so delicious, but because there are only a few food stores in Qingshi town. Relatively speaking, the Song family food store is quite good. Gumor ate 2 bites. The flavor is still almost the same as back then. But, there always seemed to be something different about it. It's just that a meal is almost over. Gumor didn't eat what exactly was different. A different kind of cook, perhaps. I remember when he was a child, he liked to sneak around the town. The same meal, but also always think it is the food store's delicious. Always secretly save money to eat. In fact, every time you go to eat, the final checkout will be a few pennies short. However, the owner of the Song family food store always smiled and said enough. Before leaving, he would also give Gumor a small bag of snacks, telling Gumor to study hard, and in the future to become a big official. In the future, the people of their town will have to rely on. Now, 100 years have passed. I'm afraid that the person who runs the Song family food store today might be the great-grandson or even the great-grandson of the owner of the Song family back then. People in this era generally married and had children earlier, and it was already considered rare for a family like the Gu family to pass on to the 4th generation after 100 years. Seniors, seniors, Chi shouted twice, pulling Gumo's thoughts back and asking, "What's wrong?" Seeing that Elder is out of his mind, Archie said, "I wanted to ask Elder if the meal was not to his liking." "Pretty good." Gumor put his chopsticks down and said, "Prepare yourself, go to the courtyard, and show me your sword skills." Archie's eyes glistened as he hurriedly gathered the dishes on the table, drew out his knife and ran out into the courtyard. Gumor sat down on a chair and signaled Archie to begin. Immediately, Archie began to rehearse the stunning blade technique. Compare that to that day in Lee's village. Archie's saber technique had improved very much in the past few days, and had clearly taken a qualitative leap. Gumor was a bit emotional. Riding on the boat together before, Archie had always had a brainwave about what he said from time to time. Although Gumor was helpless, but Archie's progress is real. Converted. I am indeed a superior man, and I can make a great improvement with just a few words. After a long time, Archie collected his gong and looked at Gumo with anticipation, saying, "Please also guide Senior." Gumor thought for a moment, combining the scenes from Archie's rehearsal and his understanding of the stunning blade technique. He said, "Not bad. If you follow the division of martial artist ranks in today's Jianghu, your blade technique is considered to be first class, and your lightness and internal skills are a bit weaker. However, it's normal that you majored in the blade technique. Nowadays, you want to make progress in this sword. If you just purely practice the sword, the space is no longer very big, but the stunning sword is always created by your master. He is built with him all in one as the main, and when I modify it, it is also based on my understanding of the modification of the, for you, are not completely fit. If you want to progress further, just practice the sword. The significance of the sword has been not very big. You can try to join some of your own things." Having said that, however, immediately after that, Gumor still gave Archie some pointers on the techniques to be used when using the saber technique. And with his understanding of the shocking saber technique, I'm afraid that, even if Archie's master was alive, he wouldn't be able to see how he could understand it better than him. After a long time, the pointing ended and Archie was filled with excitement and said, "Senior, after listening to your guidance, I feel that I have made much more progress than if I had practiced for a year in the past." Gumor waved his hand and said, "There's not much more you can advance nowadays." Archie was silent for a while and asked, "Then, Senior, do you think I have a chance to enter the innate?" Instead of answering directly, Gumor asked, "Archie, what is your dream?" "Dream?" Archie was silent for a while and said, "Maybe it's a dream to become an innate master. Marry your beloved girl and have a few children." Gumor smiled and asked, "So, is there a favorite girl?" Archie's face instantly turned red and he stammered for half a day before lowering his head and saying, "Yes." "So, told the other girl?" Gumor asked. Archie hastily shook his head and said, "No, I don't dare. I'm a martial artist, and I don't have anything. I don't dare to say it." Guemo laughed lightly and beckoned, leading Chi into the study. "Study the ink," Gumor ordered. Well. Archie hurriedly began to study the ink. Gumor, on the other hand, took a piece of rice paper and laid it out, then gently drew a knife on the paper. A knife of sorts, because Gumor really didn't have much talent for painting. This knife could only be described as a pile of ink, but this is an extraordinary pile of ink. Gumor had condensed the blade intent he had comprehended into this painting. Subsequently, hands down, it's up to you. Where does Archie still not understand what this giant ugly-looking painting means? Immediately kneeled on the ground and kowtowed, saying in a deep voice, "Archie, I will live up to the expectations of Sir." Gumor waved his hand and walked out of the house. The mind was calculating that it was time to learn to paint and write and sound and all those artistic things. There are laws for everything that exists in this world, and it just so happened that he was able to see those patterns and learn them all very quickly. Otherwise, again, like today, there's a slight embarrassment in drawing a picture and uglifying yourself. Walking outside the house, Gumor said, "Hurry up, it's going to rain." Achi looked at the clear sky and was a bit puzzled, guessing that Gumo was giving his expulsion order, so he bowed and saluted, saying goodbye and leaving. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a thunderclap suddenly rang out from the sky. In an instant it was clouded over and pouring down rain. Gumor sat under the eaves of the house, quietly looking at the yard, and at that moment, the courtyard slowly condensed out of the gradually rising rain mist. The one laurel tree swayed, and some leaves were knocked down by the rain. Grunt grunt. There was a sudden noise from the well in the corner. That little turtle spirit squirted out of it again and plopped down in the pouring rain. And this time, it didn't cast an illusion spell and climbed right up to the eaves of the house, looking at Gumor from afar. Gumor smiled slightly, went inside and took out the eggs and asked, "Raw, or cooked?" The little turtle spirit head favors the cooked egg. "I'll peel it for you then." Heavy rain, rain fog, red walls and white tiles are hidden in them. The small courtyard is hazy. Gumo sat in a chair and slowly peeled eggs, the little turtle lying at his feet drooling. And at this point, outside of Qingshi town, next to that green stone, the old man surnamed Shi, who had met with Gumo yesterday, ran towards the back of the mountain with a jar of wine in his hand somewhat maniacally, ran into a misty mountain stream, knelt on the ground and shouted, "Lord Jiangshan, I beg you to point out a clear path for me." 39288726. Chapter 32, Asking for a Chance. That old man with the surname Shi knelt on the ground and continuously kowtowed. After a long time, a fog rose above the mountain streams and rivers, and the already rainy and misty mountains and fields instantly became even more hazy, and could no longer be seen clearly. That stone surname old man eyes flashed a glimmer of light, very surprised to look at the thick fog. Slowly, from the inside came out a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe. This person dragon-walking. Extraordinary temperament. But, very strange is that this person's head even has two dragon horns. It is the Chunling river god. Greetings, greetings to the god of Zheng. Greetings to the god of Zheng. The old man with the surname Shi knelt on the ground, holding the wine altar in both hands, and said, "I heard that Lord Jiangshan likes to drink. This is the most famous pear blossom wine in Zhengzhou, and I have specially prepared it for Lord Jiangshan." Jiangshan looked at the old man surnamed Shi and said, "Your name is Shi Chang?" The old man with the surname Shi hurriedly said, "Back to the words of Lord Jiangshan. I was originally a piece of green stone that became a spirit, so I named myself Shi Chang." Jiangshan said slowly, "Get up and talk." Shi Chang slowly stood up, but still bowed his back, not daring to look squarely at Jiangshan. The river god said, "Since 3 years ago, whenever the seat rains, you have come here with wine to find me, and I know it." Shi Chang's eyes were filled with surprise. Jiangshan said, "I am also of the demon race, and I know that it is not easy for us demons to cultivate, and I also know what you are asking for, and that your lifespan is about to end, and what you are asking for is the road ahead." "Yes, yes, yes," Shi Chang hurriedly said, "I'm not hiding it from Lord Jiangshan. I was born spiritually 300 years ago, and after 300 years of wind and rain, I have been sheltering the people in Qingshi town, and I have helped many mortals, but none of them have been rewarded. Over the years, I have completely given up the intention of normal cultivation and transformation, and only seek to be able to obtain the sealing of the correctness, set up a temple, and use the power of incense to transform into a form, but there is no doorway to do so, and as I see that I have no more than a couple of years of life left, I'm terrified." Jiangshan looked at Shi Chang and said, "Do you know why I have not seen you even though you have been begging me here for 3 years?" Shi Chang shook his head. Jiangshan said, "Because I can't help you either. Orthodox cultivation of the demon body. Your talent is not enough. Borrowing the earthly incense, your fortune is not enough. That is, I can't help you. I can't force it." Shi Chang sat paralyzed on the ground and said, "Then, that little one is bound to die?" Jiangshan shook his head and said, "If that were true, I wouldn't have seen you today." Shi Chang's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "Please also ask Lord Jiangshan for guidance." Jiangshan said, "Today, I see you here again to ask for a meeting. I did not want to see you, but when I was traveling in the clouds and making rain, I suddenly saw that your destiny had actually taken a turn for the better. I think it is the will of heaven that is free to set the destiny, and there will always be a silver lining left. However, I can't see clearly where your destiny will turn, but I can probably figure out that after January, you will go to the Jade Hook Bridge and wait, and you will meet your honorable man, and there is only this one chance. If you miss it, no one will be able to help you. Shi Cheng hurriedly asked again. Lord Jiangshan, how will this noble person appear? How should I strive for it? Jiangshan shook his head and said, everything has its own destiny, it is up to you to fight for it. How can you say it so clearly? However, remember, this person's kingly destiny is on the line, and he will meet a calamity. If you help him to cross the calamity, in the coming days, he will also help you to cross the calamity. Many thanks to Lord Jiangshan for his guidance. Shi Cheng hurriedly kowtowed. Jiangshan counted with his fingers again and said, but you also need to remember that you must not force yourself. You must not go against the people's wishes. You must not abandon the public for the sake of private interests. And lastly, you must remember that good words should be listened to. Shi Cheng wanted to ask something else, but when he looked up, Jiangshan had already disappeared. Back to the old mansion. For 3 consecutive days, Gu Mo was cleaning. For 3 days in a row, only 3 meals a day will go out for a little bit, each time into the Song family food store, and then a few days after that, we'll go out from time to time to walk around, recalling the memory of the picture. The town is dull and stationary, rarely visited by the living, and because the Gu family's old mansion is known to be haunted. As a result, the matter of a young man moving into the Gu family's old mansion quickly spread, and even attracted many people to specifically ask Gu Mor if he had encountered any ghosts in the old mansion. Gu Mor all laughed and said that there were no ghosts in the world, and that there were many people who were spreading falsehoods. After all the furniture in the house has been placed, Gu Mor was quiet, and early this morning, it was raining gossamer again in the sky, and Gu Mor went out with an oil paper umbrella. Just as I arrived at the door, I saw the old man next door, Ji Hongchuan, playing chess with an old man surnamed Shi. These days, Gu Mor was informed of the name of the old man surnamed Shi, called Shi Chang, claiming to come from the city of Zhengzhou, is a private school teacher, now older, no longer teaching, idle. They often come to play chess with Ji Hongchuan. This set of rhetoric, but with Gu Mor has a different flavor. Gu Mor claimed to be a scholar from Ningyuan County, traveled here, very consistent with the status quo of living in the depths and not going out to do labor to earn money. Mr. Gu is going out. Ha! When Ji Hongchuan saw Gu Mor going out with an umbrella, he spoke out in greeting. In the past few days, after the townspeople learned that Gu Mor was a scholar, their attitudes became more respectful, and they all referred to him as Sir. Gu Mor walked over and said with a smile, Master Ji, Mr. Shi hasn't come to play chess with you for a few days now. Don't you dare to curse again today. If you piss off Mr. Shi again and simply don't look for you to play chess, you'll be all alone then. He, said Master Ji smilingly. No, I've known old man Shi for many years. Every time we play chess, either he scolds me or I scold him. Get used to it. While talking, Ji Hongchuan even quietly in the chessboard to steal pieces, coincidentally with Shi Cheng to catch a square, only to have no choice but to admit defeat. Strange said, you the stone old man, recently but went to find a high point. How a few days do not see. This chess style has changed so much. Chess skills have also grown. Honestly, is not behind the guidance of a high person? Delighted. He said, if you can't win the game, you can't win the game. So where's all this nonsense? Hey, then again. Soon, the two were back down and, however, although Ji Hongchuan yelled a lot, the chessboard is a loss, and soon fell into the game of certain death. Ji Hongchuan was very unconvinced. You must have secretly found someone to point out. I'm not convinced. Come on, Mr. Gu, you help me see. How do I go down? Shi Cheng was full of joy and said, hey, you black bastard. At this point, it's useless for you to find anyone. Even if Mr. Gu helps you down, you can't be saved. Gu Mor smiled slightly and said, Mr. Shi, this chess style change is really big. I remember the first time I saw you play chess, or quite casual. Today this chess style is harsh and decisive. Shi Cheng asked with a smile. Rang. I wonder what Mr. Gu thinks? Gu Mor lightly laughed. Good is good, but too rigid and easy to fold. Too harsh, too aggressive lost the heart. Care about the front and not care about the back. The slightest carelessness, the whole plate is lost. Shi Cheng's face changed slightly. I saw Gu Mor gently drop a white disc. Chessboard situation. Instant sudden change. Full of black disc is actually about to lose. Difficult to save. Gu Mor left with his umbrella. Shi Cheng sat in place, froze out of concentration. A while, suddenly said, Mr. Gu chess high. Since it can be talking about both attack and defense, in and out of the free, but this chess, can only be straightforward, cannot do it think. 39288204. Chapter 33, Immortal riding a crane. The light rain is misty and the long streets are hazy. Guemo held an oil paper umbrella and walked in the city of Zhengzhou, the ancient city. The scenery has a different flavor. Guemo walked in the long streets and alleys, sometimes stopping to stay, sometimes strolling forward, or stopping next to a wall, or watching a broken bridge, or walking on the green stone board looking at the rain and fog. Today's trip, he didn't have much of a purpose, so he wasn't busy rushing around but to find a bookstore, buy some literary treasures, buy a few books. A few days ago, when I was painting for Archie to keep the knives in tent, Guemo then had the idea. Want to learn to paint or music? Writing is not necessary. He was the hall of the liberation of the Yuan. In addition to literary talent, the word is also a good shot. Own some insights, but for the painting and music know nothing about. That is, want to rely on today's outrageous understanding of cheating, also have to find the rules of it before you can do. After walking around the city for some time, without intentionally searching, I still came across a bookstore, Man's Books. The bookstore was large, but business didn't seem to be good. There were only a few scattered customers inside picking out books, and the dozen or so bookshelves looked a bit forlorn. The shopkeeper was an old man in his prime, and when he saw Gumor come in, he took the initiative to go forward and asked, "What kind of books do you want to read?" Gumor asked, "Are there any books that teach people to paint or sound in rhythm?" The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Yes, however, these kinds of books don't sell well, and no one ever comes to see them on weekdays, so the goods that come in are relatively small." The shopkeeper led Gumor to a row of bookshelves in the corner. As soon as he walked over, Gumor realized that there was a different heaven on this side, and there were even a dozen people reading books on this side. However, these people were dressed rather plainly, like some commoners who couldn't afford to buy many books, or they couldn't even be counted as a humble family. When these people saw the shopkeeper, they all hurriedly rose to address shopkeeper 1. Boss 1 hurriedly said, "You guys continue to read. Don't mind me. I just brought this gentleman here to choose a book." While saying this, Boss 1 saw that the teapot on the table seemed to be out of water, and there were only 1 or 2 sporadic pastries in the 2 saucers next to it. So he said, "I'll replace the tea in a few minutes for all of you and send some more pastries over." "Don't bother, Shopkeeper 1, said a young man. "We come to you all day long to read books for free, and always eat your food and drink your tea, so our hearts are really too full." A crowd of readers chimed in, but Boss 1 smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No harm, no foul. It's a good thing to like reading." After saying that, Boss 1 led Gumor onward. Gumor looked toward those readers in the corner and wondered, "Boss, those people are?" Boss 1 said, "They are all readers from poor families who want to read but can't afford to buy books, so I let them come to me to read at their leisure, and they were worried about disturbing my business, so they spontaneously hid in that corner and refused to come out no matter how much I told them to." Gumor arched his hand and said, "Shopkeeper 1 is a man of great kindness." Boss 1 waved his hand and said, "Your Excellency is too kind, but it's just a matter of doing it by hand, and my family doesn't lack the bookstore to earn this amount of money. If I really rely on this bookstore to make a living, I can't do it in a million years with such a heart." Gumor smiled slightly. This shopkeeper 1 was not a bad person. Soon, in the 1 shopkeeper's recommendation, Gumor bought 2 sets of books. 1 set is to teach painting, 1 set is to teach the sound. Both belong to a more complete. Various aspects of the painting school of musical instruments are explained. Not sophisticated, are some basics, but better than in the complete. Gumor also to the 1 shopkeeper selected a set of 4 treasures, but also took 2 medical books. Just when the checkout suddenly glanced at a wall hanging a painting. The painting is an immortal riding a crane. In the clouds, immortal style, infinite ethereal. Gumor was instantly attracted to the painting, slowly walking over and carefully observing the painting. At that very moment, feeling a trance, seems to be in a high mountain. Look at the clouds and mist. The scenery is like a fairyland. When the wind rises, the mountain clouds and mist such as the sea waves rolled. Suddenly, a crane song resounded through the sky. When I looked up, there was a floating immortal, riding on a crane, whose elegance was convincing. "What an immortal riding a crane," Gumor murmured, his thoughts coming out of that painting, and hurriedly asked Boss 1, "Boss 1, who made this painting?" When shopkeeper said, "This painting is not small. Is my 1 family a first old ancestor painted? When family heritage so far, is since that old ancestor began, it is said, is that old ancestor when he was young to go out to play, accidentally into the fairy mountain, fortunate to see the immortal after the painting, so the world said my 1 family can have today's prosperity, is a fairy blessings." Gumor asked, "Then, that old ancestor of your family, is he still alive?" Boss 1 laughed softly. "He passed away 100 years ago, and now all that survives is this 1 painting." Gumor was a bit puzzled and asked, "In that case, Why would this painting be placed here? Boswan shook his head and said, I don't know. What the family head has arranged. Gumor arched his hand and asked, I wonder what mountain that immortal mountain is. Boswan said with a smile, Your Excellency, could it be that you are also interested in seeking immortality? In that case, the old man will have to say a few more words. Seeking immortality is ultimately a nebulous thing, but don't take it too seriously. Even Manhwa family, all say that it is a blessing from the immortals, but there are not many people who truly believe in it. Gumor smiled slightly and said, Just curious, if it is inconvenient to tell, I won't ask much. Boswan said, It's not a secret. If you have the heart to inquire, within this Jiangzhou city, it's easy to inquire about the rumors about Manhwa family. It's said that that old ancestor was said to have mistakenly entered an immortal mountain called Danxia while visiting Yumen County. Gumor murmured. Boswan laughed softly and said, Yumen County has never had a Danxia mountain. Sir, do not be obsessed. Not to mention whether or not there is really an immortal mountain. Even if there is, but is it not randomly visible? Gumor smiled, arching his hand and saying, Boswan is right. Immediately thereafter, Gumor then paid and immediately left the bookstore with his things. Not long after Gumor left, a middle-aged man in a brocade coat hurriedly ran into the Wan family bookstore and asked, Did someone just move the immortal writing a crane picture? When Boswan saw the visitor, he hurriedly got up and saluted, saying, I've met the family head. No one has ever touched this painting. Only, a young man came here to buy a book, and stood in front of the painting for a while to watch it, without touching it. It's just this one person, isn't it? The Wan family had asked. Yes. Where did it go? How long have you been gone? Boswan shook his head and said, I don't know where it went. It's been walking for about an incense stick of time. The Wan family lord took a deep breath and said, You and tell me everything that person said and did after he came. 392888194. Chapter 34, Turbulence in the Jianghu. Since Man's books came out, Guemo walked around the city for a long time again, and finally found a store selling musical instruments, selected some musical instruments, delivered some deposit money, and asked the store owner to make his own arrangements, and just send it to the Gu family's old mansion before nightfall. Qingshi town is located on the outskirts of the city, not far from Jiangzhou city, within the delivery range of the stores. The bosses are happy to agree without extra charges. Since coming out of the musical instrument store, it rained a little harder, and it was just about time for lunch, so Gumor searched for a restaurant with his bookcase on his back. Once inside the restaurant, Gumor then realized that the atmosphere was very noisy, and this restaurant was actually full of people from the Jianghu, in groups of 3 or 5. These people in the Jianghu, more than a few commonalities, that is, after getting together, like to talk about, mouth, up to the imperial court of the state, down to the neighborhood of the trivial things, will be these people in the Jianghu have no scruples as a talking point. Walking in the Jianghu, more than a few people living on the tip of the knife, life and death are often accompanied by, is indeed much less scrupulous. Just, Gumor some doubts, as far as he knows, since some years ago, Jiangzhou General Judge Liu Yuanzhao after taking office, more on the Jianghu to clean up, but also had personally visited the Jiangzhou famous Jianghu celebrities set some rules. In the past few years, the order in Gangtok has greatly improved. There shouldn't be so many jungle people to do that. When Gumor raised this question to the running hall's second, the second said with a smile, You don't know. On weekdays, we don't have so many Jianghu warriors in Jiangzhou city, but it's a sudden increase in the number of warriors during this period of time. It is said to be, some time ago, Chunling River in the surprise of an innate master. A knife cut off the Chunling River. Knife gas across the miles. A day and a night does not dissipate, resulting in the Chunling River riot. After rumors that the master of this came to the Jiangzhou, leaving behind the inheritance of the martial arts, for a time, led to countless people in the Jianghu have to come to look for. Gumor's eyes were filled with surprise. A knife cuts through the Chunling River. The knife's aura spreads for miles, and doesn't dissipate for a day and a night. How is this like listening to a book from heaven? Such tactics, or a martial artist? I'm afraid this is Mr. Storyteller talking about the book. Gumor laughed softly. An innate master. I'm afraid I can't do it. Gumor is not convinced. He himself is the innate martial artist. Some time ago, but also in the Chunling River to finger as a knife chopped a knife, and it is nothing more than the river chopped to a few feet of knife gas, although he left at that time, but probably also estimated that, at most, it is only about a small half an hour or so, the knife will dissipate. Although he was just casually slashing at that time, he knew clearly that even if it was a full-strength slash, it wouldn't be much stronger. It would be nothing more than an extra 10 feet or so. Moreover, he still did it in the case of clearly perceiving the laws of operation of the heaven and earth's spiritual chi. A normal martial arts innate, would definitely not be able to do it the way he did it. After all, even the profound Taoist practitioners of the arts were rarely able to accurately perceive the laws of operation of the spiritual qi, and the martial arts practitioners, it was almost unlikely to be able to perceive aura, let alone grasp the laws. Suddenly, Gumor froze. He recalled that Qi had said earlier that in the entire country of Dayu, there would not be more than 10 martial arts innates combined. It can't be that coincidental, can it? I made a chop in the Chunling River, and I happen to have a Zhongsher, who also uses a sword, and happens to make another chop in the river, so, it's very likely that I chopped that slash, and then as it was passed down, it changed its flavor, and it even all turned out that I also left behind a martial arts legacy? The more Gumor thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. After all, the previous beheading of the ghosts in Lee's village, just in the middle of the night, in the mouths of those villagers turned out to be him summoning rolling heavenly thunder, going up to the sky and into the earth, and fighting with the severe ghosts for 300 rounds. Gumor smiled helplessly. If this is really the case, it would be that he has inadvertently caused a lot of trouble for Lu Yuanzhao Lu Tongjian. After all, this maintenance of order in the Jianghu has always been the matter of Lu Tongjian. A few days ago, I heard Aki say that General Magistrate Lu was already in a lot of trouble because of the Ningyuan County matter. And this is more trouble. It's really a bit too much for him. Gumor had a few moments of guilt in his heart, because strictly speaking, Lu Tongjia's trouble in Ningyuan County also had a few connections with himself. Just as Gumor was about to finish a meal, suddenly, a Jianghu man leaning against the window was heard to slap the table and say, "You guys are even still doubting the authenticity of the patriarch's inheritance. Could it be that you guys still don't know that the mysterious patriarch's inheritance has already been obtained by someone nowadays?" When these words came out, many people became interested and inquired. Gumor also looked over with interest. He was also a little curious, only to hear that man sipped a mouthful of wine, said, "Yesterday lunchtime, Jiangzhou General Judge Lu Yuanzhou Lu Tajin passed by from Xiakou town, encountered an assassination. Talking about this assassination, it is necessary to mention, Lu Tajin arrested a large number of officials in Ningyuan County, and offended a lot of families. It is said that behind the scenes is extremely involved. Many people now want to put Lu Tajin to death. Yesterday's assassination in Xiakou town ambushed dozens of Jianghu masters, including 3 well-known first-class masters, a first-class concealed weapon master Six-Finger Heavenly Needle, a first-class swordsman life-threatening 3 swordsmen, and a first-class lightweight master Yushan Bandit. Although Lord Lu was heavily guarded around him, he couldn't resist dozens of good Jianghu hands rushing to kill and create chaos, and 3 first-class masters stabbing in the dark, really letting them touch Lord Lu's body. Just at that critical moment, Lord Lu's family of a young knifeman suddenly shot. This knifeman is said to be the famous Jianghu Masters of the Year stunning knifeman's disciple called the Seven. Originally is also a second-rate knifeman. Actually do not know when. Has become a first-class knifeman. Then he was seriously injured. Lord Lu's life hangs in the balance. Just in the nick of time. That Jianghu man also learned those storytellers' set of appetite. Looked around the circle of the people present. He smile. Said, that just in the nick of time, the knife guessed a 7. Even from the arms of a wonderful painting. The painting is like a fairy pen, but also very good. That painting is a knife. That painting, even hid that mysterious master life knife intent. That knife out. Ghosts and gods. Knife intent straight to the clouds. That 3 famous first-class masters, actually did not have time to see, will be killed by that knife intent. At this moment, there was an uproar in the restaurant. That Jianghu man quite proudly said, the news will soon spread all over the Jiangzhou city. That knife guessed is 7 used in that the divine knife map outbreak out of the knife intention. Is with that day a knife to cut off the Chunling River's knife intention is exactly the same, that the knife guessed is 7 years is only 20, will be a first-class master, is because he got the divine knife map, got the mysterious master's martial arts inheritance. The restaurant was abuzz with an uproar and everyone was talking. Gumor settled the bill and slowly left with the bookcase on his back. 392888486. Chapter 35, The 3 Paths of the Patriarch. Guemo had not thought that a casual finger on the river some days ago had caused such a big commotion. But there was a bit of a butterfly effect, never being able to predict how much of a chain reaction would be triggered by a gentle flap of those wings. However, Gumor didn't take it too much to heart. Since he came across this period of time, he realized a truth. All the existence of the world, all have their laws, all the laws, in the netherworld predestined. The Taoist doctrine of doing nothing, perhaps that is the reason. Like today, he went to look for a bookstore in Jiangzhou City, but in the darkness, he walked into Wen's bookstore and saw the picture of an immortal riding a crane. Immortals riding cranes, Danku Immortal Mountain. Gumor slowly wrote these words on the paper. Instead, he finally got a little clue about the immortal mansion. Earlier, In Ningyuan County, I heard the mountain god Wang Changshan said, "This earthly mundane, whether it is a martial artist or not, magician or not, or Confucian, cannot escape the red dust and mundane, cannot ask for longevity, cannot see the great way. The only cultivator of immortality is transcendent. But, ask about the immortal mansion or the people who cultivate it, but it is ethereal and unknowable." Gumor came to Jiangzhou this time. In addition to returning the karma, he also had another purpose, which was to see if he could find an earthly immortal. He is actually, nowadays, puzzled by a lot of. He doesn't know what state he's in, exactly. At first, I thought I was traveling through, but after I found my body, I couldn't tell if it was Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly or a butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou. Wang Changshan decided that Gumor was a Taoist master. Gumor himself knows that he is not mortal, but he doesn't know what kind of Tao he actually has, and the few means he has now are all still learned from earthly martial arts and arts. Let it be. Gumor put down his pen and smiled slightly. Since it is a search for immortality, there is no such thing as forcing it. After all, if it is destined, it will be met in the underworld. Although he learned today that the Wen family seemed to have an immortal trail destiny, Gumor had no intention of forcing himself to explore it. And if there was a destiny, he would come. There was a knock at the door outside the courtyard. Gumor walked out of the study and went to the courtyard to open the door. It was the people from the musical instrument store who delivered those musical instruments he had purchased. There were quite a few of them. Gumor led the man into the house, and after putting the things away, he paid the final payment and sent the man out the door. Subsequently, Gumor then went back to his study and flipped through the 2 books he had purchased today. He first flipped through the music theory book. This book teaches a variety of instruments and covers a pretty broad aspect of music theory. Gumor was watching carefully, but his speed was not slow. Since the soul and the physical body combined, he has been unforgettable. See, any knowledge, no matter whether it is magic or martial arts secret books, can find the law of it, and then again in the midst of the complexity, accurately sees that one to the real law. Some days ago, watching Ji Honchuan play chess with Shi Qing was the same. He just watched from afar for a while, and then he blended in, and was already a chess master. Nowadays, learning music theory is no different. When he had finished reading the books, then he immediately grasped the essential laws of music theory. The book was only about some crude knowledge of music theory, but Gumor was able to integrate it. It was like when he was flipping through those crude martial arts books into Chengshan, but he was able to directly see through the essence and become a martial arts expert. Even if you can't seek immortality, you can still be a great musician in the midst of the red world. And if one day you feel something in your heart and write 1 or 2 heirloom music scores, you might be able to stay in the history of the world. Gumor fetched a 7-stringed yaoqin, so he slowly played it. Rather, he did not play according to the 2 rough zither scores provided in the book, but played as he pleased, but hummed along softly without realizing it, gradually forgetting himself. Neither has noticed that I don't know when, the little turtle in the well climbed into the house, looked at Gumo with a curious gaze, and then listened to the sound of the zither and gradually became engrossed in it, and it didn't even notice that there was a trace of spiritual chi surrounding it in the sky and the earth. Aura of heaven and earth. The one thing that all demonic beings are looking for. The great creation of heaven and earth. If a spiritually enlightened demonic creature were to see this scene, I'm afraid it would go crazy with jealousy. After a long time, Gumor stopped. Only then did he realize that the little turtle spirit was actually lying at his feet already asleep. Gumor laughed slightly and muttered, "You're a little thing with a big heart and a simple mind. Feeding you food for a few days and you're not the least bit worried that I'll stew you in soup." In Gumor's opinion, this little turtle spirit is indeed a little too innocent for her own good. To know any demon, even if the little turtle spirit such as the firstborn spirit soon, for ordinary people, but also cannot be obtained heavenly treasures. Ordinary people eat a strong body and health, not invasive. If the martial artist ate, inevitably power great progress. Having put away the 7-stringed yaoqin, Gumor started flipping through the book that taught painting again. This book is much less informative than the one that teaches about musical instruments. It only took Gumor a quarter of an hour to read it all. Naturally, one also learns to paint. Switch it up and get your face back. But this time, to save face, Gumo also added a few more strokes and drew a back figure, holding a horizontal sword, standing on top of a mountain, with his back to the living world, with a light rain and slanting wind, and a flurry of fallen leaves. What a lonely and absolute swordsman. Gumor was very satisfied, put down the pen with a paperweight to press the painting, and then flipped through the medical books. When finished, he felt that he should have become a medical master. But, unlike painting and playing the qin, this medical skill can't be casually displayed. After putting down the book, Gumor carried the little turtle spirit out the door, placing it in the living room while he went to the kitchen to cook. by the time he'd gotten the meal all done. Another separate bowl of rice and some ungreased vegetables for the little turtle spirit. After Gumor finished his meal, when the little turtle spirit had also finished his meal, he turned his butt backward and wagged his tail at Gumor, then ran slowly back to the water well. After washing the dishes, Gumor went out to find the old man next door. Ji Hanchuan played chess for a while. To be precise, it is the complete abuse of the old man Ji. Wait until after dark. In the old man Ji blowing his beard and glaring, Gumor waved his hand, dashing back to the old mansion. Angry old man cursed the young people do not respect the old. Gumor laughed out loud. If he really talked about age, he was enough to be a grandfather to Master Ji. The next day, early morning, Gumor had just finished eating and was about to go feed the little turtle spirit when he heard a knock on the door. Gumor took the eggs and walked to the courtyard and opened the door. Surprisingly, it was Lu Zhengming. Mr. Gu, Lu Zhengming bowed and said, Ah Chi is back. However, he is now being watched by people all over the Jianghu and does not dare to come to see you, worrying that once he shows up, there will be an unknown number of Jianghu people coming to disturb your peace and quiet in the future. Gumor asked, I heard that he was injured. How is the situation? Lu Zhengming nodded. It's a bit serious. Gumor was looking for someone to try his medical skills, so he said, take me to see. 39288271. Chapter 36, The Two Lovers. Guemo did not leave directly, but went to the study to the painting yesterday that a lonely knife guest picture with a good roll, and then went to the kitchen to take a few hard-boiled eggs, came to the edge of the well slowly peeled, placed on the eaves of the well. Lu Zhengming was puzzled. Mr. Gu, what are you doing? Gumor said with a smile, there's a little turtle in the well that likes to eat eggs. Lu Zhengming smiled faintly and said, Mr. Gu is really elegant. Gumor waved his hand and said, let's go. With that, the two of them went out and got into Lu Zhengming's carriage. Within a short time, he came to the city of Zhengzhou and entered the Lu mansion. Lu family residence is located in the southern city of Zhengzhou. This Lu family residence is not small. As the home of a government past judge, it is a bit shabby, and some small wealthy family mansion about the same size. I have heard that the judge Lu Yuanzhao is not only cynical as vengeance, but also clean, often take the salary to help the poor. Not many guests in the house, and more than Lu Yuanzhao's reputation and voluntarily into the house. As the 7 a month of the monthly money and the same as the family's guards about the same, because although Lu Yuanzhao is a past judge, but do not accept bribes, only rely on the court's reward of land rent as well as salary to live, is really no extra money to hire a doorkeeper. Upon entering the Lu family residence, Lu Zhengming said, Mr. Gu, originally my father was prepared to come to greet you, but today there is a guest at home. It is not that in order to greet that guest and cold shoulder you, sir, it's just that my father needs to discuss with that guest about the chaos in the Zhengzhou prefecture nowadays, which is an official matter, so he can only come back to see you in a while, so please don't be offended by this, sir. Guemo didn't think about this and said, Lord Lu is busy with his official duties, there is no need to waste time on me. Mr. Lu, take me to see Ah Chi first. Soon, Lu Zhengming brought Gumor to the backyard and entered a room. At this moment, Chi was lying on the bed. What surprised Gumor was that Lu Shichi, the eldest miss of Lu family, was personally feeding Chi medicine. Seeing Lu Zhengming and Guemo came in, Lu Shichi panicked and handed the bowl of medicine to the maid next to her. Quite a bit here and there to hastily explain. Just now, Xiaohong had something to do, and I'll feed the medicine to Aki on her behalf. Guemo glanced at Ah Chi again, and the boy's face turned red like a monkey's, but as he struggled to get up and salute Guemo, Gumor smiled faintly, and pressed down on Archie. Her eyes glanced back and forth between Lu Shichi and Ah Chi. Thinking of the previous Aki said that there is a person of choice, just consciously not worthy of has not dared to say. Before, Gumor thought it was unrequited love. Now it seems to be the two of them are clearly in love. However, what made Gumor a little surprised was that Lu Zhengming acted as if he didn't see the catfight between Chi and Lu Shichi. Former, senior, Ah Chi said in aggravation. I am sorry for disgracing you. You have instructed me on the sword technique, but I still haven't fought, and I still have to use your sword intent. Gumor waved his hand and said, you heard, you dealt with 3 first-class experts by yourself and had to protect Lord Lu. It's already not bad. As for that knife intent or whatever, it's useless to use it. But why didn't you use it earlier? It hurt you so badly? Ah Chi's injuries were much heavier than Gumor had expected. Lu Shichi on the side hurriedly explained. No, Mr. Gu, I heard my father say, Ah Chi was not originally injured so seriously. After he killed those 3 first-class masters with your sword intent, he said that you liked to study various martial arts secrets, and should have left. He had to return to look for, before he was sneak attacked seriously injured. Gumor looked at Chi and said, "That's a bit silly of you." Chi stammered. "I'm sorry, senior. You instructed me in martial arts, and helped me perfect my sword technique, and also gave me the divine sword diagram to help me comprehend the innate true intent. Your kindness to me is too heavy. I can't repay it for my whole life. I can't. As long as I can do a little something for you, even if it's insignificant, I still want to do it. I heard you say before that you like to study all kinds of martial arts secrets, so I thought that those 3 slain first-class experts were not simple, and their martial arts secrets must be very exquisite, so I thought of fetching them and giving them to you." While saying that, Chi then took out 2 books from under the bunk and said, "These 2 secret books were searched from Yushan Bandit and Six-Fingered Heavenly Needle. They are the 2 men's famous techniques. Yushan Bandit's lightness and Six-Fingered Heavenly Needle's secret of concealed weapons. It's just a pity that life-sapping swordsman didn't carry his secret of martial arts with him. However, senior, you don't worry. I will surely look for more secret books of martial arts for you in the future." Gumor looked at the somewhat naive Archie. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. He did say before that he would let Archie help him find some secret martial arts books when he had the chance, but he never thought that this Archie would be so headstrong that he would risk his life to find them. Next time, don't screw up like that. Guemo grabbed Archie's wrist, took his pulse, and said, "Fortunately, the tendons are not broken." Immediately thereafter, Gumor let Lu Zhangming go fetch a few silver needles. Yesterday happened to casually buy 2 medical books. After reading them, Gumor also similarly found the laws of the medical path. After the integration, a medical skill can be called a master. There was still absolute certainty about treating Archie's injuries. After sticking the needle, Guemo used his spiritual power to catalyze Chi's chi and blood again, returning all the riotous chi and blood in his body to its place. The internal injuries are basically resolved. Just a few external injuries left to nurse for a few days. Gumor wrote a prescription and said, 3 times a day, and you'll be free to move around for up to 3 days. Chi was the most aware of how heavy his injuries were, and was filled with horror. "Senior, your medical skills are also so strong. Alright, have a good rest. I'm going back." "Oh yeah." Guemo threw the picture of the lonely bladesman that he drew yesterday to Chi and said, "That divine blade picture from before is returned to me. This is the one that I've redrawn for you, and it's better able to help you comprehend the true meaning." "Thank you, Elder." Archie was so excited that he tried to get up and salute again. Guemo held Chi down, took the surprisingly ugly divine sword drawing from Chi's hand earlier, and said, "It hasn't been shown to anyone else, has it?" Chi hurriedly said, "Without Senior's permission, Chi will not spread the word even if he dies. It's not that serious." Guemo thought about it and held the divine sword diagram with a slight shake, and in an instant, the piece of rice paper turned into flying ash, successfully destroying the corpse. After a couple of instructions, Gumor then took the 2 secret books and walked out of the room. Lu Zhangming followed closely behind and said, "Mr. Lu, go have a cup of tea. My father should be done soon." "No." Guemo waved his hand and said, "I'll come back to pay a visit some other time. Today, I'm just here to take a look at He." While saying this, Guemo thought to probe the Lu family's mouth for He and asked, "I don't know, Ms. Lu has a marriage partner?" Lu Zhangming lightly laughed. "Senior is trying to probe for Chi, right? Is it that obvious?" Gumor laughed lightly. Lu Zhangming nodded his head and said, "Senior, straightforward character." Guemo was helpless. He indeed did not speak with much artistry, and his purpose was too obvious. So he asked, "Listening to you, you are aware of the relationship between Chi and Miss Lu?" Lu Zhangming helplessly laughed. "The whole Lu family, everyone like them both love each other. On their own do not know. A 7 always feel unworthy of dare not say. Ji sure daughter of the family have not good to open. To be honest, we look at all for them anxious. I Lu family have no gateway to see. My father is also quite appreciated by the A7. Or else, on the 2 of them that look like they want to be covered up." Gumor couldn't help himself. Previously, he had wondered why Lu Zhangming seemed to be unable to see these 2 people when they were so obvious, but it turned out that he had already become accustomed to it. Just as the 2 were walking to the outer courtyard, he happened to run into Lu Yuanzhao sending a middle-aged scribe out, and under the 4 eyes, the middle-aged scribe quickly ran in front of Gumor and said in surprise, "Sir, I finally found you." A few people were amazed and Gumor was puzzled. "You are?" That middle-aged scribe hurriedly said. "In the next one Wei Yang, is the head of the Wen family?" "Sir, yesterday you have been to the scribe's bookstore. Whether you still remember the immortal writing a crane picture? 39288899. Chapter 37, Only Death." Gumor was a little confused by this Wen family master in front of him, and said, "I did go to the Wen family bookstore yesterday, and saw that picture of an immortal riding a crane. I don't know when family master. What is the instruction? When Wei Yang took a deep breath, also realized that he was a bit rude, took a step back, bowed to Gumor and said, Mr. is a master of the way. It's my rudeness. It's just that, when I got to see Mr., I couldn't help myself for a moment. I hope Mr. won't blame me. Dare to ask where Mr. lives in immortality. I'll go back to burn incense and take a bath and then come back to visit again. Gumor realized that the significance of the immortal riding crane diagram to the Wen family was afraid to be extraordinary, and just in time, he also wanted to find out information about the Danqiu Immortal Mountain. So he said, I'm temporarily staying at the Gu family's old mansion in Qingshi town, so if the Wen family master has any spare time, he can come here to look for me. When Wei Yang breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked, Dare I ask your name? Sir? Exempt your name is Gu. So it's Mr. Gu. I will immediately go home and bathe and burn incense, and I will definitely go forward to pay my respects to Mr. Gu with the most pious heart. When Wei Yang bowed, this humble attitude made Gumor squirm a bit. At this time, Lu Yuanzhao asked from the side, Family Master Wen and Mr. Gu know each other? When Wei Yang said, God to Mr. Lest the blessing is not enough to see Mr. Yesterday, Mr. went to my Wen family bookstore. When I arrived, Mr. has already left. The bookstore shopkeeper drew a portrait of Mr. just not as much as Mr. Real style. Speaking here, when Wei Yang said to Lu Yuanzhao, Lord Lu, what you said today, I will immediately go back to prepare, both for the people of the people, even if it is to pour out all the money, the Wen family will do nothing to stop it. The Lord can rest assured. Lu Yuanzhao hurriedly said, Thank you, Family Master Wen. When Wei Yang bowed again to Gumor and said, I was terrified to see Mr. Gu's true face in such a hurry, so I hope Mr. Gu won't be blamed if there is any impulse. Gumor was now a bit clouded, but still politely said, Master Wen is overstating things. I'll take my leave first. The Wen family head was bowing and exiting the Lu family's gate. This scene filled the father and son duo of Lu Yuanzhao and Lu Zhengming with shock. Or rather it was from Wei Yang's attitude after he saw Gumor to begin with, which kept this father and son duo in a state of bewilderment and shock. Seeing Wei Yang leave, Lu Yuanzhao arched his hand toward Gumor. Mr. Gu, we meet again. Before the Ningyuan County City God Temple after a sea, also thought that no chance to meet with Mr. Some time ago, heard that the canine son got a Gu name of the high people to rescue. They guess that it is you. This should come back to visit you personally, just under the official business nowadays. Came back last night, has not been able to get the time to visit Mr. Please Mr. Do not blame. Gumor said, Lord Lu is overstating the case. I probably know something about the situation in Zhengzhou nowadays, and Lord Lu is to be admired for running around for all the people. Lu Yuanzhao arched his hand and said, Sir, Lu has a favor to ask. Gumor waved his hand and said, Lord Lu, I have no desire to participate in the trivial matters of the Red World. I'm afraid I can't help you with your favor, so I'll take my leave. Mr. Gu. Lu Yuanzhao wanted to say something else, but he was pulled back by Lu Zhengming. Lu Zhengming arched his hand and said, Take care, sir, when this is over, my father and son will come back to visit you again. Gumor arched his hand and left the Lu family. Looking at the disappearance of Gumor's back, Lu Yuanzhao turned his head to look at Lu Zhengming and said, Zhengming, didn't you guys say that Mr. Gu is an innate expert? Why didn't you just let my father ask Mr. Gu to help? If there is Mr. Gu's help, this time the matter can definitely succeed, eradicating a tumor for the court, for all the people in the world. Lu Zhengming shook his head and said, But, what does this have to do with Mr. Gu? He is a person outside the square, ignoring the red dust and mundane world. Saving me before was just coincidental, and the reason why he would help Archie. The probability is that he might be an elder of Archie's bloodline. Father, Mr. Gu has clearly refused. If you dwell on it, you will only make Mr. Gu unhappy. You have taught me since I was a child not to impose my own thoughts on others. You want to petition for the people to sue the king of Longshan County. This is a matter of life and death. How can you force Mr. Gu to do this thing of losing his head as well? Lu Yuanzhao was silent for a while and said, It's because I was too hasty. Lu Zhengming added, Only, this Mr. Gu, I'm afraid that it is far more profound than we imagine some. The Wen family, as 100 years of family, to the text of the family, 100 years out of the two great scholars, the disciples of the children all over the world. If Mr. Gu was merely an innate expert, the Wen family would respect it, but not to such an extent that they would gesture like this. Father, you've met with Mr. Gu? Lu Yuanzhao nodded. Previously, I toured the counties. In Datong County, met Ningyuan County City God was invited to go to the banquet. The banquet. They saw this Mr. Gu, that is, the city god banquet. This Mr. Gu are sitting on the upper seat. The mountain gods, the city god, the Inzai, the day patrols are respected. I also thought of inviting him to work for the court to enter the Qingtian supervisionate, but was rejected. Lu Zhangming sighed softly. What an immortal. I'm afraid. Even the few land immortals who are rumored to be always accompanied by gods and spirits and who travel the world in the Qingtian Supervisory Bureau are also just like Mr. Gu, aren't they? Lu Yuanzhao shook his head and said, I haven't seen it either, so I can't judge. Lu Zhangming pondered for a while and asked, by the way, Father, how are the discussions you just had with the Wen family lord going? Lu Yuanzhao nodded and said, the Wen family is a family of great scholars and has always been concerned about the laws of the country. The case of Ningyuan County, although it involves the royal family, but the Wen family still agreed to join me in suing the royal court. The king of Longshan County, colluding with local officials, encroaching on the land, selling the government and selling their titles, defying the laws of the court, committing countless crimes, which is hard to document. I don't know how many families have been victimized by him. Wives were separated, and the family is dead. Wrongful cases are piling up. I don't know how many families have been victimized by him, but the cases of injustice and falsehood are piling up. And in just one Ningyuan County, half of the officials, including the county magistrate and the county minister, bought their positions through the door of the king of Longshan County. Father, Lu Zhangming asked, what exactly are you going to do? Negotiate at the Jade Hook Bridge. Lu Yuanzhao said, I promise. Lu Zhangming asked, why? Father, the king of Longshan County is clearly trying to kill you. Lu Yuanzhao nodded. I know, but he arrested more than 10 people related to this case. These people are witnesses. I know that even if I go to the appointment, the king of Longshan County will not release the people, but it doesn't matter. If I go to the appointment, it will divert the attention of the king of Longshan County, and the Wen family will take advantage of the opportunity to storm the royal residence will be able to rescue the people. It just so happens that, during this time, because of that cut Mr. Gu took in the Chunling River, it attracted countless Jianghu experts to Zhengzhou, and the Wen family took the opportunity to recruit a large number of knowledgeable people, enough to storm the royal residence to save the people, and the Wen family will also arrange for people to go to Kyoto at the same time to denounce the royal court. Lu Zhangming said in a deep voice, Father, what about yourself? Lu Yuanzhao laughed. Only death. 392888940. Chapter 38, The Wizard of the Netherworld. Back at the old Gu mansion, Gumor then took out the 2 secret martial arts books that Ah-Chi had used his orders to bring and flipped through them. A lightweight skill called the 3 Falls of the Pantai and a dark weapon mind technique called Stormy Rain Pear Blossom Needle. These 2 secret books, in terms of grade, are on par with Aki's stunning sword method. Both belong to the top martial arts secrets in the Jianghu. However, that Stormy Rain Pear Flower Needle belongs to the dark weapon. Strictly speaking, the core is divided into 2 parts. One part is the dark weapon technique. The other part is to rely on the dark weapon itself, which has to be coordinated to be able to achieve its powerful effect. However, in the hands of Gumor, it was possible to fuse the 2 parts together. After all, the path of martial arts, to his realm, even if he did not have a concealed weapon in his hand, a random blade of grass and a leaf could exert a power not weaker than a top concealed weapon. After flipping through the 2 secret books, Gu-Mo, all of them were distilled at the first opportunity, the dross removed, and the essence of them enhanced according to their laws. At that very moment, he has realized 2 true meanings of martial arts. One is lightness and the other is concealed weapons. At that moment, Gumor went to the door, a step out, then flew to the courtyard, surprisingly in the void to do a short stay, and then with the wind mantra, really like a gust of wind around that one osmanthus tree drifting and flying, he reached out his hand, flew dozens of leaves. With a flick of the wrist, those dozens of leaves instantly flew out, around the courtyard floated around, and then all returned to the hands of Gumor. Then Gumor casually threw it away. The dozens of leaves then all merged into the osmanthus tree, each of which was tightly attached to a leaf, so that if you didn't look closely, you couldn't tell that it was actually 2 leaves overlapping together. Gumor stepped through the void as if he were idly walking, slowly landing on the ground, and it was only with a gust of wind that those leaves slowly drifted down. Blade Master, Concealed Weapon Master, and Lightness Master. Gumor lightly laughed. Secretly, if he does not go to seek immortality, sojourn in the red dust and walk the rivers and lakes, with the strength of these 3 kinds of masters, ask for the world's first, it should not be difficult. In addition, he does not cultivate internal force, but the body of the spiritual power but can absolutely crush the internal martial arts master. Counting, said the 4 absolute masters is not too much, but the world, martial arts are always just mundane. Guemo smiled, then returned to the study to stroke the zither, which sounded leisurely. When he's done with the song, To his surprise, he found the little turtle spirit asleep at his feet again. At this moment, there was a knock at the door and Gumor guessed that it should be the Wen family head arriving. As expected, after opening the door, the one who came in was Wen Wei-yang, the head of the Wen family. Wen Wei-yang came alone. Surprisingly, he really went home and bathed in burned incense. His body still suffused with a faint scent of spices, changed into a clean new clothes, holding a scroll in his hand, the other hand carrying some gift boxes. A look at the inside of the things that are very expensive. When Wen Wei-yang saw Gumor, he immediately bowed and said, "Mundane son Wen Wei-yang, greetings to Mr. Gu, family master Wen, please come in." Gumor invited Wen Wei-yang to the living room and poured a cup of tea for him. Wen Wei-yang hurriedly stood up and bowed to receive the tea. Flattered. "How dare I trouble Mr. Gu to pour the tea?" Gumor gestured for Wen Wei-yang to sit down and said, "Master Wen, you don't need to be so courteous. I'm just a mere mortal." Wen Wei-yang said, "Mr. is too modest. You must be a man of God. It's my good fortune to be able to see your true face." Gumor smiled slightly and said, "Master Wen, you can directly state your reason for coming. If I'm not mistaken, you've come to seek me out for the immortal writing crane diagram." Wen Wei-yang nodded his head and said, "Mr. is right. I know that you must be an immortal. I don't know if you know the Dancho Immortal Mountain?" "I don't know." Gumor shook his head. "This name, I still heard it for the first time when I listened to Boss Wen at your Wen's bookstore yesterday." Wen Wei-yang said, "My Wen family, originally, was actually just an ordinary farming family, not even a humble family. It was only until more than 100 years ago that there was an old ancestor named Wen Zong, who won the examination for the lifted man at the age of 30, and it was only then that our Wen family began to change its fortunes. However, this is also not yet the main reason why my Wen family is able to prosper today. The main reason is that year when my old ancestor went to participate in the imperial examination, he wanted to invite his best friend to accompany him, but he learned that that best friend of his had actually left his home and went to seek immortality." Gumor froze slightly. When he heard that this lifer had abandoned his pen and asked for immortality, he sensed that this matter would in all likelihood be connected to him. When Wei-yang continued, learned that his friend left home to seek immortality, when Zong Laozu actually fell ill, because his friend is the most revered person in his life. That person is 6 years old to learn the language, the age of 9 years old in the examination of children, 12 years old with the head of the case in the examination of the Sukai, 15 years old with the Shiyuan examination of the Kaijun, known throughout the world in the hearts of many readers as God. The most crucial thing is that that person is not only good at writing, but also has a very good character. Humble gentleman, gentle as jade, very charismatic. My family Wenzong old ancestor accidentally befriended with it, then regarded it as a lifelong faith, vowed to follow its footsteps for life. Therefore, that person abandoned his pen and sought immortality. The blow to my family's old ancestor was so great that he was sick for several months, and also missed the imperial examination. And after he recovered from his illness, he surprisingly also made the decision to go and follow the steps of his friend and seek immortality, and in spite of the dissuasions, he left his home with great determination. Gumor got to take advantage of, want to return the gift but was refused, and finally repeated requests. Wenzong asked for a carry-on, is a pebble he picked up on the side of the road when he was a child, because he thought it was beautiful then always carry. Wenzong got a small worthless stone, but as if it was a treasure, he also wore it for a long time. Originally, Gumor thought that it was just this person's character that, never in a million years would I have thought that it would be because of admiration for myself. After that? Gumor asked. When Wei-yang said, after that, when Zhang Laozu went around to explore the whereabouts of friends' information, ago for several years. No news, have no choice but to give up to return home. When passing through the Yumen County, the thought of friends, the heart of sadness, actually walking and then lost the way. I do not know how far I walked to the top of a mountain above, actually openly saw straight into the sky, like a knife blade majestic peak, the sea of clouds, the scenery is breathtaking, like a legendary fairyland. He hurriedly took out his pen, ink, paper and inkstone to draw, and just then, he heard a crane call and saw an immortal riding a crane from the clouds, so he hurriedly drew it down, and it was actually perceived by the immortal, who descended on a crane to his side. That immortal took a look at the painting. The side said, empty of its shape and lack of charm, but even personally put a few strokes of the brush. The painting will be presented to the old man Wenzong, but also asked the old man Wenzong why he came here. After answering truthfully, the old man did not ask for the fate of immortality, but instead asked the immortal to tell him whether his good friend's search for immortality had yielded any results, and where he was. Seeing that when Zhang Laozu was so obsessed with a friend, the immortal was also amused, so he told the old man that he could point out his immortal destiny. But when Zhang Laozu was stubborn and did not want the immortal destiny, but only the whereabouts of his friend, the immortal then promised to look for a friend for old Manzone. And then, when the immortal cast the spell, he informed the old man that there was no such friend of his in the world. 39288664. Chapter 39, Own Immortal Fate. No? Gumor was puzzled. What do you mean? When Wei Yang said, according to that immortal's projection, either that person did not exist in the world, or has already passed away. Does not exist naturally is impossible, can only be already passed away. When Zone old man learned that as such a result, the heart of the pathos, lamenting friends do not know where to fall, or even the bones of no one to clean up, to the immortal kowtowed a few times after the trance to leave. The immortal sent when Zone old man left the immortal mountain. The parting moment, the old man will be a friend of the gift of a pebble to the immortal, told the immortal, although only an ordinary pebble, but his life is the most valued thing, is a friend of the gift, and now the friend of the immortal fates for the quest for the departed. Hope that this stone can stay in the immortal door, but also then the whole of the friend of the heart of the quest for the immortal. At that time, when Zhang old man did not think that this unintentional action, but let the immortal left the immortal fate, the immortal received the pebbles, told when Zhang old man said, when Zhang old man did not have the immortal fate, but, looking at the pebbles on the part of his willingness to send the old man an immortal fate, hidden in the immortal writing a crane picture. In the future, whether it is the old man himself or the descendants of the Wen family, as long as someone can realize that the immortal fate will be able to enter the Dancho immortal door to obtain the fate. Only, the old man until the end of the Wen zone has not yet realized the fate, but the eve of his departure, and occasionally realized, commanded the family descendants, the immortal writing a crane map open, said the fate to the time, will unlock the fate. I don't know if it's true that our Wen family has been blessed by the immortals, but over the years, the population has flourished and the literary atmosphere has been strong, with 2 great scholars in a row, and several generations of people serving as great officials in the imperial court. Gumor smiled slightly. He does not think it is the immortal blessing, but the Wen family themselves for their own to strive for. Yesterday went to the bookstore to see the Wen family's family style. A bookseller can have that kind of poor is the only one who is good to the world's mentality. Such a family, do not flourish are not possible. In addition to the immortal writing crane diagram, when Wei Yang continued, my Wen family's successive generations of family heads inheritance token is an ancient jade. According to the Wen clan's old ancestor, it is the feather that immortal casually took from the immortal crane, and when it fell into the mortal dust, it became jade, and it is a token given by the immortal, and as long as one day, the immortal's writing crane diagram's karmic method is enlightened, that ancient jade will be transformed into a feather. When Wei Yang said, then took out a piece of jade shaped like a feather from his bosom and put it on the table, saying, originally, this thing, not many people believe in it, and when it was passed down to my generation, it was even more so that no one took it seriously, including me. Although I am the contemporary head of the family, I do not believe in the nebulous immortal destiny. But just yesterday, this piece of jade, surprisingly, suddenly emitted a luster. I realized that the rumors may be true, so I rushed to the bookstore, and learned that you, sir, had already left, and today, I am honored to have the privilege of meeting you again. Gumor looked at the jade on the table and said, so, you want me to help you realize the karmic law? Yes. When Wei Yang said, the immortal writing crane diagram has been placed in the scribe's bookstore, and I don't know how many people have seen it, but only when Mr. went to look at it, the immortal relic appeared to react, which means that this karmic spell fell on Mr. Gumor laughed lightly. Since you've said that this is immortal fortune, aren't you afraid that I'll take it for myself after I've realized it? When Wei Yang shook his head and said, firstly, when Zhang ancestor had said that there is a destiny, so he told us to put the immortal writing crane diagram outside for people to view, which means that even if the destiny is taken, it is destined to be taken, which can only mean that, I, the Wen family, do not have a destiny. I believe in the words of the Wen Zhang ancestor. Secondly, the first time I saw Mr. Today, I knew that Mr. is definitely not a coincidence and happened to solve the karma, because Mr. S temperament, never ordinary people, must be a high person. If Mr. really want to seek this immortal karma, go to the Wen family to ask for it, and I cannot refuse the Wen family. Thirdly, Mr. Gu's surname is Gu, and he happens to live in the Gu family's old mansion, and my family's Wen Zhang's old ancestor's friend who has been pining for his whole life is also surnamed Gu, and is the very owner of this Gu family's old mansion back then. If Mr. Gu wants such a karmic law, it naturally means that this karmic law was originally Mr. Gu's, and the immortal karmic law is misty, so how can mortals speculate on it? Gumor smiled slightly. The Man family is very open-minded. Yesterday I saw Boss One, Today I see Wen Wei Yang. No wonder this family can produce 2 great scholars in just 100 years. Master Wen, Gumor said. I don't really know how to unlock the karmic law. I can only try to help you as much as I can. Whether it will work or not, I'm not sure. Wen Wei Yang hurriedly said. I'm already grateful for your help. Sir. Gumor picked up the feathery jade and looked at it, not being able to discern a clue. So he picked up the picture of the immortal riding a crane again to view it. This look, actually immediately saw something unusual about it. Yesterday, when Gumor looked at this immortal riding a crane drawing, he only felt that its painting was so evocative that it gave people a sense of being there. But today it's different. Today, he is already a master of the painting road. When he watched this painting with the eyes of the painting road, he immediately found that although this painting is exquisite, but in general, it is very ordinary. It is not considered to be any heirloom. It is also the level of the general second or third-rate painters, but in favor of one of the few outlines of it made this ordinary painting instantly become incomparably subtle and profound above the meaning. Gumor immediately reacted. In the story just told by Wen Wei Yang, the painting was originally made by Wen Zong, but that immortal commented that it was empty, so he added a few strokes himself. Well, these fine strokes, it must have been painted by the immortal. Just, if that was all it was, even an unusual painting Dao master should be able to see it. Gumor tried to run his body's spiritual energy and channeled it above his eyes. It was only after this look that I realized that, out with a light touch, that moment, the wisps of air came out of the painting. To be precise, it was as if it came from that mountain, and instantly flew into the feather-like jade above. And at that moment, the jade glowed greatly, and actually slowly transformed into a white feather. This, when Wei Yang's eyes widened with incredulity, Gumor slowly put down the painting and said, Your Wen family's immortal destiny has come. In a flash, the feather unexpectedly turned into a sheen and flew out, disappearing in an instant. When Wei Yang, anxious, immediately chased out. Actually also has not bad light skill. Only, that stream of light is too fast. The blink of an eye disappeared. When Wei Yang stood in the courtyard, heart sadness. Just then, Gumor slowly walked to the door and softly said, Master Wen, don't forget, there is a karmic law. This immortal karma should be your Wen family's. It can only be your Wen family's. Wait well at home. The immortal karma will come in a matter of days. The reason why Gumor was so certain was because just now when that feather turned into luster and flew away, he clearly saw dispersed a strand of luster merging into Wen Wei Yan's body. It means that this immortal destiny can only be the Wen family's. 392888982. Chapter 40, Fate, Not to be Forced. In the courtyard, when Wen Wei Yang, who was chagrined, heard Gumor's words, his heart immediately surged with the joy of a lost and found, and he panicked. Sir, really? Gumor nodded. Wen Wei Yang was actually so excited that he directly knelt on the ground and said, Mister's great kindness is beyond repayment. The Wen family is willing to give half of their family fortune to you. Gumor waved his hand and said, No need. This, Wen Wei Yang said, Sir, how should the Wen family repay such a great favor? Please show me. Sir, Gumor slowly said, the Wen family's style is good. If you're poor, you're good to yourself. If you're rich, you're good to the world. Carry it forward. Well, I like to study all kinds of martial arts secrets or arts. If you have the heart, find some for me. Wen Wei Yang hurriedly said, Good. I'll go back and immediately mobilize my family to search for secret books all over the world for Mr. Gumor smiled slightly and said, There's no need to make such a big deal out of it. It's fine if we can find some. Everything will be as it should be. Wen Wei Yang cowed out on the ground and said, Sir, if you have a dispatch in the future, the Wen family will move with all their clans. Gumor smiled, didn't say anything more, turned around and went inside. Wen Wei Yang bowed and retreated. After leaving the Gu family's old house and taking the door with him, Wen Wei Yang couldn't control his inner joy, and as if he had gone crazy, he ran down the street laughing wildly. Room. Guamo shook his head slightly and said softly, Immortal destiny is hard to find. Danqiu Immortal Mountain. In the Chunling River, a stream of light suddenly disappeared into the river, penetrating straight into a place filled with water and grass and clustered with rocky mountains, and finally transforming once again into a feather that floated down into a stone cave. In this cave, there is an old turtle napping. Suddenly felt, violently opened his eyes, and saw that a feather, suddenly ecstatic, issued a gurgle sound, actually shocked the river water tumbling. Big waves turbulence. Here it comes, here it comes. My old turtle has been waiting here for 100 years. The chance has finally come. Ha 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 ha. There were many old turtles, crawling out of the hole, revealing their full size, which was as big as a table, and kept rolling on the ground to release their hearts in joy. At this point, a small green-skinned turtle swam over, said it was a small turtle. In fact, it was not small, with the size of a face basin. Just in front of this old turtle appeared to be very small. This is exactly the small turtle spirit that came to Gumor every day to dabble in food and drink. The little turtle spirit looked at the old turtle who was overjoyed. His little head was full of doubts, and he made a gurgling sound, asking the old turtle. The old turtle's joy was undisguised as he said, "Grandson, do you know why Grandpa I've been here for 100 years without leaving?" The little turtle spirit shook his head. The old turtle said, "More than 100 years ago, I was swimming in the river. By chance I mistakenly entered the place of the immortal's mansion, and was almost beheaded by the immortal. I desperately begged for forgiveness. The immortal saw that there was no killing sins in my body, so he spared my life, and when I was leaving, I summoned up all my courage and begged the immortal to ask me if I could have the destiny of taking shape. The immortal, however, shook his head and told me to do whatever I wanted. I had no choice but to leave, and when I was about to leave the land of the immortal mansion, I happened to meet a mortal who was about to cross the river, but he was distracted, and I was worried that he would fall into the river, so I asked him to sit on my back. I did not expect that this action, but let the immortal pity on me. When I sent that mortal across the river, the immortal told me, that mortal named Wenzong, there is a great fortune in the body. However, the immortal destiny is not enough, but in the future, there will be descendants to obtain the immortal destiny, so that I go with that mortal. In the future, when the descendants of the Wen family out of the immortal destiny of the person, let me go forward to extradite. It is the opportunity for me to enter the immortal mansion, so that's why I'm here waiting for 100 years. Today, the immortal destiny appeared up. My mission has arrived, and the road ahead is finally there." The little turtle spirit made another gurgling sound. The old turtle said, "I will go and meet that person of immortal fate from the Wen clan and request that he take us all as servants and bring us all to the immortal mansion." There was some reluctance in the eyes of the little turtle spirit, and he grunted and grunted with a loud cry. The old tortoise hated the iron and steel patted the little tortoise. Said, "You a little cute. The old mansion in Qingshi town. That reader is indeed a favor to you, but you return his favor. How can you stay by his side? Immortal destiny, cannot be found. Missed the opportunity never again. Don't be silly. You follow a mortal can have what future? Good boy." The little turtle spirit nodded in resignation. So be it. The old turtle turned in the river bottom silt raking for a long time, raking out a palm-sized stone plate. The stone plate is very thin as 3 or 4 pieces of rice paper folded together thickness. The old turtle threw the slate to the little turtle spirit. Said, "This slate recorded on an art, named Guojing. Learn to measure the good and bad luck. You will be this Guojing sent to the reader. He only need to learn a little bit of fur, can ensure that he has a lifetime of food and clothing, as if you return his rations for this period of time, and the karma, in the future, go to ask the immortal house, but also do not have to hold the people of the virtue." The little turtle spirit was a bit reluctant, but was scolded by the old turtle for a while, so he had no choice but to bite the slate and leave, and soon came to the Gu family's old mansion's water well. At this point, Gumor is cooking. The little turtle spirit then crawled to the kitchen to vigorously pick at Gumor's pants. Gumor knew it was the little turtle spirit that had come. However, on weekdays, the little turtle spirit was drooling and waiting on the side, never disturbing him from cooking, so he looked down suspiciously, and saw the stone plate that the little turtle spirit was biting in his mouth. Puzzled, Gumor took the tablet, saw the densely written words on it, and asked, "Is this for me?" The little turtle spirit nodded, and then tears actually flowed from his eyes, and he made a gurgling sound. His head twisted around, and his 2 front legs kept gesticulating. Gumor had been with the little turtle spirit for a while, and with his superb understanding, he had been able to roughly see and understand the meaning expressed by the little turtle spirit. Grandpa left. "And there's a spell on this tablet that your grandfather asked you to give me to repay me for all this time?" The little turtle spirit nodded. Gumor smiled, understanding that this little turtle spirit's grandfather should be a demon with not shallow Taoism. This is to let the little turtle spirit come to end the karma, so as not to be entangled by the karma and bring trouble when he cultivates to achieve Taoism in the future. The little turtle spirit began to gesticulate again. Gumor smiled, touched the little turtle spirit's head, and said, "There's no need to be reluctant to part with it. If there's a chance we'll meet again. I thought you were alone before, thinking of taking you with me when I left in the future to go on a wanderlust, and since you have a grandfather, you should leave with your grandfather." The little turtle spirit nodded in a very lost manner. In a few moments, Gumor made the meal, carried the little turtle spirit to the table, and ate their last meal together. Then he carried the little turtle spirit and put it in the well. The little turtle spirit hovered in the well for a long time before it fondly began to sink. Gumor smiled and waved his hand. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Gee, One less such a cute meal hitchhiker. 39288874. Chapter 41, Karma Comes Its Own Way. When Gumor returned to his study, he studied the spells on this stone tablet sent by the little turtle spirit. This slate is an ordinary slate. It should be soaked in water for many years to be washed. The surface is very smooth. However, the words on it are very clear. This magic spell called Guajing, the number of words is not much, only 200 to 300 words, compared to those spells that Gumor had learned before. The content of this Guajing is small, but mysterious. The difficulty of understanding is more than 100 times more esoteric, and every word can be disassembled and dissolved into combinations. This was definitely at the most profound level when placed in the mundane world. Surprisingly, it took Gumor all of a dozen seconds to learn this spell, measuring good and bad luck, determining the fate of the future, and avoiding bad luck. The genus is very subtle. Through divination, face, chi, behavior, 8 characters, palmistry and other aspects to observe the fate, determine the luck or misfortune of people, predicting disasters and preventing disasters. However, this kind of technique often has a great disadvantage. That is, the only thing that cannot count itself. Gumor has now mastered this art and made some modifications to fill it in according to its lawful characteristics, but still finds that he cannot tell his own fortune, because the fortune teller, in fact, in a way, escapes to the outside of the destiny of the person whose fate is being told to view the destiny, and looks at it from the perspective of a bystander in order to see it clearly. And there is no way to forcibly jump out of the way once one has told his own fortune unless he does not want to live his life self-stripped away in to seek a glimpse of heaven. Gumor also realized one more thing. Why is it that in the past, those fortune tellers would always say heaven's secrets cannot be divulged when they were asked too clearly? Because some destiny cannot be said. There are too many involved. Once leaked, it will lead a hair move the whole body. Maybe because of a sentence and affect a city or even a country. Not many fortune tellers can afford that karma. Therefore, fortune tellers usually say ambiguous things, not necessarily all of which are deceptions, but they are unwilling to take on the cause and effect and let others speculate on their own. Hey, it seems that I also have the potential to be a godly man. In the evening, when Wei Yang delivered a number of secret martial arts books, it could be seen that he was very intentional, basically picking out profound martial arts secrets, several of which were of first-rate caliber, and the worst of which were of second-rate caliber. Sir, although my Wen family is quite influential in Jiangzhou, however, the martial arts style is not prevalent, and most of the clan's children are studying literature. Therefore, there are not many secret books of martial arts in the collection, and as for the arts, there are even fewer of them. However, sir, don't worry, I have already arranged for someone to go searching for them, and they will definitely be found for sir within the next few days. When Wei Yang said respectfully, just take it as it comes, Gumor said, however, the Wen family is a great master of the way of literature, so I think there should be quite a lot of compositions at home, so the Wen family master can send some to me, and I will return it as much as I want after observing it, as long as Mr. Like, even the precious collection is set to be sent to Mr. No need to return. I do not know what kind of music score Mr. Want? When Wei Yang said, Gumor laughed, both. When Wei Yang hesitated for a while, arched his hand and said, Wei Yang dares to ask Mr. Again. Today Mr. Only said that the immortal edge will return to my Wen family. I wonder if Mr. Can tell when the immortal edge will come? If I don't have to be okay, but I don't know the deadline. It's really hard to sit still and can't hold down the surge in my heart. Please forgive me. Sir. Gumor looked at Wen Wei Yang's face, and viewed it through the means of the Gua scriptures. Wen Wei Yang is now in a position of great fortune, and there are vaguely and surprisingly 2 of the same chances in the fortune, both with a hint of aura, one bright and one dark. Gumor somewhat lamented the abundance of this Wen Wei Yang's immortal destiny. Guemo pushed along that bright immortal fate line, but found that, indeed, it cannot be explicitly said, only smiled and said, when family master, mortal's fate heavenly opportunity cannot be divulged, not to mention the immortal fate. When family master and remember, the fate has its own arrangements. Do not be too intentional. What should be done to continue to do? The fate of the law will come to find you. The so-called deduction of fortune-telling, not really able to see the future of people, but only according to the law can be projected or a certain point in time, or a certain stage will have a calamity, luck or other. Like right now, Gumor wasn't able to see exactly how Wen Wei Yang would obtain his immortal fate. He just saw that his fate after 5 days was starting to become blurry, which meant that he should enter another stage of his life after 5 days. When Wei Yang took a deep breath and calmed his mood, arching his hand and saying, Thank you for your guidance. Sir, I understand, and will definitely adjust my mind properly. Gumor nodded, then turned around and entered the house. When Wei Yang bowed again and quietly retreated, for the next few days, when Wei Yang all one after another for Gu Mor to send some martial arts books and music, which also really let him find a few arts, but are some folk magicians commonly used some small spells, such as stopping the bleeding method, belly pain method, relief of abdominal pain method, go to the disease method, etc., are not what subtle spells, but has its own unique features. For all of these things, Gu Mor came to the rescue. These days, Gu Mo has always been living in the deep and shallow, at most, is also in the greenstone town to stroll around. Even Jiangzhou City did not go, however, vaguely, is able to feel. This period of time Jiangzhou City is quite a few points of the wind in the feeling, but even so, there are also some people from the jungle who come to disturb us from time to time. It should be because of Achi. After all, nowadays, the Jianghu are rumored that Achi has obtained the inheritance of an innate master, and Achi has been hiding in the Lu family and not showing up. It is inevitable that some people want to come to the Gu family's old mansion to try their luck. However, those people were dispatched by Gu Mor with some small means, all harmless. On this day, in the evening, Gu Mor had just finished eating when it started pouring rain outside. Gu Mor stood in the doorway. His heart felt something, looking at the roiling rain, pinching his fingers, a blur, indicating that this premonition has something to do with himself. Whispered, when it is the line of cause and effect fluctuates, I am afraid it won't be long before the cause and effect of this world will be understood, and it is also time for me to leave. Gu Mor turned around and went inside to fetch an umbrella. I had an appointment yesterday to play chess with the old man next door, Ji Hongchuan. However, when Gu Mor came to the Ji family with his umbrella, he found that Shi Cheng, who hadn't appeared for several days, had come to play chess with Ji Hongchuan today. Today's Shi Cheng seemed to have a much better essence, and the stern aura on his body was much stronger than before. Elder Ji, Mr. Shi has actually come. I'm afraid that you don't need me to play chess with you. Gu Mor lightly laughed. Shi Cheng hurriedly said, Mr. Gu, it's better for you to play chess with this black goods. I'm here to say goodbye to this black goods today. I may have to go on a trip, either for 10 days and half a month, or I won't come back for 3 or 5 months. After this game, I'm leaving. Come. Ji Hongchuan pulled Gu Mor to sit down and said, you come and talk to this old thing. This old thing doesn't know where he learned his moves. If we say that the chessboard is like a battlefield, this old thing is playing chess now. It's just like a reckless man. When Gu Mor heard this, he played with Shi Cheng. Shi Cheng's recent period of time since the change in chess style is really great. The aggressiveness is actually more and more strong. Today this style of chess is only attack, not the slightest bit of defense. Actually completely suppressed Gu Mor's chess. Just one incense burning time has achieved an overwhelming advantage. It seems that Mr. Gu has lost today, Shi Cheng said with a smile. Gu Mor didn't argue, just held a chess piece and said with meaning, Mr. Sure, learn to see through to the essence. Don't be too hasty to jump to conclusions. The situation changed drastically when Gu Mor landed. Shi Cheng froze for a moment and laughed. It's still Mr. Gu's move. It's me who lost. Mr. Sure won't try again? Maybe there's even a peek? Shi Cheng got up to get his umbrella and said, no, it's almost time. I have to go. With that, Shi Cheng opened his umbrella and left. Gu Mor looked at Shi Cheng as he gradually walked into the pouring rain and shook his head slightly. Ji Hongchuan laughed softly. It's still Mr. Gu who's high. This old man lost dryly. Actually, no. Gu Mor held a black piece and said, in fact, if Mr. Shi was willing to calm down and look back, he could have won. The black disc fell, and Gu Mor played for Shi Cheng. On the board, the situation remains the same, but black has really won. 39288838. Chapter 42, The Python Swallows the Jiao. This rain, it's getting heavier and heavier. It rained all night without stopping. Early in the morning it was still raining heavily. The whole city of Jiangzhou was shrouded in pouring rain. The sky flashed and thundered and rolled in dark clouds. Gu Mor was sitting in the house eating when he suddenly sensed a familiar aura hovering in the distance, but was slow to come over. He then held the umbrella, and with a little foot, flew to the osmanthus tree, and saw Qi kneeling in the heavy rain at the far end of the long street, kowtowing towards the old mansion, with Lu Zhiqi following beside him. Archie kowtowed a few times and got up to leave. Lu Zhiqi held her umbrella and asked, aren't you going to meet Mr. Gu? Not going, said Qi. Senior is a person outside the square. If I go to see him at this time, I'm afraid it will disturb his purification. If I can come back alive this time, I will come back to bother Senior. Lu Zhiqi whispered, if we ask Mr. Gu to help. Qi shook his head and said, I have already been indebted to Senior's many care. The great favor is already beyond repayment. Miss, you know, this time, Lord Lu has already taken the entire Lu family into the matter. If we fail, None of us will survive. This is our own choice. How can we drag Senior into the whirlpool as well? Lu Ziqi nodded and said, I'll wait for you to come back. I've already told Father last night about the two of us. If Father can win this time, the two of us will be married. If we lose, there's no need to say anything. We're both dead. Aki trembled. Her face reddened, and she stammered. Miss, how dare I have such a... Lu Ziqi rolled her eyes and said, I originally wanted to wait for you to take the initiative to say to me, but you have a bad brain. You have not been saying. This time things are different. If you do not pick up, I am afraid that in the future there will be no opportunity to do so. I know that you like me, and I am also pleased with you, or else I am a daughter of a woman. How could you allow you to freely enter and exit my courtyard? It is only you that do not see the light of day. Archie's mind was scrambled for a moment. In the old Gu family house, Gu Mo looked at the gradually departing Achi and Lu Zhisher duo, revealing a light smile. He saw that Achi's destiny had come to a hijacking, and his fortune had actually been completely bound to the Lu family. If this robbery is passed, Achi's marriage will be accomplished, and from then on, fortune will be added to his body, and he will be on a level playing field. Only this robbery. Gumor counted with his fingers and shook his head slightly. I can't believe I've come full circle again. Previously, in Ningyuan County City God Temple for the first time to see Lu Yuanzhao, it was found that Lu Yuanzhao Qi Majestic has reached the level of the imminent transformation, only, accompanied by a robbery gas. If the crossing, Qi soared. From then on upwards, if it fails, then begin to go downhill or even the death of the road to extinction. However, take a look today. Qi's Qi was unexpectedly bound to Lu Yuanzhao as well, and Archie has a karmic tie with Gu Mor. Sure enough, everything is arranged in the underworld. Gu Mo took a step out, holding an oil paper umbrella slowly floated out. In the rain and mist, he was like an idle walk toward Jiangzhou City, looking at the dark clouds, lightning and thunder. Gu Mo softly said, and go and see. This Qi Luck incarnation is what kind of elegance? Jade Hook Bridge, the most famous attraction in the city of Jiangzhou. This Jade Hook Bridge is a 300-meter-long corridor bridge, across the city of Chunling River tributary. Weekdays, countless literati like to play in this. The city's greenhouse is also often equipped with a boat in the performance of this Jiangzhou. Even if it is raining heavily today, to come to the Jade Hook Bridge to play the people are not a few. Hazy River. There are a lot of boats. Some literati specializing in picking such a day and time, inviting 3 or 5 friends to drink on the boat, when the rise of the time to improvise to do 1 or 2 crooked poetry. At the top of the Jade Hook Bridge, there was an old man standing quietly, not holding an umbrella, but the people coming and going were as if they couldn't see him. This old man is really the Greenstone of the town of the Greenstone transformed monster. Often in the town of the Greenstone manifestation, the name of Stone Green. A month ago, the river god pointed out that he has a chance will appear today. Is a person with the king's life? Today will be here to meet the calamity. As long as he helped, can beg that person for him to seal the rite, repair the temple. When a small town land god, seal the rite, not anyone can. Must be huge chi fortune or merit vast people seal the rite to be useful, only to be able to make the essence of the monster into a god. Enjoy the incense on earth. Shi Cheng was worried about missing his chance. I came here last night to wait. Time passed slowly and the rain became heavier and heavier. Shi Cheng's heart was a little anxious, so he began to walk around. But he gradually found that today this Jade Hook Bridge near some unusual. There are a lot of Jianghu martial arts, although those martial arts are deliberately camouflaged. But Shi Cheng after all, is the essence of the monster? Able to perceive. These people are hiding the killing aura. He overheard a couple of martial artists conversing. It was only then that I realized that an imperial prince would really be here today. He was the king of Longshan County whose fiefdom was in Longshan County, Jiangzhou. This Longshan County king's identity is not simple. It is the convenient emperor's own brother, backed by the royal Qi. The river god really didn't lie to me. It looks like my chance is due to this county king of Longshan. However, Shi Cheng was a bit torn in his heart, because he had also heard of the name of this Longshan County king, who had rampaged through the countryside, burned, looted, and forced good people to become prostitutes, and his crimes were too numerous to mention. People like that shouldn't really be saved. Forget it, the great Tao is in front of us. How can we still care about other things? As long as we can seal the right for me, if I can become a god, I can shelter a party in the future. Even if I save the evil people, I can also offset this sin. There was no purpose to it, just to let the old man in the boat row as he pleased. Seeing that Gu Mor was generous with his money, the old man burned a pot of charcoal fire for Gu Mor, took a jar of wine, and said with a smile, "Sir, don't look at me. This wine is not a famous wine. It's home brewed, and it smells incredibly sweet. Gumor scalded the wine and drank it slowly, and it did taste good. The brewing process in this era was far inferior to that of Earth, but the purity, though insufficient, was distinctive. Gumor drank while chatting with the old man who supported the boat. Until noon, Gumor suddenly felt something in his heart and looked up, but he actually saw a large python and a scaly dragon circling and fighting in the midst of the heavy rain and mist. However, upon further inspection, it wasn't really a python and a scaly dragon, but rather, it was made of chi, and it was the result of a great chi warrior who had come to this place and was having a fight. That python was surprisingly bold, intent on swallowing that one scaly dragon, which was also looking for an opportunity to swallow the python. Hey, if the python succeeds in swallowing the scaly dragon, it will be able to transform into a scaly dragon and rise to the top. And if the scaly dragon swallows the python, then it will be able to get rid of the decadent trend and be revitalized. What a vision! And at this moment, on top of a large ship, Lu Yuanzhao is negotiating with County King Longshan. 39288686. Chapter 43, Old Turtle to the Rescue. In the big boat, the king of Longshan County was sitting face to face with Lu Yuanzhao while a group of singers were playing dance music. However, Lu Yuanzhao had only brought one person with him, and that was Qi. Archie's face was expressionless as he cradled a plain sword in his arms. Longshan County King glanced at Aki, then looked at Lu Yuanzhao, said, Lu Tongjian, in fact, there is no need to go to this step between us. Today I asked you out, is to talk to you. This king has always been quite appreciative of you. You let go of your hand now. I will recommend to my royal brother to sponsor you to take over the position of the prefect of the prefecture. With your ability, at most 5 years, will certainly be able to enter the 6 ministries, and soaring to success will be within sight. Lu Yuanzhao said in a deep voice, I can release it, but can those who have been persecuted by you, your majesty, and whose families have been broken up and their wives separated be released? Can those unowned souls be released? Longshan County King dementedly snorted. Around but some pariahs. Lu Tongjie, you don't turn these things over. Jiangzhou is just as smooth as it has been all these years. Why bother? As long as you let go, everything goes up in smoke. Die some pariahs. Who cares? I care. Lu Yuanzhao said. I, Lu Yuanzhao, have studied hard for more than 10 years to obtain a title, in order to be able to speak out for those untouchables in the mouth of the king and seek justice for them. Can you manage it all? The king of Longshan County said. I, Dayu, have 36 prefectures, 24 county governments, and hundreds of counties. How big a hand do you, Tongjie Lu, have and how much can you manage? It's a good idea to manage one, but ask for a clear conscience. Lu Yuanzhao said flatly. What a questioning heart. The king of Longshan County laughed softly. What about when you die? All of a sudden, the atmosphere in the cabin became very depressing. Archie instantly gripped the hilt of his blade. Just kidding. The king of Longshan County laughed and said, Lord Lu is an official of the imperial court. How could this king kill you? Serve tea to Lord Lu. A songstress came over to pour tea for Lu Yuanzhao, but was stopped by a Qi, who did not allow the songstress to get close to Lu Yuanzhao. County King of Longshan sized up Qi and said, Blade Runner Qi, you have recently gained a great reputation in the Jianghu. I heard that you have obtained the inheritance of the innate master, and you are already a first-class expert at a young age. Are you interested in coming to follow me? And I will guarantee you a lifetime of glory and wealth, and within 10 years, I will help you become an innate master. Archie directly did not pay attention to County King Longshan. The king of Longshan County smiled, looked at Lu Yuanzhao, and said, Lord Lu, this king asks you one last time, to stop here. Do you agree? Lu Yuanzhao didn't answer directly, but said, I know that your highness wants to kill me, so you can do it now. The king of Longshan County spread his hands and said, then there's no more to talk about. Then, a smile appeared on his face and said, it seems that General Judge Lu dared to come to the appointment today with a determination to die, and if I'm not wrong, it's because he wants to attract my attention and create an opportunity for the Wen family, right? Lu Yuanzhao's face didn't change, saying, this isn't a profound scheme. I'll bet that your highness is more interested in killing me, and if I'm not wrong, the experts in your house should all be in the area of the Jade Hook Bridge today, and the Wen family will be able to successfully rescue those witnesses. The king of Longshan County laughed and said, in fact, I never cared about those so-called witnesses. Those people, the Wen family can take away as much as they want. There will be no one to stop them. What I care about are 2 people. One is you, Mr. Lu Tongjian, and the other one is the Wen family's master, Wen Wei Yang. In fact, as long as the 2 of you die, there is even more evidence that can't do any harm to the king of this. Do you think my royal brother will not know what I did in Jiangzhou all these years? He knows better than anyone else. If it wasn't for his acquiescence or his guidance, I really wouldn't have dared to do those things. As long as you and Wen Wei Yang are dead, things won't be too far gone. As long as they're not too far gone, the emperor won't care. Lu Tongjie, you don't understand the imperial family. Lu Yuanzhao's face was gloomy. The king of Longshan County slowly got up and said, counting the time. It should be almost time. When Wei Yang can't get out of Jiangzhou, the evidence can't be sent to the capital. As for you, Tongjin Lu, since you originally came here to send yourself to your death, the king will naturally fulfill you. After saying that, County King Longshan slightly waved his hand and said, kill. In a flash, numerous experts were killed out of the cabin. At the same time, the top of the river was also in chaos. Numerous cruise ships approached the big ship at the same time, and the densely packed Jianghu good fighters began to charge and kill, and the two groups of people fought in blood. Same time, on the outskirts of Jiangzhou City, in a small town near the river, blood was dripping and there were corpses everywhere, and the heavy rain washed away the blood and water that filled everywhere. When Wei Yang frantically escaped, those guards of his kept falling down. At the end of the day, he was already the only one left, but behind him there were dozens of Jianghu masters in pursuit. Among them there were also two famous first-class masters in the Jianghu. At this point, when Wei Yang where is still not clear. From the beginning he and Lu Yuanzhao has been miscalculated. Longshan County King cares about is not at all those so-called evidence, cares about just two of their leaders. As long as he and Lu Yuanzhao died, there will be no one will come forward. That Longshan County King did those things is not big. Although Wen Wei Yang's martial arts is not bad, but it can be counted as a second-rate level. Without those guards to die to protect, he simply did not run far to be surrounded. Those killers are professionals. No nonsense at all, they just go straight for the pain. When Wei Yang touched the evidence collected in his arms, sighed helplessly, and simply closed his eyes and waited for death up. Only, there were many distractions in his mind. Just then, there was a sudden gust of wind on the ground, and a great fog blew in. When Wei Yang didn't even react, he felt a huge force pulling him up and flying. As for how high and how far he flew, he couldn't feel it. He could only hear a gust of wind beside his ears and the voices of those killers shouting and screaming. In the very next instant, he moved forward quickly, and when he broke out of the fog, he saw that he was actually sitting on the back of a huge turtle. The turtle was as big as a dining room table, with a head that was about the size of a human head. I'm afraid this is a sperm. When Wei Yang swallowed with some trepidation. Just in the next moment, that old turtle unexpectedly made a human voice and shouted, "When family master, are you ready to go to the Danqiu Immortal Mountain?" When Wei Yang was shocked and stammered, "This, turtle immortal, you are? But I dare not use the word immortal," said the old turtle. "When family master can just call me old turtle. I have been waiting for you here in the Chunling River for more than 100 years. I am a servant specializing in extraditing you to the immortal mansion. My name is Wudo To. You can just call me old turtle." When Wei Yang's mind was still puzzled and surprised, but, at this moment, he was thinking more about doing something else, and after touching something in his arms, he asked, "Senior Wu, could you give me a ride?" "At my master's command. There's nothing wrong with it." At this time, under the Jade Hook Bridge, there's a melee going on. Gumor sat on the pontoon boat and watched from afar as the Chilut Python fought with the Chilut Jiao Dragon. Seeing that the Python had fallen into a losing battle, suddenly, there is a sudden boost of luck. The Python instantly became even bigger, actually biting the scaly dragon's neck in one bite, and then dispersed a huge wave of chi to be added to Archie's chi. 39288680. Chapter 44, Lu Chengfeng curses the demon. In the middle of the ship. At this moment, the inside of the ship was already full of holes and blood, and a large pile of corpses lay on the ground. Lu Yuanzhao had also suffered many injuries, and the several guards beside him were also so badly injured that they barely had any fighting strength left, and only Chi still had fighting strength. To be able to fight to this point, he had relied entirely on the picture of the lonely Blade Runner that Gumor had gifted him earlier, and had relied on the blade intent in the picture to behead a number of experts. Just, at this moment, the lone Blade Man diagram was tattered and fell to the ground, soaked in blood. "Chi, you leave." "I definitely can't leave today." "You leave and take Jishi far away." "Zheng Ming, even if you do." "With Zheng Ming, you guys can't escape either," Lu Yuanzhao said very calmly. Chi looked back at Lu Yuanzhao, grinned, and said, "Lord Lu, since I'm here today, I've long been prepared to die with you, either together, or take you with me when you officiate the wedding for me and Miss." Lu Yuanzhao laughed. "You kid, I've long seen that you have a thief's heart, and you didn't dare to say anything after holding it in for so long. It's really embarrassing." Archie heatedly laughed and pulled off a piece of his lapel to wrap the park sword tightly around his hand. Looking up at the group of Jianghu experts across the street, his eyes focused on a middle-aged swordsman. "This is an innate master. If it wasn't for this person, With his picture of a lone swordsman, he would have been able to completely take Lu Yuanzhao away. However, and as he expected, he had long guessed that the county king of Longshan would definitely have a way to deal with his saber intent. After all, previously in Xiakou town, he had used his saber intent once to kill 3 first-class experts. The county king of Longshan was not stupid, and would definitely make a plan. Just that, he did not anticipate that it would be an innate expert. But, at this moment, that innate swordsman was also seriously injured. Not much better than Ah Chi, so it turns out that even for the same innate, the gap is so great, Ah Chi said in a cold voice. Senior was able to almost decapitate you with just a wisp of sword intent. If Senior was here, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to block even a single sword. That innate expert adjusted his breath and asked with some urgency, who the hell is that person? How could he be so strong? Ah Chi coldly said, if you want to learn, I'm afraid you don't have the chance. The innate swordsman said in a deep voice, kid, as long as you tell me who that person is, I can spare your life. I'm as good as my word. We are both martial artists. You should understand that the heart towards the Tao is greater than anything else. The one who passed on your saber intent may have found the path above the innate. As long as I can be allowed to see him, even if he would kill me, I would have no regrets in death, Ah Chi said in a deep voice. Then if you kill the county king of Longshan now, I will take you to see that senior. The innate swordsman pondered for a while and said, the king has been a great benefactor to me. This is impossible. Change your condition, Archie added. Then you let Lord Lu go. The innate swordsman shook his head and said, killing Lu Yuanzhao was my promise to return the king's favor. Then there's no way to talk about it. Ah Chi gripped the plain sword tightly and said, Master once said that the innate is a heavenly mote, and that everyone under the innate is a mole cricket. I'm a bit unconvinced. I'm just a hair's breadth away from the innate now. I'd like to try to see if I can mole cricket a tree. Archie charged with his sword, but he was sent flying and spitting blood from his mouth in just one look. That innate swordsman said in a cold voice, although I was seriously injured, but it was by that blade intent. Now, that blade intent has been used up by you. Even if I can only move one hand, I will be able to kill you with ease. Brat, do you really don't want to die? Archie struggled, and right then and there, he saw the blood in the pool of that has been drenched in the lonely swordsman picture. His mind in the middle of the inexplicable have a kind of enlightenment, into a kind of metaphysical and esoteric state. At that moment, as if he became that picture, that lonely swordsman, under the jade hook bridge, above the river. Gumor was holding a cup of warm wine, quietly looking at the chaos in the distance, looking at the vision of the python swallowing a jiao in the dome of the sky, and when he saw that the python had even split off a portion of its chi to be added to Ah Chi's chi, Gumor revealed a wisp of a smile, complementary to each other. Ah Chi help Lu Yuanzhao Chi Luck Swallow Auger. Lu Yuanzhao help Ah Chi Chi Luck Sword. From then on leveled off. This robbery, but each other are over. Counting, it should be when Wei Yang's side of the immortal destiny has arrived, so that the Chi Python has fallen into the wind Chi actually counterbalanced Chi Auger Dragon. Gumor drained the warm wine in a single gulp, looked at the sudden burst of blade intent belonging to the shocking blade technique in that large ship, and laughed softly. It looks like I don't need my help. At the same time, the python swallowed the jiao, and the victory was decided. At this time, in the middle of the big ship, Archie suddenly had an epiphany and actually stepped into the realm of the innate. I see. Elder Gu said that the martial arts way originally had no realm, and that the innate, too, was never a realm, but rather a state of being, and that state of being was intent. That moment, he slashed out. That innate swordsman raised his sword to block. In the next instant, heaven and earth were silent, and that innate swordsman murmured, it's really unfair. You've just realized the meaning of the blade and it's so strong. Your blade technique, which was also passed down by that high person, is not the stunning blade technique at all. Archie thought for a moment and said, Senior modified it. I'd love to meet the man in high places. That innate swordsman murmured. A flash of blood red appeared on his forehead, and in an instant, blood spurted out, and his body, surprisingly, directly split into two. The next moment, a quick strike from Archie. Each of his slashes changed. It was a state of mind. The same stance, but it was completely different. Each blade seemed to be made in heaven, and facing those Longshan County King's disciples was as easy as slicing vegetables and chopping melons. The king of Longshan County is panicking. Staggering back, he stammered, you can't kill me, Lu Yuanzhao. You dare to let him kill me? Lu Yuanzhao said, I don't dare, but I dare to arrest you. I have the right to arrest you. County King Longshan's face turned pale. If he is caught at this time, he will be in trouble. Just now has received a flying pigeon message. When Wei Yang has escaped, if he is caught again, then there is really no chance. But as long as he escapes, He runs back to the capital to take the initiative to look for the emperor and the empress dowager to ask for punishment. He will be grounded for 3 or 2 years at most. Immediately, the king of Longshan County turned and ran, trying to jump into the river, but he was stopped by Archie, and as he watched Archie approach, the king of Longshan County was despairing in his heart. However, just at this time, the big boat suddenly rocked, and a gale suddenly arose on the river. Rolling thick fog came, and in an instant, it was so that everyone couldn't reach out and see their fingers. The next moment, the fog cleared, and the county king of Longshan had already disappeared. Inside the ship, Lu Yuanzhao and the others were greatly alarmed. Archie pointed to a thick fog on the river and shouted, "Lord Lu, it was that fog that swept away the county king of Longshan. Archie and other people cannot be associated with demons." But Lu Yuanzhao, who was often drinking tea with Dingyuan County city god, immediately realized that the fog must be a demon haunting. Immediately shouted, "Demons, how dare you have the audacity to help the evil against the heavens? This official with the will of the people, curse you, Taoism destroyed." Chapter 45, Reversing Heaven's Mandate. Circle of Karma. Although Gumor was not close to the place of the melee, he was able to see it clearly, and he was stunned when he saw Shurqing show up to save the county king of Longshan. He really couldn't figure out what Shurqing was up to. How dare he, a mountain spirit, interfere in such a matter? If Shurqing was a clueless spirit monster that had just been born with spiritual wisdom, Gumo felt that it was normal because many spirits and monsters that had just been born with spiritual wisdom did not have anyone to guide them and did not understand the power of earthly chi. So it was normal for them to do things that the newborn calf was not afraid to find death. But Shurqing is different. Shurqing was born spiritually intelligent for several hundred years and had been living in human towns and cities. It was impossible for him not to understand that the karma of the earthly officialdom was simply not something that he, a spirit monster, could afford. Normally, the mountain spirits that have some knowledge all know that as long as they find a person with great fortune or great merit to seal the correctness, they are able to reduce hundreds of years of cultivation, and some of them can become deities, and some of them are even able to directly transform into a form. However, few elves and monsters have gone so far as to do so. It is because of the fear of being tainted by karma. The greater the chi merit, the stronger the karma. A little inattention is smoke and mirrors. Therefore, generally want to invest in the essence of the monster is to help ordinary people, in order to seek that person to soar later return. In addition to the great fortune merit people do not dare to approach, there is also a reason is because ordinary people's karma is not big. Even if the person later soared, the karma is also the previous karma, but it's an investment that rarely pays off. But even if they didn't get rewarded, not many elves and monsters dared to mess with those with great chi, because the karma of a person with great chi, once it is not well controlled, the trouble will be big. Take, for example, Shurqing now. Having only just come into contact with this county king of Rongshan, karma has arrived. Since a person of great fortune and merit can seal a god with a single word, he can naturally subdue demons and get rid of them with a single word. At this moment, Lu Yuanzhao saw that there was even a demon who dared to help Longshan County king, and immediately spoke out a curse. In that instant, karma came down. A dozen or so miles away, on the edge of the town of Greenstone, thunder suddenly fell from the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck the large green stone that had stood for hundreds of years outside the town. Rumble. With a loud bang, the big green potential was instantly split into pieces, and vaguely there was actually blood flowing out. And at the same time, under the Jade Hook Bridge, above the river, Shurqing instantly spat out blood from his mouth. His demonic power dissipated, and he disappeared without a trace after letting out a miserable scream. Shurqing is also unlucky. If other people with great fortune and merit had cursed him, they wouldn't necessarily have such a quick effect or such a strong effect. But it was Lu Yuanzhao, the one who had cursed him, who had the will of all the people added to his body. The bottom line is this. Shurqing had the audacity to come right up to the front and grab someone. At this time, Lu Yuanzhao and the Longshan County king had only just engaged in an encounter, a chi battle. Lu Yuanzhao's chi python had swallowed a large portion of the Longshan County king's chi auger, and the karmic entanglement between the two of them was very heavy, the kind that would not end in death. Shurqing save away Longshan County king, indirectly in Lu Yuanzhao not grudge cause and effect, and Lu Yuanzhao at this moment, just when the Hong luck when the head, chi and a python into a jiao moment. He is also Jiangzhou parents. In his home field, his cry implicates the curse of karma. Not to mention the district Shurqing, even the Jiangzhou city god may not be able to withstand it easily. If the county king of Longshan ran away by himself, for example, when he was about to be drowned by the water, Shurqing went to save him, that is not contaminated with any karma of Lu Yuanzhao, so he will not be cursed, even if it is a curse. In that case, there is no karmic ties. no public opinion to add to it, and he can't be subjected to too much of a problem. But this Shi Qing, on the contrary, had the audacity to directly snatch someone in front of Lu Yuanzhao. Crazy. Gumor couldn't help but spit. Moreover, even if there was no Lu Yuanzhao, simply by virtue of Shi Qing saving the county king of Longshan this matter, sooner or later Shi Qing would have to be added by the public opinion karma of all the people in the town to be killed in the calamity, because the karma on the county king of Longshan was too great, and he did not know how many people had been killed. This is why gods and spirits, as well as mountain spirits and wild beasts, do not dare to make karmic connections with people at will, because there is no way to guess how much karma and cause and effect there is behind that person. Karma, if a deity or spirit enjoys the sealing of a human being, it naturally establishes karma with the other party and will be involved. Anon. Just then, Gumor suddenly heard a dragon roar and looked up to see that the Qi Jiao dragon of the county king of Longshan had actually been swallowed almost cleanly by Lu Yuanzhao's Qi python, and the direct effect was that Lu Yuanzhao's Qi python evolved, directly transforming into a Jiao and rising up to the sky. What a python transforming into a Jiao! From now on, this Lu Yuanzhao will surely rocket upwards, all with a king's destiny. Gumor secretly marveled, and Shi Qing was cursed to lose his Taoism, so naturally he couldn't help the king of Longshan County. The king of Longshan County fell into the water and was caught by Archie flying over to him. As soon as the king of Longshan County was arrested, those disciples under him also fled in all directions, and the storm gradually subsided. Knowing that the hilarity was over and that there was absolutely no need for him to make a move, Gumor disembarked and left. And at the moment, outside the city of Jiangzhou, on a mountain stream of the Chunling River river god was standing on the top of the mountain, looking at the vision of the Qi python transforming into a Jiao in the city of Jiangzhou with an astonished look on his face, and said in surprise, "This Lu Yuanzhao has gone against the heavens and the python has transformed into a Jiao. This shouldn't be right. To do the matter of reversing the fate of heaven, even to create a king's fate with one's own strength, a good deep Taoism, nowadays. Although the fortune of the state of Dayu has gone downhill, but it is still prosperous, such a heaven-defying act, through the world, I'm afraid that there are not many people who can do it." While muttering, Jiangshan suddenly froze and said in amazement, No wonder that Shi Qing's destiny of certain death was transformed. It seems that he was inadvertently enlightened by that high person, and I calculated that he had a chance should be on a person who possessed the king's life. Now it seems that in the underworld, it was already set. Shi Chang was fortunate to be involved in some karma with that high person, and that the king's life was built by that high person, so it also let Shi Qing's fate get a turnaround. Really powerful. Such a high person. Really want to meet. I did not expect that Shi Qing is dying, but also have such an opportunity. The karma of such a high person, even if it is only a little bit involved, for the general mountain spirits and wild monsters, it is also a great creation. Right at this moment, Jiangshan suddenly heard the mournful and miserable screams of. He returned to the mountain stream, and from afar, he saw that it was Shi Chang. However, at this moment, Shi Chang's Taoism was destroyed, and only a little bit of his soul was left, and he was kneeling by the river and crying, "Shi Chang, how could you be like this?" Shi Chang knelt on the ground and cried, "Lord Jiangshan, I listened to your instructions to go to the Jade Hook Bridge today." Thereupon, Shi Chang recounted what happened at the Jade Hook Bridge, crying, "I was listening to your advice to save that king's life, but that Jiangzhou General Magistrate Lu Yuanzhao even cursed me to destroy my Taoism." After listening to Shi Qing's narration, Jiangshan said helplessly, "You're really a stubborn stone that doesn't understand indoctrination. Do you still remember what I told you that day?" 392-8882. Chapter 46, Missed Heavenly Fate. Shi Chang knelt on the ground, his mind recalling the conversation with Jiangshan that day, remembering that Jiangshan had instructed him on his way out. Do not force yourself, do not go against the people's wishes, and do not abandon the public for selfishness. Only, at that time, he was filled with the fact that the opportunity had arrived. So where else would he pay attention to the Jiangshan's instructions? It was only then that it dawned on him. Jiangshan said in a deep voice, "You know that the Longshan County king is perverse and evil, and should not be saved. But, for your own selfish desires, you disregarded the public opinion of all the people of Jiangzhou, even if you know that saving that Longshan County king will lead the people of Elm Tree to water and fire. But you still went to save. But you do not know the cycle of heaven. There is a fixed number. If you are willing to give up your personal chance for the sake of the people and secretly help Jiangzhou Generalissimo Lu Yuanzhao, instead of being able to get the chance, but you preferred for their own chance to put the people at risk, precisely missed the chance. I only said that there is a person of the king's destiny who can help you, but I never told you who the person of the king's destiny is. In fact, Even I am not clear about who the person of the king's destiny is. All the destiny lies in your own choices. But if you did wrong, you have to bear the corresponding consequences, and you are to blame for what has happened to you now. Shi Qing said in a deep voice. I'm not convinced, Lord Jiangshan. According to the situation at that time, even if I helped Lu Yuanzhao, I couldn't do any good. If the county king of Longshan cursed me, I couldn't afford it either. This time the chance is clearly a dead end. It's the heaven's way that doesn't allow me to do so. Jiangshan said in a deep voice. You are not qualified to let the heavenly Tao target you. Cultivation. This is 90% of the way to death, 10% of the way to life. No matter who it is, there is justice between heaven and earth. You were bound to die, to gain a ray of life, but you didn't grasp it. This line of life, this is a Taoist master gift to you. But the gift, that is the opportunity. No one has the obligation to protect you. As for you to say that the death of the game, but also not really, if you help Lu Yuanzhao, really not necessarily must die, because Lu Yuanzhao's luck swallowed the king of Longshan County's luck, and Longshan County king of the reverse shall not be the people's heart. You if you are to help Lu Yuanzhao, or can be the public opinion of the shelter. The king of Longshan County's luck has fallen. He cursed you, really do not see to be able to curse too. However, everything is just possible. You have already made the wrong choice, has got now the consequences of, really don't see to be able to curse. However, everything is just possible. You have made the wrong choice, already got the consequences of today. Shi Chang was surprised. Lord Jiangshan, you said that my ray of chance was gifted by a high person, but I haven't met any high people? Jiangshan said, today's Jiangzhou's dynasty situation, the python swallowed the jiao. Are that high person's first pen? As for you, perhaps inadvertently with that high person has a little karma, to be able to gift. Alas, you for so many years uphold the heart, sheltering a party, has always felt that has not been rewarded. This is the return of the netherworld. Shi Chang, you ultimately failed to adhere to the original heart, and only then have today's the calamity of today. Shi Chang disheveled. Lord Jiangshan, please have mercy and show me a clear path. I'm afraid that my soul is about to be dispersed. Please save me. Lord Jiangshan, I can't save you, said Jiangshan. I don't have the ability to do so. I think nowadays in Jiangzhou, I'm afraid that only the expert who reversed the fate of heaven may be able to save you. So why don't you go and look for it? Luckily, Lu Yuanzhao only cursed you with the destruction of your Taoism, but not the curse of not being able to turn around. How shall I seek? All karma has its own destiny. If you don't deserve to die, you can meet it yourself. The river god gently waved his hand and returned to the river, leaving Shi Qing's soul in the mountain stream confused, murmuring own determination. Own determination. Where is the determination? Obviously the heaven is unfair. I sheltered a party for hundreds of years. Why do you want to do this to me? Hundreds of meters below the mountain stream was a surge of mud and sand. But, under the thick sand, but there are other caves, a huge mansion hidden in which, the building here is very special. All the mountain boulders axe hewn, melting in nature, but very grand atmosphere. There are shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the patrol. The palace, there are maids and maidservants waiting, all very beautiful. Anyone in the mortal world is a sight of the beauty. Are some of the mountains and wild monsters transformed into? This is the Chunling River God's residence, which has another name on earth, Dragon Palace. This Chunling River God is not the earthly court enthroned deity, has been in the Chunling River for more than 1,000 years. Through 4 dynasties, each dynasty founding emperors will recognize the identity of this Chunling River God, because, according to the records of the Qintian supervisor, this Chunling River God is a cultivation of thousands of years to achieve the road of the dragon, named Aolai. At this moment, Jiangshan Aolai returned to the mansion after instructing Shi Qing. Just as he returned, a shrimp soldier came to report. Master, that old turtle from White Rock Stream came to visit. Ha! Aolai froze for a moment and said, this old turtle is called Wu To, right? Yes, this old turtle. I remember that he seems to be somewhat related to Danqiu Mountain. You let him in. Soon, the old turtle brought his grandson, Little Turtle Spirit, to the main hall, and lying on the ground, he shouted, White Rock Stream Old Turtle Wuto, bring your grandson, Wu Yu, to pay respects to Master Jiangshan. Get up and talk, Aolai said as he sat down on a stone chair. I remember you. You came to White Rock Stream about 100 years ago. It seems like you came from Danqiu Mountain, right? The old turtle Wuto hurriedly said. I am grateful that the river god master even remembered the old turtle. The old turtle is terrified. The old turtle is with the Danqiu Immortal Mountain has some affinity. It is by the Danqiu Immortal Mountain in the Immortals order, waiting for the one family of immortal destiny people here. Aolai shot a glance at the old turtle and said, seeing your demeanor, This is the fulfillment of merit? Thanks to your blessing, the old turtle has already met the person of immortal destiny today. In order to enter its door as a slave, in a few days we'll extradite the master to go to the immortal mountain. Today is specially come to say goodbye to you, Crow To said. You're a blessed one. Jiangshan nodded slightly, glanced at the little turtle spirit Wu Yu, and said, and you, grandson? Wu To said, my master has also taken Wu Yu under his tutelage and asked us to follow along to the immortal mountain. Ao Lai nodded and said, it is also a blessed. Eek. Ao Lai looked at Wu Yu, suddenly froze, beckoned, said, little turtle, Yuan, come forward, let me see. The little turtle spirit was uncertain, but obediently climbed forward. Ao Lai took a closer look and said in astonishment, you little turtle, what a blessing. Your body has even been washed by the aura. Tell me, where did you get such a chance? The little turtle looked puzzled and gurgled. You don't know? Ao Lai frowned and pointed with his hand, pulling out the faint remnants of aura from the body of the little turtle spirit, and asked, this is the thing. Have you seen it anywhere? The little turtle spirit immediately told the story of how this chi would enter his body every day when he listened to Gumor play the chin and blow. Ao Lai heard, greatly shocked. In that case, why do you need to worship that when family descendants under the door can have such a means of the person? That is, Danxiu immortal mountain that Danxiushan, afraid is not comparable. The little turtle spirit told the old turtle to let him leave Gumo and sent Gumo a stone tablet scripture to end the karma. After listening, Ao Lai laughed loudly, pointing at the toe, and said, you this old turtle, really empty life for hundreds of years, have eyes and not recognize Taishan. Your grandson this thousands of generations cannot repair the splash of heaven's riches, actually let your old turtle to destroy. Simply, foolish, really high people door not into, but have to give a mortal as a slave.